BML Munjal University. I welcome you all to the 2 days inaugural International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Society, EIS 2023, organized by the Institute of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, I2E, and the Propel PITCHFEST23, organized by Atal Community Innovation Center, ACIC BMU. It's my pleasure to welcome all the delegates of the conference and PitchFest participants from all over India and abroad on behalf of BML Munjal University. It's my honor to introduce you all, the guests and speakers who have come across India to share their knowledge with us. I would like to start by welcoming the keynote speaker of the day, Professor Hrishikesha Krishnan, Director at Indian Institute of Management, IIM Bangalore. Thank you for coming here, sir. I welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Apurva Chamaria, Head of Startup and Venture Capital at Google India. I also request Professor Hrishikesha Krishnan to come over the stage and occupy the seat here with us. I welcome Professor Shyam Menon, Vice Chancellor, BML Munjal University. I welcome Professor Deepak, Chair Professor and Conference Chair, BMU. I also welcome Professor Devender Singh, Chief Executive Officer, ACIC BMU. I welcome Professor Anirban Chakrabarty, Dean Research, BMU. I extend my warm welcome to Professor Mani Kumar, Dean SOET, BMU. Professor Jaskiran Arora, Dean SOM, BMU. Professor Preetam Barua, Dean SOL, BMU. I also welcome Colonel Mohit Bawa, Dean Student Welfare, BMU. I extend my warm welcome to the students, faculty of BMU. A warm welcome to all the industry representatives and all the participants in different categories who are excited to present their ideas and views on the topics of discussion. I also welcome our media partners and sponsors, Knowledge Partners, Strategic Management Forum of India, K Nimbus, Hero Mine, who are here to support us throughout the conference and PitchFest. I wish you all a very pleasant stay at BMU. And I also request Professor Shyam Menon, Professor Deepak, Professor Devender, Professor Anirban, Professor Hrishikesha Krishnan, and Mr. Apurva Chamaria, along with Professor Jaskiran Arora, to come over the stage to light the lamp and formally launch the event. I request all the dignitaries to occupy their seats on stage. I request Professor Shyam Menon, Vice Chancellor of BMU, to welcome our guest with a memento. Professor Hrishikesha Krishnan. Mr. Apurva Chamaria. Thank you, Professor Shah Menon. Now I request Professor Deepak, Conference Chair, to introduce us about the conference.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you for taking out this time and being here. We have guests from far south, Vijayawada, Hyderabad, Bangalore. We have guests from very close in Gurgaon. And we have guests from Delhi, NCR, from Bombay, right? So all of you, welcome. And I'll be quick. But, when I was putting this note together, I thought, getting a conference together is a labor of love, and it has its labor pains. And we had some of them, we are still experiencing some. But we take pride in actualizing this inaugural Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Society Conference. This conference is a worthy compatriot to its cousin, PITCHFEST, which has a legacy now of 3 years, and which has made a name for itself in terms of the startup pitches which are happening in the country. And together, these two events, we believe we position BMU, and I quote from the message received from the Chancellor in the conference proceedings, as an important voice, a credible stakeholder, and an insightful thought leader in the emerging entrepreneurship and startup ecosystem in India. So that is where we aim to be, and we are making baby steps, but small and sure steps in that direction. A little bit of thought of why we decided to do this conference. The seeds of this conference was born out of a realization that we have become the third largest ecosystem, startup system in the world because of a variety of factors, a confluence of factors, some of them accidental, some of them by design. In the last decade or so, and going back from the early 2000s, innovation, entrepreneurship, and venturing have captured the imagination of our policymakers. Formulation of startup policies, especially since the beginning of 2010 and more after 2014, setting up of incubation centers, growth in investments, has led to an increase in the number of startups. However, this growth is led by policy and practice. Policy in terms of government interventions, and practice in terms of angels and venture capitalists and capital coming from the West to India and being seeded in sectors which have high priority in terms of technology development in the developed world. The missing link in this has been the academia. They have been found wanting, and shall I say, sometimes the lack of acceptance in the ecosystem of an academic voice in the startup. And that was a realization which led us that we must have this confluence of academia, government, policymakers, and the startup ecosystem, because what literature tells us and what we have learned is they can make a real contribution to the growth of this system. If the universities and the higher educational institutions can align themselves to where the trajectory is going, we would make that trajectory go exponentially and reach our destination faster. We did some research, and literature informed us that entrepreneurial intentions are essentially high in developing countries versus developed countries, which was a learning for me. That is, the general population, especially the student population, has a higher propensity to think entrepreneurially than in the developed world. However, the HEIs, and BMU is a part of that ecosystem, do not provide the necessary scaffolding to actually buttress that intentions. And that is why the conversion from the student to the startup is confined to pockets. Our thesis is that this might be due to the absence of entrepreneurship education in general and academic research in particular in the domain in such developing nations where India is currently a part of. In terms of academic research in India, researchers have looked at various lenses, sometimes narrow. One of the popular lenses or lens of poverty, duality in our economy. A lot of research has been done in that area. However, and that tells us that while there has been economic growth, it has been a jobless growth. A large part of our economy and large part of our fellow citizens do not enjoy the benefits or the fruits of such growth. And how do we make sure that this duality is taken care of? Entrepreneurship is one such route. And here the government of India has recognized that such an imbalance in income growth and employment growth and needs to correct this imbalance through the adoption of entrepreneurship and related activities, including incentivizing startup and making entrepreneurship education as a part of regular education in schools and in higher educational institutions. Government of India has also set up e-cells, incubators, innovation centers. So all these activities have now put us at a cusp where we are bound to go and HEIs can claim their rightful place in the startup ecosystem. This conference, in summary, is dedicated to the theories and practice of entrepreneurship and innovation to enable the startup ecosystem in the country and to show that how in combination with other players, they can play a crucial role in the social development of our nation. We have invited papers from engineering, technology, law, liberal arts, and management. We aim to foster discussion on entrepreneurship, innovation, and society from around the world for these 2 days of presentations and dialogue. The goal of this conference is to present and discuss successful cases and unsuccessful attempts to learn from them of entrepreneurial and management learning environments in order to suggest some important consideration for higher education institutions. I've had the occasion to read all the 56 submissions that we received and the 37 abstracts which were shortlisted. And it is a matter of great pride that some of these thoughts were echoed in some of those abstracts, including an abstract from University of Stuttgart about how the triple helix model is evolving in the Indian ecosystem. So I look forward to discussing with all of you individually. And thank you once again for being here and a part of this deliberation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Deepak, for giving us the insight about the 2 days conference. Now I request Professor Davender, CEO of ACIC BMU Foundation, to brief us about Propel Pitch Fest.
Good morning, Professor Rishikesha Krishnan, Mr. Apu Chamaria, Professor Menon, Professor Anirban, Professor Prabal Sen, Professor Jaskiran, dignitaries, fellow faculty, students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Propel Pitch Fest and EIS conference. This university has been named after a gentleman called Brij Mohanlal Munjal, a gentleman who on partition came from Pakistan to India, and in one generation time period, he and his brothers created something which is unique, but something which has entrepreneurship as foundational to it. This university, which started 10 years ago, is carrying the same foundation with itself. So we were, and we are, continue to remain seen as an entrepreneurial university. So while the university has been here for 10 years, the formal incubation within the university has been there for a much shorter time, for last 3 years. Our formal incubation started in 2020 when we were selected by Niti Aayog to set up Atal Community Innovation Center. over the last 3 years that we've been here, we made a fair amount of progress, grown further over what we were doing before the incubation came into place. We had courses, we had faculty which were supporting the students. And it's not a small thing, because even before we started incubation, we had alumni who graduated and have set up their own ventures. So there are 15 alumni ventures which are successfully running R&D idea stage. Now, having a incubator has only accelerated this. And I'd just like to share a few things that university and Atal Community Innovation Center and Propel, as an ecosystem or as an entity, what have they done? So over this last 3 years, we've actually been engaged in two things. One, making sure that we have a wide range of startups with us. So we actually work right from idea stage ventures all the way to growth stage. That's not a small span. I mean, if those of you who've been involved in this area, you would realize the kind of challenges trying to manage this kind of a span is there. Not only that, so this is just a span from the journey of a startup, but even from, if you were to look vertically, we are engaged with rural, micro level enterprises or grassroots innovators at one end, and on the other end, we are also engaged with high deep tech ventures. So that's the kind of complexity that we are dealing with. But having said that, I think the great support that we have had by being part of VML Munjal University, from the faculty, from the management, and being part of Atal Community Innovation Center and being part of AIM system, we've gained a lot. We've gained a lot. And as a result of that, some of the key achievements that we'd like to share is that we've got now close to 100 micro enterprises being run by women of the rural areas near this campus. So we've been able to establish and help 100 women to start their micro enterprises. Currently we have, thank you so much, and I think the credit goes to the women more than to us, okay? So we just happen to facilitate them. We now have at this time about 25 startups which are being incubated at our university. Some of them have gone ahead and raised funding. Total quantum of funding which has been raised by some of these startups is now above 25 crores. So that's a fairly good thing. Those who are already in the market and are generating jobs, our estimate shows that they would have by now generated about 500 jobs also. All kinds. I mean, not just managerial, but even at the shop floor. Now, having said this, why are we doing this Pitch Fest? Why do we call it a Propel Pitch Fest? Now, for us, this is an annual event wherein we try to create a platform. The intention is to create a platform where the startups, founders, investors, other ecosystem players, which could be facilitators, enablers, including industry, can come together and interact and see where they can work together as a network. This is the 4th edition. Last 2 editions were virtual. So for us, the 4th edition, this edition really holds a special place because we're doing it in person. And we all realize the kind of interaction you have in person is much better than what we've been having online. Now, what you would see over the 2 days, while you will be part of the conference and the Pitch Fest, would be that there would be sessions where we would be calling in entrepreneurs, we'll be calling in experts who have studied entrepreneurship, we will be calling in investors and founders to come together, exchange notes in different settings. So we're going to be, tomorrow we're going to have actual pitching where selected startups which participated in our registration process started in February. Over the last 10 weeks, we had about 300 plus startups which are registered, out of which now we come down to 16 who would be pitching tomorrow to a set of 10 investors. And these 10 investors have collectively put together $1 million USD as an investment chest to be offered. Of course, startups need to convince them to pay the money and give them the money. But that's the one big thing that we have had this year. And apart from that, there will be also, like while we're doing one big pitch fest, we're doing a small investomania. So a lot of our students have a lot of ideas. So we are encouraging them. And today in the evening, they will be presenting their ideas to our alumni startups, founders, to get their inputs and see if they can move forward. So a lot of things will happen. I think the interesting point of this 2 days would be that we will have academics, we'll have founders, we'll have investors, and many of us would get to meet each other and try to, if we move out of our comfort zone and try to become known to others, I think there will be a great opportunity. Without taking much time, I really appreciate all of you having taken time out, come here. Some of you have come from really far off. Really appreciate your effort to come here. And we really look forward to you contributing and taking back from this 2 days that you will be spending with us. Thank you so much. And if you need any help, there are a lot of students out here. Please feel free to reach out to us. Thank you so much for joining here.
Thank you, Professor Davendra, for giving us the insight about the Incubation Center and the journey we had at Incubation Center, which engaged students and other training programs. Now I request Professor Anirban, Dean of Research School of Engineering, to address the audience.
Namaskar, and a very warm welcome. It's really warm in Delhi, but I wanted to welcome you all to BMU. BMU is what we call a multidisciplinary education and research university. The acronym mentioned in the new education policy is MERU, and I think we are one very good example of such a MERU. I always tell that I was trained as a scientist, a researcher, but BMU actually brought out the entrepreneur within me. And as Davinder ji mentioned, we were allowed to actually have a startup on electrical mobility, which one of my colleagues, Dr. Ramya Das, and I incubated in BMU. And we would be very happy if you all take out your time and visit the facilities. We have excellent centers of excellence, what we call COEs. And these are driven by the different schools, the School of Engineering and Technology, the School of Management, as well as the School of Law. But they are supposed to be multidisciplinary, and in true spirit, we have members from the different schools driving these centers. So the Center of Advanced Materials and Devices is hosted in the academic block. The Center for Automation, Robotics, and Mechatronics is hosted in the workshop. And then we also have the Center for Inclusive Innovation, which the School of Management drives, the Center for Sustainability Research and Advocacy, also driven by the School of Management, and the Center for Law Regulation and Technology, which is driven by the School of Law. But we have members coming from different schools and being a part of those centers of excellence. As a scientist, like I was saying, that I was always inspired to do research with a different philosophy, and I was inspired by the philosophy given by the French mathematician Henri Poincaré. And in his essays on the value of science in 1948, he wrote that the search for truth should be the sole end goal of our activities, and it is the sole worthy aim. So as a scientist, I was always trying to find out the truth, and that was my research. And then what I didn't understand that there is a very intricate relationship between research, innovation, and development. And that actually became clear to me much later, and that's what I'm grateful to BMU. And I was inspired by the quote of William Brodie, who says, he's a scientist also by training, but he says, what is the calculus of innovation? The calculus of innovation is quite simple. Knowledge drives innovation. Innovation drives productivity, and productivity drives economic growth, which is then the fuel of the progress of the society. So you would have to focus in all these different ingredients of the development of the society as a whole. And I think BMU is trying to provide such a vibrant ecosystem to all these different aspects: research, innovation, development, growth. And I look forward to this wonderful conference, which has brought academicians, industry experts, students from different parts of the country. And I hope in these 2 days, we hear all the researchers, academicians, as well as the entrepreneurs, and exchange our experiences and the ideas. So again, a warm welcome, and thank you for joining us at VMU.
Thank you, Professor Anirban. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. Now I request our Vice Chancellor, Professor Shyam Menon, to address the audience.
Good morning, Professor Krishnan, Professor Mr. Chamaria, distinguished guests, my colleagues, my dear students who have come from other places, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so pleased to be here because it's something like being in some kind of Prayag, Sangam. It's a confluence of many kinds of people with many kinds of training and many kinds of orientation coming together for a purpose and flowing together now onwards. I just wanted to talk about one of those rivers which have coming to confluence here, that is the university itself. You must remember that the university itself is, in some sense, a confluence of many ideas. The founders had entrepreneurship in their core of their philosophy, which they wanted this university to reflect right from day one. And the choice of schools and programs that we had right from the beginning, engineering and management, reflected that. And the emphasis that was given to incubation, innovation right from the beginning also reflected that. But university has its own history. University as an entity, university as a concept, university as an institution has its own history. And the history is that of, over the years, over the decades, over the centuries, this university as an institution has become more or less navel-gazing, inward-looking, smug, and the kind of the walls that separated the university from the rest of the world became much more impenetrable. But what's heartening is that in the past about 20 years, we find this, there is greater porosity which is actually appearing in these walls, and there is greater diffusion of ideas which is flowing in and flowing out of the university. University used to have the smugness to think that ideas can only flow out, nothing can flow in. And so that, I think, is being quickly revised by we realize how little we know of many things in this world, and how it's important for others to tell us and others to inform us, educate us, and so on. Even our true primary responsibility, number one, the nurturing of young people, that's the primary responsibility, and also generation of new knowledge. All these things were also done with that kind of a smugness. I mean, we nurture young individuals, but what they do beyond that is their concern. But we do the best till they are here, and then we ensure that they graduate, and what they do is not our concern. That is changing too. That notion is changing too. It's very much our concern what they do later, and it's our responsibility, therefore, to sort of backstop and handhold them as long as we can in their life's journey. Similarly, for knowledge generation as well. I mean, Professor Krishnan and I were having a brief conversation before we came here, and one of the things which we were jointly lamenting was the fact that academic research was getting more and more esoteric and addressing only ourselves and not really addressing where that knowledge is of greatest use. So putting money where the mouth is, or putting the food where the mouth is very important. Just generating food, not really understanding where the demand for that is probably not a very very useful exercise. So all these realizations, in my opinion, has brought us here. And BMU has really, in its short life so far, it is only about 9 years old, and has learned a lot. And that learning it's a learning organization. We learn, even through this event, I'm sure that we are going to learn a great deal, and will probably incorporate some of those learnings into the way we work. And in so doing, I think we realized that the EIS conference and the Propel PitchFest have become an institution within institution. So they have institutionalized. So it's sort of, it has a life of its own. These two entities, these two events have a life of its own, life of their own, and they have come together this time, and we have excited, as Davinder said, about the fact that this is a physical event now after we have come out of the shadows of the COVID, touch wood, hopefully, and we want to look forward to more such and deepening of this institution called EIS Conference and project and the Propel Pitch Fest, and there is many miles to go for us in that direction. And putting this together has been a work which has taken weeks and months. And I know, just for the fact that I've been just a bystander and a ringleader, if I may put that way, and with my pom-poms cheering you, cheerleaders cheering you, particularly Deepak and Davinder and their teams, who have worked so hard to make this happen. And it was to happen in March, but then they would have been happier if it were in March. Delhi would have been it would have been better time to host an event like this. But April, although is one of the cruelest months of this part of India, but thankfully it's not all that bad today. So welcome, and I hope all of you will have a meaningful time today and tomorrow. And please go around and see the facilities here, and also meet people, and I'm sure that some meaningful collaborations, conversations would happen, and it doesn't end here. We'll take this forward in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Menon, for sharing your knowledge and views. Now I request Mr. Apurva Chamaria. He is a head of startups and venture capital at Google India, ex-SVP at Tech Mahindra, ex-CRO at RateGain, ex-VP and head of marketing at HCL Technologies. He is also an angel investor and best-selling author. I request you to address the gathering.
Good morning. Good morning, Professor Menon, Professor Davinder, and all the distinguished professors on the stage, distinguished guests, and most importantly, student entrepreneurs. This event is for you. So, very glad to be here, and you're the only reason for making this trip. You're going to play such an incredibly important role in building a $5 trillion digital economy. Professor spoke about BM Munjal being a multidisciplinary university, and which is so important to entrepreneurship. As entrepreneurs, life is not going to respect your specialization in finance or HR or ops or tech. Every hour is going to be context switching into a different domain. And most decisions are going to be multidisciplinary. And you'll be required to look at all aspects of the decision, getting out of silos. As you exit your universities and colleges, you're entering another university which is very exciting. It's the University of Hard Knocks, which is entrepreneurship. It's going to challenge a lot of things which you have learned in life till now, a lot of notions of how things are supposed to work. So that's the first university you will enter, University of Hard Knocks. The second university which you will enter is going to be the University of Delayed Gratification. You're going to see a lot of your batchmates get into good jobs, a lot of pressure from society. The going is going to be tough. The pressure is going to be intense to toe the conventional path. Only 5,000 startups, roughly 4,500 to 5,000 startups get funded every 3 to 4 years in India. So many of you will not find early and easy success, which is where you'll get the degree from University of Delayed Gratification. And if you can delay the gratification for long enough, you will succeed eventually. And the last university which you will go through, hopefully, is the University of Fun. The biggest reason why you should be an entrepreneur is a desire to have incredible fun. A lot of my investing companies always tell me a bad day in entrepreneurship is better than a great day living somebody else's life. So that's the third university you'll go through. Have a lot of fun while being entrepreneurs. Enjoy the journey. It's going to be a great one. Thank you. I'll unfortunately have to leave for a meeting, but I really enjoyed being here. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Apurva Chamaria, for giving us the importance of multidisciplinary approach and enlightening our students about entrepreneurship and its importance. Today we have Professor Hrishikesha Krishnan, a director and professor of strategy at the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. He previously served as the director of IIM Indore. He is currently the Ram Charan Chair Professor in Innovation and Leadership, and earlier held the Zamuna Raghavan Chair in Entrepreneurship at IMB from 2007 to 2010. He has been a jury for the Economic Times Startup Awards. He is currently on the advisory board of Your Nest Investment Advisor. Professor Krishnan has extensive corporate board and advisory experience. He is currently on the boards of the National Payments Corporation of India, Wheels India Limited. He has served on several committees set up by the Government of India and prominent industry associations related to innovation in India. It's our pleasure to have you here as a keynote speaker. I request Professor Hrishikesha Krishnan to address the gathering.
Works. Maybe better to use this. Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah, good morning and thanks for inviting me to this conference. Let me compliment BML Munjal University for this double-headed event. I think it's a good idea to combine an academic conference and a startup event with related themes. So congratulations and best wishes to all of you. This morning I thought I will talk about something that's related to the conference theme. So I want to sort of figure out what do you need to do to set up and run startups that combine innovation and sustainability. Because essentially I think what we are looking for is startups that can work for the broader social good, of course for the good of the entrepreneur as well, but for the broader social good as we look forward. What I'm going to speak today is based on some work that I've been doing over the years on innovation. About a decade ago, I wrote a book called 8 Steps to Innovation, Going from Jugaad to Excellence, with a friend of mine, Vinay Dabholkar. So I'm going to be using some of the ideas from that book, and of course from some other things that we've been doing over the years. So essentially, one of the big challenges that companies face is building what we call a systematic innovation capability. What is a systematic innovation capability? It's the ability to make innovation a part of your DNA, to make innovation a regular part of your company's activities rather than something that happens by accident or chance. Now, large companies, of course, struggle with this because large companies are often designed to propel efficiency, productivity, and profitability. But in a small company, the challenge may not be as big, but the challenge still remains. So in a large company, what we found is that there are 3 big challenges the company needs to address. It needs to create a good idea pipeline. It needs to make sure that the ideas generated are not lost. So in other words, it needs to improve idea velocity. And finally, it needs to be good at converting ideas into outcomes. In other words, if you want to use a cricketing analogy, I think we used the wrong analogy. We talked about improving the batting average, but probably what we are talking about is improving the strike rate. So this is basically some of the 3 big challenges that a big company normally faces. So in our book, we try to address how these 3 challenges can be taken care of. And we basically came up with 8 steps to address the pipeline problem, the velocity problem, and the batting average problem. But my focus today is more on what can startups do to drive innovation. And essentially, I think the core here is trying to make sure that startups work with ideas that make sense. In other words, you should be solving the right problems. If you don't solve the right problems, most likely your startup is not going to advance as much as it should. So this brings up another question. The question that comes up is, where do successful ideas actually come from? So we've been trying to understand this question, and I'm going to propose to you that successful ideas come from solving the right problems. So of course, now that I'm saying right problem, I've got to tell you what a right problem is, and that's what I'm going to try and explain to you right now. So I'm going to do this by giving you a few examples. So we came across a very interesting company in Bangalore that sort of blossomed and bloomed during the pandemic. This is a company called Cloud Physician. What Cloud Physician essentially realized is that many hospitals have ICUs, but they're not able to use the ICU facilities efficiently because they often don't have the specialized personnel to run an ICU. In other words, there is a category of people called intensivists who are very specialized doctors who know how to run an ICU. So the key problem that Cloud Physician addressed is the lack of availability of highly skilled critical care personnel, and the fact that as a result of this lack of availability, there is inefficient utilization of ICUs. Now you might all remember that during the early stages of the pandemic, this is one of the big challenges we faced. If you go back to the first phase of COVID-19, we had a sudden critical shortage of ICU beds. And this is where Cloud Physician stepped in. What they have created is they've created a kind of telemedicine solution that allows you to remotely manage ICU facilities. That's what the solution is. It's basically an integrative smart ICU system. They have a centralized command center with 24/7 trained intensivists. They also have some kind of automation, so they're able to generate early warnings if something is going wrong, and they're able to therefore through this provide diagnostic assistance. And in fact, Cloud Physician did support the creation of ICU facilities at a number of hospitals, both in the public and private sectors during the pandemic. Let me give you another example. So here is a company called Lending Cart. Many of you might know that one of the big challenges that MSMEs face in India is that they're often not able to raise finance from the formal banking system because they don't meet the criteria that the formal banking system is looking for. However, there are other proxy measures which can really give you a good sense of whether a particular MSME is credit worthy or not. And this is what Lending Card does. It basically tries to assess the creditworthiness of a borrower by pulling data from bank statements, GST returns, credit bureau reports, even social media platforms. And then they use a proprietary credit analysis template to identify whether that MSME should get credit or not. So basically, it's a very data-based lending model that allows you to assess whether a particular startup should get a loan or not. Let me give you a third example, which I consider very interesting. This is a company called Vigyan Labs, which is based in Mysore. Now, many of you might know that, with all this computing shifting to the cloud, it doesn't mean that large computer banks have disappeared. All that has happened is that you now have these huge data centers where you have literally millions of servers providing all the services that we access all the time, whether it be Google Maps or Facebook or Instagram or whatever it is. Now, one of the big challenges with all these data centers is that they generate huge amounts of heat, and they also consume huge amounts of electricity. And they consume even more electricity because they need a lot of cooling to keep those servers cool and functional. So this is the problem that Vigyan Labs tried to solve by coming up with a unique algorithm that reduces the power consumption of data centers by up to 30%. Now, what's common across these three companies? What's common across these three companies is that in our view, they were solving so-called right problems. What are the characteristics of a right problem? Essentially, a right problem does three things. It essentially addresses an important pain point. It is aligned with a particular wave or trend, and it tries to address a situation where waste is being created. So let's look at Cloud Physician very quickly. The pain point was, of course, the lack of ICU capacity due to the inadequate availability of intensivists. The wave which propelled Cloud Physician was there was a significant increase in demand for ICU beds due to COVID-19. And the waste was there was inefficient and inadequate utilization of ICU facilities in hospitals. Similarly, for Lending Card, the pain points was that MSMEs were not able to avail formal credit. The wave was that there's a lot more data being generated today, which allows you to evaluate whether an MSME is credit worthy or not. And of course, the waste is the absence of credit for MSMEs was preventing their growth and also preventing the growth of employment and of course the economy itself. Similarly, if you look at Vigyan Labs, the pain point was the huge increase in power demand. The wave was the shifting of computing to big data centers. And the waste factor is that data centers have been identified as one of the biggest sources of waste of power from the grid. So just to sum up, the core point I wanted to share with you is that the right problem represents three things. It represents pain, it represents a wave, and it represents waste. So if you're looking at your startup and you're trying to look at what kind of innovation you should do, please focus on those problems which have these three characteristics, that they represent a pain point, they also reflect a wave, and that there is some waste. The waste could be of human effort, it could be of materials, it could be of energy, of course it could be of money. Now let me take a slightly different track to look at this whole issue of how startups can be more impactful. And now I'm going to take the track of frugal innovation. Now India, as you all know, is well known as a source of frugal innovation. And one of the important things we associate with frugal innovation is the fact that it involves less use of resources. And it enables us to create low-cost solutions that are available to a much larger group of customers or users. Now, if you want to drive frugal innovation, usually there are three things that are very important. You first of all need a frugal mindset. You need to be able to get excited by providing frugal solutions. If that doesn't provide excitement to you, you're unlikely to be a frugal innovator. You need to follow a frugal process. Your process of innovation itself needs to be very cost effective in the way it runs. And of course, what you're ultimately looking for is a frugal outcome, which means you're looking at a very good return for every bit of resource that you use. In other words, you're looking for a highly productive outcome. So in some research that we were doing some years ago, we identified what are some of the principles that need to go into driving frugal innovation. I don't have time to go into these in detail, so I'll just quickly list them to you. You should redefine what the requirements are so that you are solving the core problem. You probably need to start from scratch because existing solutions often have a lot of costs embedded in them. Process redesign and re-engineering can help you drive frugal innovation. Open collaboration is often a good way of bringing in ideas from outside what you're doing and reducing cost. You don't want to take anything for granted or as given because you need to be able to question all the assumptions so that you can make fundamental improvements in cost. Simplicity makes a big difference. Usually it makes things much more economical. You've got to do iterative optimization to pull out all the costs which are embedded in what you're doing. Virtual intelligence, or what you might think of as a digital core, often brings down costs and offers significantly better features. And finally, you want economies of scale and scope to be able to drive down costs. Now, this is what we thought were the core principles of frugal innovation. But what is interesting is when you look at what happens as a result of frugal innovation in practice, you find that while there is a significant minimization of the use of material and financial resources, there need not necessarily be a sustainable outcome of frugal innovation. In fact, a lot of recent work shows that economic and social sustainability seem to be more integral parts of frugal innovation than environmental or ecological sustainability. In fact, the ecological impact of frugal innovation is probably more a spillover effect or a side effect because frugal entrepreneurs typically focus on economic or social sustainability. In fact, some studies suggest that frugal innovation may actually result in more environmental damage because what happens is as a result of larger availability and the growth of the market, the consumption of resources actually increases. So this led us to believe that if you want to be able to drive frugal innovation, you need to have environmental sustainability as an explicit and distinctive part of your approach. So we recently recast our responsive principles with a focus on environment sustainability as well. Now what you will see is the moment you do this, the way you approach a problem would be very different. So I'd like to give you an example of a company that was started by one of our IMB alumni. The company's name is Taral Tech. Essentially what they are trying to do is find a way of removing bacterial contamination of water from a hand pump. Now this is a very important problem because we know hand pumps are used across India, but often they source water from very close to the ground or there could be other sources of contamination. So what the Taral Tech reactor does is it requires no consumables, no electricity, no chemicals, no filters or membranes, no maintenance or supervision, and with just a one-time fitting, it can ensure a 99% plus physical kill of microbial contamination, which enables the elimination of waterborne diseases like diarrhea, etc. How does this do this? It uses a chemical principle called cavitation, which enables the bacteria to be removed as the water is being pumped out of the borewell, and of course this, out of the hand pump, sorry. And this is being used extensively now in many projects across India. Let me also just emphasize that in order to understand this pain, wave and waste which I outlined to you in the beginning, one of the most important things you need to do is immerse yourself in the lives of users and customers. To me, the best example of this is Dr. Venkatswamy and Arvind Aiker. Any of you who are familiar with frugal innovation would know that this is one of the best examples that we often use. But how did Dr. Venkateswamy, the founder of Arvind Eye Care, come up with this whole method and process that would reduce the cost of cataract surgery? Largely because he spent his whole career immersed in this problem as being part of the Tamil Nadu government's health service. He realized the government was not solving the problem well, and then of course he, post-retirement, decided to try and solve this problem through his own approach. And I won't go into the details, but you all know that his different process of addressing cataract surgery managed to improve the cost efficiency, but without reducing the safety features of the surgery itself. What we also know is that today data is a critical complement to immersion. Just to give you an example of an outstanding entrepreneurial innovation in the government. The government today has what is called the Aspirational Districts Program, which is run by Niti Aayog, where they are trying to improve the human development indicators in the 112 districts in India which have the lowest HDI indicators. Look at the nice name itself. Rather than calling it a backward districts program, which immediately creates some kind of a stigma, the Aspirational Districts Program looks at it in a much more positive light. But what actually drives this program is the use of data and a competition-based approach to development, which enables the districts to compete with each other and try and improve their human development indicators. Last but not the least, I think if you want to be effective in being both innovative and sustainable, you also need to be a good experimenter. What we increasingly know is that today you don't have to choose, it's almost an imperative, because particularly when you move into the digital domain, today the cost of experimentation is very low. You can in real time try out things with customers. You can actually see whether they make sense. So you don't have to guess, you don't have to conduct surveys, you don't have to probably use focus groups. You can use real experiments to see whether a particular feature makes sense to a group of customers or not. And of course, we also know that there are two important types of experiments. There are both convergent and divergent experiments. And in a way, both are equally important. The convergent experiment is what enables us to choose between feature A and feature B. And the divergent experiment is what you do early in the cycle in order to get customers more involved with you in the innovation process. So what I think most of the innovation and entrepreneurship research in recent years suggests is that if you want to innovate successfully, you need to do both convergent and divergent experiments at different stages and in different parts of your business. So to sum up, let me again remind you what I started with. I started by saying we want to look at what kind of innovation do startups need to do in order to be both sustainable and of course ultimately profitable and successful. So my suggestion to you is you've got to first make sure you choose the right problem to solve. And one way of choosing the right problem is to look for pain, wave, and waste. When you see all these three present, there is a good chance you have latched onto the right problem. The second thing you might want to do is explicitly look at ecological sustainability, because today with the increasing focus on ESG, even if you are following a frugal approach, unless you distinctly take ecological sustainability into account, you may not be coming up with an ecologically sustainable solution. And in all of this, you should of course remember to be faithful to some of the key principles of innovation and design thinking. You probably want to immerse yourself in the lives of customers and users so that you understand for yourself firsthand what are the challenges they are facing. You want to use data in creative ways, because today lots of data is getting created. And in many ways, data is a very critical complement to immersion. In fact, in certain businesses, you may not need to physically immerse yourself. The data itself will give you good insights into what users are looking for. And last but not the least, you want to be able to have a very strong ability to continuously experiment. Experimentation is at the heart of innovation. Big companies struggle to experiment, but small companies have the agility and the ability to experiment on a continuous basis, and that's critical for you to innovate effectively. So I thought I'd just try to share some ideas on how you bring all of this together So thank you very much. Let me once again thank Deepak and the team here at BML Munjal University and Professor Menon and the management here for inviting me. I don't know what your format is. If there's some time to take questions, I'm happy. Otherwise, I wish you all a very successful conference and your pitch fest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rishikesha Krishnan. The core values, pain, wave, and waste, how wonderfully put up in identifying the problem. Identifying the right problem to solve is very much important. I request Professor Shyam Menon, Vice Chancellor, Professor Deepak, Professor Devendra, Professor Anirban, Professor Rishikesha Krishnan to come over the stage to unveil the proceeding of the conference.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone. In case if anybody is having a question to ask Professor Rishikesha Krishnan, he is available. Anybody is having any questions?
Yeah, please.
Can we have a mic here?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rishikesh. The only thing which I wanted wondering on that is that these days the government is putting their ideas or the problem statement before the students. The recent being the Kavach, where 20 statements has been given to the students. So what is your thought? I mean, like most of the times we keep wondering where the idea should come. Now idea is in our hand already. How the students can really make those things work. So that is a big challenge at the academia. So how you are going to address that? And the second part, I really like that you, Anjan, you are taking the example of Anjan, the Thaltech. He is an old friend of mine, and I have put his innovations across 30 countries where has been accelerated in a big way. Thank you for giving that example also.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so I think that's a good question you asked. So I think, of course, the problem statements which are put out by various agencies, I think the only challenge with many of them is they are either very high level, or sometimes they require system level innovations which perhaps may be beyond a single startup or a single entrepreneur to do. So one of the challenges I think is to actually be able to break down that problem statement into something that's more tractable. At least historically what we have seen in academia is that it's very difficult for either academic groups or student groups to address very high level complex problems. I'll give you an example. So when India started developing the light combat aircraft, which is today called Tejas, about several years ago, almost 30 years ago, or a little more than that, Dr. Kota Harinarayana, who was at that time the head of the LCA program, he felt that in order to develop the LCA, there is a need of a lot of input from academia. And remember, at that time, we didn't have significant competence in things like advanced materials, carbon fiber, head-up displays, many of the technologies that were required to create a contemporary combat aircraft. So he went to many universities and he sort of tried to give out projects to the different universities to build different subsystems. So in a way, he gave them the problem statement, but at a subsystem level. 6 months later, he went back to the universities to find out what had happened. What do you think had happened? Nothing had happened. Okay. So when he went back, he found nothing had happened. Then he realized that this was too complex, too high level for a university or professor to address. So he realized this is not going to work. So the next thing he did was interesting. He spent the next few months sitting with each of the professors to break down that problem into smaller problems or chunks that could be addressed by a few researchers or a few students together. One of the things they did was to carve it into different MTech and PhD projects so that the students could do it as their research work. After this happened, they saw much more progress. And in fact, many of the technologies that finally went into the LCA had their origins in some of the academic and research institutions in India. So I think the only answer I would give to you is, I think somebody needs to understand the problem in greater detail and bring it down into a shape and size which can be addressed by individual research groups or even small companies. I think that's a challenge. Any other question? Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry, you had a question? Yeah, sure, fast. Yeah.
Sir, I really liked your presentation, and especially that you're talking about the environment sustainability and things like that. But then in actual practice, what has been seen is that apart from the innovations, which are specifically in the area addressing some particular environmental problem, most of the time, if innovation focuses on the environment sustainability, then the financial viability, like from the industry, what comes up is that the financial viability of that project would be compromised, like it will increase the cost. So then, the chances of something like that getting funded, it would be like really bleak. So how do we address both these challenges? Like different kind of things come up. From the academic point of view, it's different. Environmentalist, it's different. And from the industry, it's different. Sure.
So I think that's the point I was trying to make. The point I was trying to make is that environmental sustainability needs to be integrated with the problem solving and design thinking process. If you try to tag it on later, I think there's a good chance to exactly what you said now will happen, that you will add costs. But you need to, just like you would, I'll give you an example. So there's a gentleman, Ingvar Kamprad, who died unfortunately a couple of years ago. He was the founder of an iconic company called IKEA. And as a founder of IKEA, he said, if you want to do good frugal innovation, you should be excited not by building a desk for $1,000, but you should be excited by building an elegant and functional desk for $50. If that problem excites you, then you will be a good frugal innovator. I think today's good frugal innovator has also got to get excited by creating something that's environmentally sustainable along with that. So it's got to be something that's integrated into the core. It's just like if you remember the quality movement. When quality first started, they always did what is called end of the pipeline quality. So they used to check for quality at the end of the assembly line and remove rejects. But later they realized that's not the way to do quality. Quality has to be in your process, so that by the time the product is ready to ship, there's no defect. So to my mind, environmental sustainability is like that. It's got to become part of the design and innovation process. Yeah, there will still be cost challenges, but as you start doing that, I think it will become, you'll see much better results coming out.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Rishi. As usual, your talk is full of thought-provoking talk. I'm talking in terms, we have students, we have good ideas, and we have academics and requirement. The problem we face, the flexibility, in a smaller institution, it can be, okay, you do this project, you come up with ideas, we will evaluate you. The moment we increase the scale in a university, particularly private university, so huge number of students. So how to bring that balance between how to convert that into, say, how can we assess those students? That problem we face.
How to assess?
Assessment, evaluation of students, integrating both, like their innovativeness and new ideas and then their academic performance. It becomes problematic when we scale up.
I don't know. I think if you have to start thinking like a digital entrepreneur. So maybe you need to start looking at crowdsourcing methods of evaluation as well. I think that's the only way. So if you want to have more projects, you've also got to get more people involved in the evaluation process. I mean, they're looking at that even in areas like patenting, right? If you look at the US patent system or patent system in other countries, most countries are a huge backlog. And the backlog is there because there are limited number of patent examiners who are experts in those areas. So I don't know what happened, but the US Patent Office some years back had planned to do an experiment of opening up some of the patent applications to a wider community of people, just like you do in crowdsourcing. I think that you have to find some crowdsourcing method, either with the students or with the entrepreneurial community or with somebody, so that you have more bandwidth in order to do that evaluation. Even companies are doing that, by the way. Many companies now, in their idea platforms, they realize that evaluation is a bottleneck. So better way of addressing that is to get more people, in fact, sometimes get the whole community involved in evaluation.
With the interest of time, I think we'll stop the, you have one question. Sir, the last one from sir.
I will make it short. I understand the next war is going to be on the food. Next war is going to be on the food, shortage of food. We are focusing on industry, we are focusing on service sector. The GDP of industry is 26% and service sector is 55% and agriculture is only 22%. The innovation from the industry like private universities, entrepreneurship should be focusing more on projects towards agriculture. I request you to please interact on that.
The only challenge I see there is that most of our universities are not very oriented towards agriculture. So that I don't know, you have to see whether internally you have that resources and orientation to do that. I mean, personally, for example, normally when people ask me any question about agriculture, I say I'm not qualified to answer. Because that's the one area in which I personally have no experience or direct expertise. So I think if you want to do what you said, which is...
Neither me. My exposure in agriculture also zero.
Yeah.
But
so I think then one needs to, unfortunately the agricultural university system in India at least is quite divorced from the rest of it. So maybe we need to find some way of integrating that. And, or of course, food as a question, of course, now you have various different ways in which food is made, right? They're not only plant-based, there are other methods of making food, but I think one will have to see how we integrate with the broader agriculture ecosystem, which I think right now doesn't happen. Even in the education policy and so on, one doesn't see much mention of agriculture anywhere, if you read it carefully. Maybe one needs to bring that in.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know, it depends on the organizers.
All right, he's actually struggling and lifting his hand many times, so I'll give a chance to you. Please go ahead and ask the question. This will be the last question.
Last question, yeah. Sorry for...
Yeah.
Hello everyone. So hi, my name is Thrifty and I am the founding batch alumni here. Okay. And I am building India's first job referral network and with end-to-end learning ecosystem. My question for you is, like some people say, we should ship fast early and then get user feedback and then improve and improvise on that. And my other theory is it shouldn't be half-baked so that the early users get not get good experience and then they never come back. So it's a kind of dilemma how it should be done. What's the best approach to go for with?
That's of course interesting question. So I think, these days in the digital era, I think most people do advocate the first option which you said, which is to, try fast, fail fast, all the rest. The cost of failure is often seen as quite low. I think you have to look in your context, what is the cost of failure? I mean, you seem to be indicating that doing something wrong also has reputational and other disadvantages. If that is the case, maybe you need to be a bit more careful. But the other thing I must suggest to you is, I don't think you should try things as a whole if you can. If you look at the whole idea of rapid prototyping, testing and so on, experimentation, try to break it into parts and see if you can test those parts separately. That's another way of making the thing faster and also possibly avoiding the challenge that you were just talking about. But of course, you know the Japanese quality system and all, they'll always tell you get it right the first time, which is I think what your second argument was. I think you need to find the balance. You don't want to do things so half-baked and stupid and crazy that people label you as no good. But at the same time, you want to quickly, rapidly iterate so that you get feedback and you can move forward. I mean, it's a balance, but where to find that balance, I think you will have to find it.
Yes, sir. Actually, the way I'm going with this like kind of a hybrid model. First, I've created a wait list of some people who are the early users. So like I already have like 13,000 early users. Then I'm invited those to the closed beta, and then for the
yeah, I think that's a great approach. I think that's what many people do. You want a core group of people who are more connected with you, who are willing to try out things. Great, a great idea. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. And just one request, like if I can get a signed copy of your book, that would be good.
The signer is here. Where is the book? Anyway,
You will get
we'll
it.
give you one.
Thank you, Professor Rishikesha Krishnan. It was a pleasure to have you with us today. I really like the slide which you presented, core principle responsive, where you spoke about simplicity, virtual intelligence, open collaboration, and nothing has to be taken for granted. So thank you so much, everyone. That is the end of inauguration. I have we have a panel discussion right after this. I request panel discussion team to come over the stage and look after the arrangements and quickly start it. Thank you, everyone, for being here for inaugural event.
Nirupam sir is stuck in traffic, so it will be a while before he joins us. So before commencing the discussion, allow me to introduce the panelists of the panel discussion. In this panel, we have with us some of the most esteemed guests who have decades of experience in the area of entrepreneurship. I would like to introduce them to our audience. Our very first jury is Mr. Vineet Rai. He is the founder of the Avishkar Group. Sir has over 2 decades of experience of being a CEO for the Avishkar Group as well as a co-founder of IntelCap. Vineet sir has great leadership skills and is really skilled when it comes to investment and venture capital. Our next jury is Mr. Param Singh. He is a seasoned entrepreneur and a strong advocate of startups across the globe and also won many awards including Australia India Young Entrepreneur of the Year in 2013. Sir is also a recipient of the prestigious scholarship from Stanford University in social entrepreneurship. Param sir drives the vision of the company and ensures frictionless functioning of all the pillars while specifically focusing on both business development and strategic partnerships. Our third jury member is Dr. Propel K. Sen. Professor Sen was a former professor in the area of economics and was a chairperson EDC at Accelerate Jamshedpur. Till date, Sir had to his credit over 41 years of experience in teaching, training, research, and corporate management. Prabal Sir is also skilled in the field of economics, business strategy, and team management. Our next jury member is Mr. Nirupam Srivastav. He is a management professional having experience in leading corporate and business strategy, mergers and acquisitions, corporate venture investments across geographies. For over 20 years, he has worked with various prestigious companies such as Hero, IBM, and many more successful ones. Nirupam Sir currently is also the VP of Strategy and AI with Hero Corporate. Our final jury member is Ms. Hanisha Vaswani. She is an early stage impact investor, helping promising startups change their trajectories. Ma'am has most recently handled early stage investment at World Food Program Innovation Accelerator. Hanisha ma'am has over 14 years of experience in building and running scalable businesses with a proven record in startup environments and nurturing fledgling teams to success. Now I would request Ms. Hanisha Vaswani to please begin the panel discussion.
Hi, am I audible? Yeah, it's working. Thank you so much. Yeah, good morning, everybody. It's interesting that the first panel of the day, in a sense, in an entrepreneurship conference, is beginning with impact entrepreneurship and impact investing to support impact entrepreneurship. It's definitely a good sign in terms of the kind of focus that we as a society and a set of institutions are bringing to this most important topic. So yeah, I mean, just want to bring in some statistics out there before I open the discussion to the panel. Very recently, UNSCAP came up with a statistic that if we go the way we are currently going, we are as for the Asia Pacific region, not on track, absolutely not on track to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by the date set, which is the date of 2030. By when will we actually meet the Sustainable Development Goals? UNSCAP estimates the date for Asia Pacific to be 2075. Almost none of us in this room will be around to see that potential date to have. So, I mean, in a sense, pretty much investing in innovation to very literally accelerate the rate of change in the achievement of these SDGs, in the achievement of actually changing lives for people is pretty much critical at this point of time. If we continue to do business the way we are doing business, we are not going to improve lives across the board, which is where social enterprises, social entrepreneurship, and by corollary, impact investing to support that social enterprise is pretty much a critical need of the hour at this point of time. At the same time, if you see the concept note that was shared, I mean, the amount of dollars being put into impact investing is certainly increasing. But as a piece of the larger venture capital pie, definitely still leaves something to be desired. And that's probably the first question I want to set to the most august member of the panel today. Vineet, having been pretty much the godfather of impact investing in the country, Vineet, your thoughts on what we can do to improve the amount of dollars coming into impact investing, and also, more importantly, how do we find and create more startups that are solving the problems that the society needs to solve?
Thank you. And thank you for having me here. I am unsure how many of you know impact investing or its origin, so I'll just give a very quick background on impact investing. So I personally am a forester by training. I started in 2001 with 5,000 rupees with an idea to invest in startups so that we can have a better world. Now this is in 2001. By 2005, I had raised $1 million. So I've gone from $100 to $1 million. Exchange rate was actually 40-50 at that time. Took 5 years to find that $1 million. I made 5 investments, and by 2006, all my companies were bankrupt. So one of the learnings was that A, I was a forester, I shouldn't have been investing. Second, I did not know rich people, so I did not know how to raise capital. Third, India didn't have an ecosystem to support mainstream entrepreneurship, forget about impact entrepreneurship. And the bigger challenge was worldwide, there was no term called impact investing. So some of us got together in Bellagio at Rockefeller Center. And one of the learnings was, as you're rightly asking the question, so where is money? I mean, I was actually searching rich people all over the place because my ambition was to make poor rich. And this I discovered as a child. We are a very socialist country, so in most of our education, we are told rich people are crooks, poor people are large-hearted, very good guys. And in the forest I used to live, I was meeting very poor people, and they all wanted to be rich. So I was quite surprised to keep meeting good guys trying to become bad all over, but not finding one bad guy trying to be good. So I thought something that I have been taught is probably flawed. And so I started on the quest of trying to make poor rich. But to make poor rich, I needed to first find rich people. And I come from a classical middle class family, had never met anybody. So my quest for finding rich took me to all over the place. And then we figured out that rich people, it's a very difficult door to enter. One, there are gatekeepers. So you never meet the rich guy, you meet the gatekeeper of the rich guy. The gatekeeper actually works on a format. So the moment you go and meet, let's say, you have IIT Roorkee, a professor from Roorkee. Let's say you go to meet Stanford Endowment. They have a large endowment, and those guys actually invest. So you meet the endowment manager and ask them, so sir, I'm this great guy, I'm in India, I'm trying to make poor people rich, I invest in startups. Now give me some amount of your money. Just give me 1% of your money. His first question will be, okay, sounds interesting. So tell me, who are you? Are you venture capital? Are you private equity? Are you real asset? Are you this? Are you fixed asset? If I am none of this, then they show you the door immediately. So that means what I realized is we need to have a nomenclature, and we need to be in that list. So are you this, you this, you this? Are you impact investing? Yes, sir, I'm impact investing. Okay, now you will get into a pipeline, and then they will evaluate you. So the first thing between 2001 and 2008, where we were searching for the name. And then 10 of us came together, 15 of us in Bellagio, and we came up with the name called impact investing. Now, there's no great guess there. There were 4 or 5 names. Rockefeller guys liked the name impact investing. They said, we'll put $1 million behind it. I said, then you can call it Timbuktu also, we will back it, because $1 million will make impact investing very popular. So 2008 is when the nomenclature happened, and today, impact investing is $1.6 trillion. Now, what is impact investing? Well, every investment that you make in the world and every enterprise create impact. So what's so unique about impact investing? Impact investing is when you start with an intent of delivering impact. So Reliance delivers impact, Unilever delivers impact, but why are they not impact enterprises? Simply because they did not start with the intent of delivering impact. A lot of enterprises start with the intent of delivering impact, and those enterprises are considered impact enterprises. And those investors who start with the intent of giving capital to deliver returns, but through an intentional, impactful manner. They are called an impact enterprise. And basically what it means is I have to make disclosures. I have to make claims, then I have to justify those claims. And effectively where we stand today is impact investing has become a very broad tent. So somebody who's actually making very minor impact and somebody who's making very deep impact all come into that tent. That's how we have reached 1.6 trillion, by the way. If I actually start taking out, 90% will go out. So then the number you will be very disappointed. Because one of the myths or one of the Kool-Aids we as impact investors have sold to the world that you can deliver impact while delivering returns, and therefore you can do good and do well. That's the most stupid statement that we have made, and I am actually personally accountable for that. The balancing act between impact and returns, there is a constant conflict, and that constant conflict is if you try to deliver too much good, the returns will automatically go down. If you try to deliver too much return, the impact goes down, invariably. And so this balancing of activity, if not known, and frankly, 98% of impact investors do not understand the challenge between this balancing, and therefore, 98% of impact investors behave like investors in reality. And that's the challenge that we are all faced with. So life is more complicated, and just to give you some statistics, the world has around $400 trillion. Since we slightly touched on sustainable development goals, we wrote a report called Better Business, Better World in 2018, along with Paul Polman and 40 of us. That report simply said that if sustainable development goals have to be met, $2.5 trillion every year needs to be invested in enterprises that deliver impact. $2.5 trillion. That's roughly translated into $30 trillion between 2018 and 2030. Now, that's a huge amount. 2.5 trillion is almost 70% of our GDP. But if you look in the context of the $400 trillion, you are effectively asking the global capital to sacrifice roughly 0.5% of its growth. And then it doesn't look that consequential. Yet, nobody in the world wants to participate in this movement. So I'll just stop here.
Yeah, no, completely buy that. As I was introduced, my previous role before setting up Majority was at the World Food Program, which is the largest voluntarily funded agency in the United Nations. And with a $10 billion annual operating budget, can barely make a dent in SDG 2, which is zero hunger, which is one of its stated objectives. So if you just look at the numbers around SDG 2 alone, 820 million people go to bed hungry each night. That is 1 in 9 human beings. At the same time, we as a planet cumulatively produce enough food for every man, woman, and child. So often, the problems that any kind of impact issue entrepreneur is solving and investor is investing in are large planet scale problems. We are talking about we are talking triple-digit millions at the very least for each problem that every SDG is addressing. And therefore, in some sense, impact investors and impact startups need to think scale first. So Param, probably from that perspective, from being one of the rare social enterprises that has created that sort of scale from the get-go, has been thinking scale up. What do you think has been your sort of ability, like what has created your ability to think scale first?
Thank you. I think before I touch what worked for us for scale, and I think what we will continue to do, let me share some numbers, right? And Vineet also shared some numbers. I was just looking at, in India, I'm not sure if you know, there are about 2 million registered not-for-profits. You divide the population just by 2 million. What do we get? About 600 people. Can we, one not-for-profit with an intent, even if it's established as a trust, and we count trust as a not-for-profit here, have an intent to just help 600 people in India? France and UK may have about every 60 people, one not-for-profit. So something is missing, yeah? Then we look at the other numbers, sometimes, and specifically for students who want to raise capital, they'll be like, where is the money, right? Even if it's a venture capital money, we'll forget for some time impact, right? Over $20 billion in India alone. And I talk to a lot of investors on a weekly basis. They're looking for good companies to invest. They have money, they have taken the money, and the only purpose for them raising the capital was to put that money to work. Was there any other purpose? I don't see, at least for them raising the capital. For them raising the capital was to give returns, if it's a venture fund, a higher return on the capital raised. It will not do good if it's sitting in a bank account. So those of you who are thinking to actually raise capital, there is a lot of capital in the market. Let's look at some of the numbers on the climate now. We all talk about climate, we talk about environment, the challenges. If the numbers are right, I was just doing a quick search, over $100 trillion in climate action. 100 trillion, which was about 5 trillion before. I think what I just read, it says 100 trillion, 130 to be precise. 130, and we just mentioned about 400 trillion total global economy. So do we see the environment around us? Do we see the scale? I think that was your question. What is missing is my question to all of you, including myself, is actually a problem around purpose and purpose promise, if we can combine the two terms. Purposeful promise is what's missing. I have seen, and of course I've raised capital in the past. I had a previous organization which we sold to a public listed company in Australia. The promise, when it comes to that promise, when someone has to put a check in your organization and when you have to take a check, both compromise, let me tell you that. From my experience at least, both compromise at some form or shape. And as Vineet was saying, 90% of the total impact investments out of the 1.6 trillion is actually lacking somewhere on the purpose promise aspect. They're not just spending enough time before taking check from the capital because they're in a rush. And the other parties also want to give you the check because they have certain returns in a certain time frame to give back to their investor, which means their promise somewhere also may be lacking, or may not have spent enough time while taking that capital. So, because we are talking more impact, I thought I'll just mention those numbers to you. So there's enough capital. You don't need to worry as a student. There's a lot of capital. I think there's a lot of capital in India. I've come from Australia to actually take some capital in India and run my startup here. Last 20 years I've spent in Australia. There's not as much capital in Australia as I see what is in India. So, and quickly touch the topic, scale. In scale, from our experience, I think purpose, of course, is fundamental, but people is what makes you scale. I have, again, from my experience, I think, and I compare across our peers in the industry and not only in India, globally, the challenge for an impact organization or even for some of the not-for-profit is the selection of people that come to the organization. At MoveFarm, we are very clear in selection. We hire slow and we are very proud of it. We do fire fast if we make mistakes, of course. Whatever you do, whatever barriers, checks, you sometimes still make a mistake and admit it, and then have a dialogue and say, sorry, I made a mistake. But when it comes to entry, it is all about hiring super slow. And who comes in MoveFarm? Not without 3 discussions. And that has led to the scale of MoveFarm, and the impact that it has generated is, number 1, missionary. We keep talking about purpose. We go for a coffee, for a walk, for dinner. It takes a lot of my time and my culture head, Captain Premvada, a lot of time. I said, go for coffee. It's all funded by my good friend here sitting on my right, Vineet, one of our investors. I said, go for coffee. You have to find people who are missionary, because all of us had opportunities to do and create so much money, but we have chosen a purpose. So are they missionary? Number one. Deep expertise. Don't hire if someone is not absolutely deep expertise in the area we are hiring. And the third, good human. We do not work with people who are not good at human, and we do not sacrifice on that. So I think as an organization, as you start to build and start to think scale, if you at least consider what I said about 3 things, and most importantly, the people that you select in your organization are the ones, because you have to change a lot of things in a business. Sometimes the original idea that you thought, even the idea changes. A lot of iterations you have to go through as you scale. But the people, if they stick around, you will be able to scale. So yeah, that's what worked for MoFarm. Thanks.
That's definitely a very unusual answer. It's great to see people first. Nirupam, coming to you, would you like to give a little bit of your background, and then perhaps I can put a question to you?
Sure, again, and thank you, Anisha. And I think great point you mentioned that in an entrepreneurship event, the first panel is on impact investing. I mean, normally we see impact investing kind of pushed down on the second day and stuff like that, but again, compliment the organizers, Deepak and Devinderji, on this, and to get this thing right up front. And again, thanks for my introduction. So a good part of being phygital is, while I might not be sitting here, I was able to see on my mobile my introduction. So just to add to that introduction, I also look after the education and healthcare vertical for the group. And in education, we have schools, colleges, of course, the university being part of it. And then we have hospitals, medical college, nursing college, and we also have centers for innovation and entrepreneurship, incubators, etc. And over the last 6 years, I have been looking at these sectors, education, healthcare, which are normally kind of branded as impact sectors, and also now skilling and entrepreneurship coming in that fray. I frankly have, a slightly different view again, and I will kind of clarify where I'm coming from. So a lot of people, and again, I think Vineet also mentioned this, and that it will be like 0.5% of the returns from a normal investing cycle. I have seen actually impact sector giving higher returns than normal investing sectors also sometimes. In our case, for example, in education and healthcare, of course you have to give a time, but the returns are actually better than many other industrial sectors. We also have industries in insurance and steel, and I see that across. So the growth is much higher. The profitability in the long term is much, much higher. I mean, and it's also so much satisfying. So the fact that we think that this will be slightly less, and also risk is also lower comparatively, if I were to use that term, because these are so stable sectors. If I look at education and healthcare, I mean, we had this pandemic, but if you see, the most resilient sectors were these two. Our industries were shut down actually. Steel plants were shut down for time being, and then came back up. Same way for the automotive component manufacturing piece. But schools continued. Hospitals obviously had a different shift in the business from non-COVID to COVID side, and we had to shift all those things. But the businesses are very, very stable. And yes, it has a longer term view, because you have to invest. You have to make a slightly long-term plans. It's not like I start a setup today in the services business and I can deliver something tomorrow. You need infrastructure. But the returns have been phenomenal. And again, for those entrepreneurs sitting in the audience and students, again, it's also partly agreeing with what Param said, following your heart. So missionary, he talked about this missionary, I call it as following your heart. So wherever your heart is, if you start looking at that idea, it definitely, builds along with that intuition, with the, call it force of attraction. You attract those people, you get those people as investors, and then it grows. So it's not really in terms of you have to be thinking, no, I have to make some sacrifice somewhere, maybe, but it may also be actually a higher return and a lower risk business model if you look at it. So that's where I would see this. And of course, the impact investing and hybrid investing is now a very vast space. the numbers are already discussed by my previous speakers, so I will not go into that. But again, the spectrum is also quite broad. If you look from the development finance institutions to the private equity guys to the corporate side. So it's a wide spectrum. You choose which one you like most, how you want to divide the pie. Again, there are big opportunities, both if you want to work on this side, which is giving finance, or if you want to be on the startup side. So both are pretty good, and again, I have seen on both sides, it works very well. So, and India, going to the previous question on scale, so India, we are lucky that we have such a huge population, such a huge size problems, that thinking of scale is not an issue. In many other countries, I see, people, the size is so small, you wonder whether, India, that is not the problem. So that's the biggest opportunity India has. You can build for scale, and once you build for India, you can build for any place else. So I stop here.
Oh, definitely. Professor Sen, from having supported startups for as long as you have, how has your experience been working with, say, for impact startups vis-a-vis for-profit startups, if we classify them that way?
At the outset, I would like to say that it is very difficult to identify which enterprise is an impact enterprise. Usually, we think that an enterprise which focuses more on societal goals and ecological sustainability than on profit are described as the impact enterprises. But I think that all the 3 Ps, the profitability, the people friendliness, and the planet compliance, all these 3 issues are very important for an enterprise which wants to be sustainable, which wants to continue on the face of this earth, and which wants to be viable all through. So therefore, it is, I agree with Vineet and others that it's difficult to identify what is this one impact enterprise. All enterprises which make profit and which are also ecological compliant and socially responsive should be known as impact enterprises. And we should not have the misconception that profit should not be emphasized by such enterprises at all. If profit is not emphasized, if profit is not made by such an enterprise, then it will not be sustainable. And I have always believed this, not only as one who is interested in promotion of entrepreneurship, but also when I was working on the other side. I was a bank man for 23 long years, and I was in the senior management grade, and mostly I was associated with financing the small enterprises. So I thought that the enterprises should be, such which can make profit and which will enable them to repay the loans with interest. Only as bankers or as investors, one would be interested in only such enterprises. Now, if an entity is doing quite good for the society, for the ecology, and yet not able to make profit, perhaps that is not a good candidate for availing of funds from the investors, may it be a bank or venture capital or whatever. In fact, I recall my discussions with Vineet. I had first met him when I was a chair professor at Institute of Rural Management, Anand, IRMA. And there he had very candidly said that I don't finance an enterprise which does not have the promise of making profit. Because otherwise, how will it be able to return the funds to me? And that was a very good confession, very good statement. And I agree with him. Another point which I would like to emphasize here is that it is a misconception that all impact enterprises have to be not-for-profit entities. It's not correct, because we know that in India, a not-for-profit entity, legally, they are either a society or a trust or a Section 8 company, registered under Companies Act 2013. But I have seen in my life that there are companies, normal companies, not registered under Section 8 of the Companies Act 2013. They are better, they deliver better to the society and than these three kinds of entities, that is society, trust, or Section 8 company. I can give examples of only 2 companies, and I am sure that you will not disagree with him. One is promoted by my student from IRMA. This is located in the northeastern part of the country, known as TPMS, Tamil Plate Marketing, TPMC, Tamil Plate Marketing Company. Tamil in Assamese means the areca nut. So they make plates, utensils, out of areca nut leaves. And this is a full-fledged profit-making company, hard-boiled profit maker. And yet, no one will disagree that it is a great, it delivers greatly on the societal front and on the ecological front. And it makes huge profit. So therefore, and second company which I will name, of course, the gentleman who had promoted is known to me, but he was not my student, Harish Hande. He had promoted this Selco. Now Selco deals in solar energy, and it's a profit-making company. But can you deny that it is not a social enterprise? Because it works so effectively on the ecological front. And it also works effectively on the social front because it has provided livelihood to many poor people. So therefore, I would like to remove this misconception that an impact enterprise has necessarily to be a not-for-profit enterprise. It can be a for-profit enterprise also. If your focus is, of course, besides profit, your focus is on people and, say, planet, then you do qualify for availing of funds from the entities which are interested in supporting these impact enterprises. So that is the small point which I wanted to make. And this impression is getting reinforced as I grow in age. And I think you should also, as prospective entrepreneurs, I see quite a few students here, and I'm told by Deepak that many, and also Davinderji, that many of you are prospective entrepreneurs. I will tell you that you can set up your own companies, profit-making companies, and you need not go in for establishing a not-for-profit company, and yet you can do greatly on the societal front. You have gone through the Sustainable Development Goal, the 17 goals, and Hanisha ma'am was referring to goal number 1 and 2, etc. Now, these 2, removing hunger, removing poverty, how can you do that unless you increase the gross domestic product of the country? And for that, it is necessary for you also to emphasize on profitability. So that is one point which I would like to emphasize repeatedly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sen. One round-robin question to the whole panel, and then we'll check if there are questions from the audience as well. One of my entrepreneurs once said, if you want to be a social impact entrepreneur in India, it's super easy. I mean, it's a sad thing to say, but there are problems left, right, and center. If you want to pick a problem, there are usually 20 problems in front of you. How would you suggest, how did you, for example, pick the set of problems that are part of Avishkar's thesis? And how would you suggest a young entrepreneur can look at problems that could be close to their area of expertise?
So in 2012, I hired a city banker, a senior city banker. Generally, Avishkar's track record is we hire the best talent. So I have people from Stanford, Harvard, Wharton. I normally offer them the highest salary, basically cut down their salaries by 90%. So the incentive is that we will offer you joy, happiness, and take away a little bit of greed that you carry. So this gentleman actually joined me after a 90% salary cut, and then I started talking like a absolute bania. I started saying, listen, we have to make 30% return. So he said, you cut down my salary by 90%. Then you are asking me to go and identify people who are solving real people's problem. And then you want a 30% IRR on top of that. What kind of a oxymoron is this? And so I said, okay, so, and then he actually also said, I want to understand what is impact investing. I mean, I'm a city banker. I've never looked at a company less than 200 crores. And then you are asking me to pick people from the ground and just give them money and expect 30% IRR. I mean, I just can't make head and tail out of it. So we were driving. I was driving. We were passing Devnar. So I asked him, look outside and tell me if you see a problem. He said, yeah, there is a huge mountain here of waste. So I said, okay. So think about it. If you can find an entrepreneur who can get rid of this waste and do it profitably. So he said, oh, that can be done very easily. All these trucks that you see moving around. So the guy, he knew business quite well. He said, this is all government pays tipping fees to them. There is a whole mafia working behind it. There is massive corruption. Are you telling me this is what impact investing is? I said, so okay, let's create boundary conditions. So the boundary conditions start like this. You have to clear Devnar. You have to clear Devnar without government paying a single penny to you. You pay to the government. Because the waste belongs to the government, so everybody has dumped it. So you pay to the government and you become a billionaire. That's your problem statement. So can you go and find an answer to it? He said, I can't. This is a bullshit problem. This is an impossible problem to solve. So I said, okay, let's you and me have a bet. We will go around and find an answer. So we drove from Mumbai to Calcutta and drove back. We met some 40 people working in waste. And this is all 2011, 12, and 13. So 2 years we were going up, down, meeting people. A lot of people were not-for-profits. A lot of people were doing small things. Then finally we met two young guys who were pretty much behaving like kabadis, working with rag pickers, offering them reasonable amount of, very transparently and ethically working with rag pickers, and then taking away the waste, dry waste specifically, and then recirculating. So he got very excited. We did a diligence. We gave them 3 crores. Now these guys were doing 3 lakh turnover. We gave them 3 crores. Like happens, and I'm just telling you a little bit of story. Like it happens, they got 3 crores. They had never seen that amount of money. And it is very easy to convert cash into waste. You just go and give a lot of cash away. So a lot of waste came in. And then they found it very difficult to convert waste into cash again. And so there was a fire, and my 3 crore became 3 kg of ash. After 6 months, this is 2013 October, I think July, June, just before rains. So I called the entrepreneurs, very committed, well-meaning Gujarati guys. I said, boss, I gave you 3 crore, you brought me 3 kg of ash. Abhi kya karne ka hai? Aur duniya badalni hai tumko to. So these guys, I said, see, I gave you this money, why did the fire happen? So they said, waste ko segregate karna bahut mushkil hai, specialized aadmi chahiye. Rag pickers jo hai, badi uncertain community hai. Kuch hua chutti to 15 din ke liye chale jaate hain. So I said, this means if you have to scale, you will fail. That's essentially what you are telling me. Any problem that you want to solve at scale, you will fail. Figure out a solution where they were doing 2 tons per day. At that time, I said, can you do 100 tons? Or 2 tons was their ambition at that time per day. I said, can you do 100 tons per day? And they said, oh, that's not possible. I said, assume karo, Bhagwan paisa dega. Just come up with an idea. So I took away the constraint of money. I said, go do blue sky thinking and come back. So they came back and said, we burned your 3 crores. If you give us 18 more crores, we might have a solution. So I gave them 18 more crores to burn. Make a guess what they do today. A wild guess, what do they do today? This is 2023, right? So 10 years, exactly 10 years. These guys are India's largest dry waste management company. They are known as Let's Recycle.in. They do 600 tons per day. By the end of this year, they will cross 1,000 tons per day. That's what you actually do. So you identify a problem, you look for people, and you provide them significant amount of capital so that they can deal with the impossibility of the change. Now, how many of you know a very famous company that got acquired by a very famous global giant and still doesn't know how to make money, but made a lot of investors billionaires? That is a perfect example of an impact enterprise. The company still makes no money. Nobody knows how to make money, but a lot of people have become billionaires, including the entrepreneurs. So that is an impact enterprise. The one that I gave you example of is a real enterprise, and that's the difference. So impact is not necessarily about actually delivering impact to few people. It is an aspiration that a lot of you carry. You want to create an unreal enterprise and want to become billionaire where the buyer still doesn't know how to make money. And after burning hundreds of billions now in that company, that's not what India needs. What India needs is real enterprise that bring real change. And therefore, impact as a word has no meaning. You have to just simply think about creating sustainable enterprise that actually solve your problems. And that really is the end of it.
Thank you.
This gentleman is another one.
For sure. Param, same question.
Yeah, thank you. I think Vineet actually covered most of what I wanted to say.
Why don't you tell your story?
Yeah, I think maybe that's what I can do for a couple of minutes. So, we actually at Move Farm work with the dairy farmers in India. So most of us know India is a large agriculture dairy, largest dairy in the world in terms of milk output. Milk is the only crop that actually gets picked up in 200,000 villages roughly, thanks to the White Revolution, every day in India. So when we look at our customer or our farmers that we talk to, we say, what is your biggest problem that we can solve, right? So the problem here is not that I am unable to sell my milk, right? Even if you look at some of the numbers today, in fact, India is thinking, should we import milk from outside, which means we are also heading towards as a milk deficit nation. So when we look at this sector at Move Farm, we were looking at what do we solve for the farmer. We're not solving its daily milk pickup or where do they sell as a market linkage problem. We looked quite deep at Move Farm, and what we actually realized, talking to thousands of farmers, the biggest problem is I do not make enough money in the agriculture sector. Profits. I'm not running a sustainable business. So at Move Farm, what our purpose as an organization is, and we are quite purposeful organization with, of course, and as Professor Sen said, with absolute intent to deliver a very high return on investment for all stakeholders involved. So what we look deep, we thought the biggest problem of a farmer in India is, do I actually run a sustainable business? You will be surprised to know in India, if there's an average herd of 10, like someone has got 10 cattle at a farm, only 2 or 3 are in milk at any one point of time. And I'm talking from our data, I'm talking of last 8 years data in Punjab. Imagine this is a state of affair in Punjab where 2 to 3 cattle out of the 10 are productive. Imagine an airline industry, right? If out of 10 planes, only 2 can fly at one point of time. Imagine this education institution. Out of all the rooms in the building, only 2 are filled at any one point of time, right? So the biggest challenge that we look at the dairy is, how do we make farmers profitable? And what we realize is the herd redistribution. How do you tell your customer, which is also a business, to actually look every cattle as an asset? Sorry, I'm using now my business term, as an asset, and have a better ROI on that asset. Some you can continue to retain, some maybe you can actually sell to other farmers. So if it's producing 5, someone maybe in a household needs an asset or a cattle which actually can give 5 liters, and if you want to run dairy as a business, you need to maybe have at least a 10 liter cattle and a minimum of maybe 10 to 12. A lot of data again says, if you're not having 10 liter cattle and 10 cattle at a farm, very difficult to run that business profitably. So for us at Move Farm, it's all about how do we solve the customer problem, is ensuring that our businesses, which is our customer, which is a farmer, can actually run their business profitably. And what do? We help them buy the best cattle. So we built a very high-end tech platform which is scaling, where we can assess a cattle remotely by just upload of a video. How many cattle in India? 300 million cattle in India. 70, 80 million farms. Is it a large problem? It's 4.6, roughly now about 5% of India's GDP in the livestock sector. Large problem. And you also need to sometimes work with your customer as a business. They even don't know where they are actually making losses in their business. So a lot of education to your business. We feel as India move in the next 10 to 20 years, there will be farms which can only run profitable except the household farm where you actually take a cattle for your own family nutrition, will be farms with a minimum of 20, 25 herd. And that's what the transition, and that's where MoveFarm is working, giving them the best asset, the breed, the selection of artificial insemination, the right inputs. Our farmers are overfeeding. Again, how do you help a business run profitably is to cut down on their input cost. One, of course, is you can actually help them increase on their output revenue, where they sell milk, etc. So these are some of the problems we're solving, and I think as you all young entrepreneurs, you need to really work with your customer, understand what is the real problem, and then of course select that and see if there's a large market to scale as well. Yeah, thank you.
Param, just to sort of stop you there, how did you arrive at this problem statement? What was the steps that you took? Like, do you have a dairy farming background? Yeah. Like, is someone in the family doing this? Vineet found inspiration in a mountain full of trash. Yes. Where did your inspiration come from?
Yeah, so I think a couple of inspirations. One, of course, milk is very close to my heart. I drink milk even now at least 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, evening. And the inspiration is with my grandmother also. She used to give us milk every morning at 4 o'clock. 5 minutes here and there. We were sleeping, I will get up, I'll cry, my hand is in the air, and I'm looking while sleeping for a glass of milk. For years I did that. So of course, one is my grandmother, and then of course I come from Punjab, most of Punjabis, they will go abroad at least, or try to go abroad at least once in their lifetime. I did that, I spent last 20 years in Australia, had a very successful business, for profit, highly profitable business, even though it was a small business, but highly profitable. But then there was actually a desire to do something for India. Right? And then I decided to sell my company. We got lucky. We got acquired in a matter of 2 weeks. And then I came back to India and I said, okay, maybe start somewhere. So Delhi was quite new to me. I always stayed on the border town of Punjab prior to going to Australia. So I come back and I called Dr. Kiran Bedi's not-for-profit. I said, I want to volunteer, because that's one name you kind of hear when you're overseas for 20 years, right? If you want to serve. So I worked in rural Haryana as a volunteer in the not-for-profit about 3 to 4 roughly months. And I worked with women in India. So in that not-for-profit. While I was working with the women, we were, these all were from the self-help groups. I remember my grandmother. And then these women started to talk dairy to me, right? And they said, we were training them, and I met my co-founder, Ashna. She just came back from London School of Economics. And every time we were training them, they said, sorry, we have to go back home. There was one problem with the cattle, then there was a second and third and fourth. We said, okay, let's look at these numbers, why everyone has to go. And then we were surprised how large the dairy sector in India is. So I think it was somewhere in us that we really wanted to serve, and that's why MoveFarm always look for missionary people to work in MoveFarm. So impact was quite close to our heart also. I personally have 3 kind of philosophies of what I really want to use my life on is good food for all. And I think we talked about nutrition a lot, and farmers is at the heart. Ambitious youth, I think young people can solve a lot of problems. And humility, still being a good human. So yeah, I think somewhere in our heart was to serve, right? And then we met some brilliant people. This was the company, even though we were so impact focused, let me share with you, we were able to raise capital from a venture capital, which rarely invests into such like a dairy, back-end dairy, right? It is Excel, one of the leading funds, its investment have been very successful in the past, and invest into high growth tech startups. So able to raise capital from Excel. We always wanted to raise impact capital because that's where our heart was. To even also get a right balance on the board. And that's when you have to be very selective where you raise capital. And that's when I think I and Vineet know each other for about 3 years. Right time comes in. It's about 3 months ago, we raised capital from Avishkar. We also raised capital, small amount, from Canva founders, Melanie, very highly successful startup, but also very impact driven. So we always make sure that we raise people money from someone who's got a good heart, and they also have that purpose promise that I talked about in the past. Yeah, thanks.
Sure, thanks so much. Nirupam, coming to you. So as a funder, and in a sense a funder of funds as well, how do you pick you could allocate capital to pretty much every problem that is out there. How do you pick the key problems that interest you, so to speak?
So again, there are different levels we go into, and again, as an investor, it's diversified. It's not in one category or one asset class. So it across asset class, some are very low risk, some are very high risk. So, and also some are direct, some are indirect, as you rightly mentioned. Some are directly to the startup, some are to funds of funds. You see one here, gentlemen. So that's where we look at, how do we do it? And again, it's also a lot of it people equation. I think my earlier speakers have already talked about much about the people equation. So what are these people about? What are they passionate about? What the area of focus? I think you talked about specialization, Param talked about, but we also look at, how deep are they into that sector? Are they for the short term? Are they for the long term into this? Like putting another 18 crore after 3 crore? So these kinds of things are important, whether you are committed to that sector or not, or whether you have really that level of depth and understanding on that focus areas. Again, these go through multiple rounds of discussions to see, what fits our criteria. Again, we also have our own corporate philosophy of which sectors to go, which sectors not to go, what we think is important. So it's not really a one fit answer. And again, then there are some things which are generally, if we look at a company driven by a board of directors, so what is the board more passionate about? Which topics they feel? So I remember I had spoken to Sanjeev from Unilever. So we were passionate about one topic, it's arts. So we discussed arts with him, whether they can do something about arts. And he said, there are hundreds of things one can do about, we are focused on health, hygiene, blah, blah, blah. So we will focus only on those things, and we will look at health, hygiene stuff. And they said, yeah, okay, fine. All the best, and we will see where we can work. But the point is, everybody has to figure out where they want to work. It cannot be too broad-based, otherwise you will do nothing. So it's a focus area. So for us, for example, education, health, scaling entrepreneurship, and again, some ancillary parts to that is there. So that's where we focus on, and also, the markets are dynamic, so the needs keep changing. So India is growing fast, so some things may not be really required, and we will say, okay, this sector is now good enough, and we move to something else which is more pressing. So water, food, you talked about a couple of things. So these are important dynamics, things which will change, probably become more important in future as well. So we looked at water, for example. Water is very, very important. So water cleaning technology, water, so these are things which we focus on. Which again, there are different levels and different layers of people, and you talked about corruption and other things. So these are part of the life, you cannot wish them away. So one has to work with the system and see which people can make a difference despite all these challenges.
Right. Sure, thank you so much. Professor Sin, in your case, maybe some interesting examples of how some founders or entrepreneurs located the problems that they worked on. Like, any interesting ways, inspiration for the potential student or entrepreneurs out there?
Let me first refer to an old man, and he is no more, he has passed away in 2012. He is known as the milkman of India, the father of white revolution. I had the good fortune of working with Dr. Varghese Kurian for 6 long years. As I said earlier, I was a chair professor at Institute of Rural Management, Anand, IRMA in short, and he was our chairman. And I had very close professional relationship with him. And then I heard from him, and we also came to know from his autobiography, I Too Had a Dream. Many of you may have gone through this autobiography. He was not fortunate enough, unlike Param Singh, who was treated with a glass of milk early in the morning by his grandmother. And he always said that I would prefer a glass of beer to a glass of milk. So, and yet, he became the father of white revolution in the country. The reason was what Nirupam referred to as passion. He was, this role was foisted on him. He was assigned a role in the sleepy town of Anand in Gujarat as an apprentice. And he had never studied dairy science. And so he was very unhappy when he was put up there. But gradually, he developed interest in the dairy sector. And he told me that I developed a passion for developing, promoting the dairy sector, not only because India was deficient in milk, but also because large number of dairy farmers are poor people, and they are all very indigent, and they are not able to, make profit. So that was, therefore he became passionate in developing the dairy sector in a manner which will also empower large number of women, dairy farmers. So therefore, I think passion is one thing which is very important. So you search your heart and find out where your heart lies. So your passion should drive you to an area where you should start your enterprise. Some of you may be, moved by the fact that, a large number of children, young people, they are not able to pursue good education, unlike you, because of, lack of the initial inputs which could not be imparted to them by the schools which they had attended. So you can start some coaching institutions on a large scale and try to empower these young people. So that can be an area of enterprise. You can again be moved by the dirt, by the filth which you see all around, and you can start think of starting an enterprise which aims at removal of the waste and turning the waste into wealth. So it all depends on the passion that you are driven by. So that is what I would like to tell Hanisha ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sen. So again, that brings me to another anecdote I think. So in my case, so majority as a fund, we intend to support startups that create better livelihoods. And the background for that came, again, a lot of examples across the board, right? You sit around, watch, often innovation and entrepreneurship, and in impact investing also, we are innovating as we go along. So in a way, we are entrepreneurs too. Funders are entrepreneurs too. So innovation comes from collecting a various set of dots, you are connecting dots from various industries, various backgrounds, etc. So I was part of this Stanford program where the professors at Stanford GSB said something very, very pertinent. They said, in order to connect the dots, you have to collect the dots first. You have to go gather a variety of experiences. And so whether it is like in Param's case, going out there, volunteering somewhere, and figuring out, or it's very literally just observing the world around you. Like, I mean, it's interesting to see that somebody at the stature of a Vineet could get something from observation. So there is a startup called S4S Technologies, which some of you may have heard of. S4S stands for Science for Society. And I was asking the founder how they came up with the idea. What S4S does is that they basically have solar dryers, which help farmers and farmers improve the life of their produce by drying produce that is very perishable. And these people were final year students, and they came across the idea of doing something for farmers by just visiting their neighborhood mandi, the kind of markets that happen all across India, where they went and saw that there were farmers that came to sell their produce, and those farmers were going back at the end of the day with unsold produce, and probably not enough money to even take the unsold produce back, so they were dumping produce at the markets itself. So there are millions of such mandis across India. And somewhere this young group of students was able to take that, build an inspiration out of it, and build an entire profitable organization out of it. There are enough and more examples, I think, that have been quoted. I think I really like the kind of rounds we went through. The first round of questions, we established the fact that there is capital and a growing amount of money available to invest in startups that are out there to solve serious problems. There are funders who have different opinions, and it was good to see in terms of a panel that's not 100% agreeing. Some amount of information, some amount of opinions on, okay, can we toy that thin line between profit and purpose, or can we be fully profit oriented, as Nirupam said, sorry. And in the second round, we basically established the fact that such enterprises can be scalable, can generate a profit in the millions, generating purpose and profit for millions of Indians. And in the third round, we tried to provide a little bit of inspiration. So with that, I think we'll close our set of questions. If there are audience questions, please, all yours. Do you want to also mention who the question is for? He needs a mic to ask the question.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. First of all, I want to thank BML Munjal University for doing such events, and especially Davinder sir for doing such events. I am basically alumni from the founding batch, and my name is Thrifty Kapila, and I'm starting my own company. I recently quit my 50-60 lakh kind of job to start a very impact-driven company. And for that impact-driven company, people are willing to come work for free because they believe in the mission. Just like Param sir, you told, it should be coming from the vision and mission. And I'm hiring that way only. And basically, I'm starting to provide, I want to provide a better way to get jobs and get ahead in the career. So I'm not building another job portal or platform, but a way, think of it as not India's #1 job site, but India's #1 career growth site. And for that, I'm creating this basically peer-to-peer community-driven thing where you can give job referrals to each other, learn from each other, and guide each other. So today, for example, I'm coming here to guide my juniors here so that they don't face those issues which I had to face. And similarly, the idea, if you ask today, right, there's no truly edtech company I can tell you, because I have myself worked with 8 to 10 different edtech startups as a mentor, instructor, as a direct tie-ups, because I have placed, I worked with, I don't want to name them, let's not name them. But the thing is, there's no truly edtech company which is mission-driven, because when the investors comes, they ask, where's the revenue, how we can get revenue. We can't do the charity by giving the free quality education. So first of all, I want to keep that edtech system as free as possible, maybe if required as low as possible to cover up my operations, and go deep in the tech domain, building something like Darwin Box, it's a unicorn now, and something like Great HR. So that's the way I want to tackle. And just to start, I created my wait list for the closed beta launch to get the traction to validate my idea. Like if people are ready to help each other, or it's just me thinking like people are genuinely happy to help. So it eventually started, and now we have 13,000 people. And the main point I want to come to is like, it is EdTech and HR Tech. I started with this motto, but the bigger motto is to be happy to help startup. And recently one of our users came to me, hey Thrifty, I know this is not the platform you're building it for, but my very close friend had met with an accident and he needs 10 units of blood in a very serious and very critical way. If something can be done about it. So I created in a simple channel like an emergency, and I told in a very general way, usually how people do is they put on WhatsApp statuses, hey, this guy needs it. So I first of all asked, like, it needs to be vetted, verified. It shouldn't be like someone just making prank of a friend or something like that. So I told to put it on LinkedIn. You tag me, my company ProActivist. Again, the meaning behind is be proactive for yourself and activist for the others. And within just me asking, I simply reached out to the community of 13,000 people. Hey, if you can put it on WhatsApp, somebody can save someone's life. And this is exactly happened. And within 2 hours, someone from my community reached out to those particular hospital with that particular blood group. And the thing is, I'm just starting out. I haven't even launched my product yet. It's just in the wait list. Today is 12,000. I want to make it 12 lakhs, then 12 crores. My food for thought kind of question is why other startups are not doing this. Swiggy, Paytm, Cred, right? These kind of very huge startups, they just need to add is one simple button, a simple UI, donate blood. Swiggy can end hunger in a one single button feature, right? Pharmacy, all these medical applications can end this kind of medical related issues with just one feature. Why are they not doing this? You guys have the better connections than me, and truly, I want to build a bigger company, maybe bigger company than India's #1 job site right now. And I don't want like 2 crores, 3 crores, because it's not ample for me. So I have my own set of runway. I want to maybe take time, 6 months, 1 year, and then maybe reach out to you guys for investment. But it would be really, really helpful if you can come and help me, mentor me, guide, so that I can do it in a better way. That's my ask. And just know that I am, if you talk about me in person, I'm genuinely concerned about creating impact. I have been fired from my company for promoting gender-based wage discrimination, voicing out against. I've been.
So can I quickly respond and again?
Yeah, just one thing I want to add. In fact, during my terms, I started with Infosys also. So I stopped smoking in Infosys Mysore. So I kind of stopped smoking zones in Infosys Mysore by selling more cigarettes. It's another story I can talk about later. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
So I think, I go back to the Sanjeev Mehta's example, so there are a lot of things one can do, but one needs to focus. So that's where, I go back to this point, we have 3 good ideas, all 3 are good. So careers is a big gap area. Definitely I would recommend people work on this area, matching people with the jobs, people with the opportunities. I think that's wonderfully required and it's lacking in India for sure. So that's one part, and again, focus on one area, build a scale out of it, and then move to another. Don't jump out to something else and something else, because that will dilute your focus. So focus, limited stuff, I think that would be much better than looking at many things simultaneously. So that's a stop here.
Would you like this? I think great to see your passion. I think you want to do a lot of things, and all are good things that you want to do. I think I will agree with Nirupam a lot. Prioritization, I think when you said why not Swiggy, I'm sure Swiggy will have a lot of challenges on what they intend to solve first as their priority, right? And let's say if their priority is to deliver food safely, still warm, hot on the, if it's Zomato, for example, for food, Swiggy, etc. Prioritization is so critical, right? The time, let's say if the likes, and I cannot comment on their behalf, but I'm just can imagine if they start doing everything, it becomes too difficult, right? And Zomato, like you must have seen recently, start charging 4 rupee, and I was speaking to the founder once. I said, and of course you also love the idea of helping end hunger, right? So yeah, prioritization is so critical. And you have to balance, right? You have to live the purpose for what the organization was initially set up, and yeah.
Just to add quote of Steve Jobs, so he said like, we are proud of things we do and we are equally proud of things we don't do. So it's very, very critical to know what you don't want to do. So that's where I stop.
So now I would like to
Thank you everyone.
So now I would like to thank all the panelists for enlightening us with their insights on the mainstreaming impact investment in startups. Also a very big thank you to all of you for taking out your time and joining us for this panel discussion. There is an expo and demo going on in the pre-function area outside the auditorium and the Excellence Center about the startups, innovators and student projects. I request you all to kindly visit it once. Thank you.
That can balance theory with practice, that can seamlessly merge the present with the future. Is there a university that can take you from here to the world? PML Munjal University offers engineering and management programs mentored by Imperial College London, founded by the Hero Group, PML Munjal University.
Interesting to see the energy in the university students and the university faculty also, that they have come forward with numerous those innovations.
The whole process of organizing this demo day was fantastic, where we could spend a lot of time with each of the startups, understanding their solution, their innovation.
Really blown away by the amount of depth and research that's gone. I think they've gone through a very structured program about creating the business model canvases, the proposition, doing the primary research.
मेरा नाम नीलम यादव है। मैं गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट ढाणी चितर सैन की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं रहती थी गांव में, ऐसा कोई काम तो मुझे आता नहीं था, क्योंकि मैं शहर की रहने वाली थी, मुझे बहुत मतलब कि दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ता था कि यही सोचती थी कि कुछ ऐसा काम करूं जिससे मैं मतलब कि अपने परिवार की हेल्प कर सकूं और बच्चों की मेरी हेल्प हो जाए। क्योंकि मेरी प्रॉब्लम ये थी कि घर मुझे ही चलाना है और जो मेरे हस्बैंड है वो मतलब कि उनको ना दिखाई नहीं देता, बहुत कम दिखाई देता है, तो घर की एक जिम्मेवारी भी थी। और फिर मैंने मतलब कि यहाँ से रूट सेंटर से बात की, तो वहाँ उन्होंने मतलब कि आगे जैसे बात की और मेरे गांव में ही अचार पापड़ मसाले की ट्रेनिंग की गई। 2021 में मैंने अपने काम की शुरुआत की और प्रोडक्ट मैं घर पे ही बनाने लगी, हम कुछ महिलाएं मिलके। फिर हमारे प्रॉब्लम ये आई कि हम अब इसको बेच के कहाँ पर, क्योंकि बेचने में थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम आ रही थी, क्योंकि प्रोडक्ट तो हमने बना लिया है और जब हम एक अच्छे और नेचुरल प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं तो वो हमारे गांव लेवल में नहीं चलते, क्योंकि वो कॉस्टली पड़ते हैं। तो पूनम शर्मा ततारपुर से उसका कॉल आया कि ऐसे ऐसे यहाँ पर ट्रेनिंग चल रही है मेरा बिजनेस की और 6 दिन की ट्रेनिंग है और आपके पास एक कॉल आएगा वहाँ से। सर का फ़ोन आया, कुलदीप सर का, उसने बताया कि भाई मैं रमन मुंजाल फाउंडेशन से बोल रहा हूँ और यहाँ पर 6 दिन की ट्रेनिंग है। मन में ये था कोई नहीं, सर को तो बोल दिया और जाएंगे नहीं 17 तारीख को। मेरा तो यही विचार था कि 17 तारीख को हम नहीं जाएंगे उस ट्रेनिंग में। एक डर ये भी था कि इतना बड़ा फाउंडेशन है, पता नहीं इंग्लिश में बोलेंगे, क्या सिखाएंगे, जब बिजनेस का नाम आ गया तो वो सर मेरे अंदर ये सारी बातें चल रही थी। और जब 17 तारीख आई तो उस दिन रवि का फ़ोन आया, मैं बोले अरे मेरा मन नहीं कर रहा, बोली तू आ जा, चुपचाप आ जा, वहाँ देखते क्या होता है। तो मैं यहाँ पर आ गई और जब सारी बहनें यहाँ पर थी, मुझे नहीं पता था कि भाई इतनी सारी यहाँ लेडीज़ गांव की आ रही है। और वहाँ देखा और सर से जो भी यहाँ ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए सर आ रहे थे, इनसे बात हुई, तो वो पहला दिन था वो मुझे अच्छा लगा। क्योंकि मेरा बिजनेस में हम मतलब कि ये है कि हमने जो ट्रेनिंग ली थी वो हमने एक प्रोडक्ट बनाने की ली थी। बिजनेस को हम कैसे हमें मतलब कि करना है, कैसे इसको आगे बढ़ाना है, तो हम एक गांव देहात से है जहाँ महिलाएं घूंघट में रहती है और वो जो हमारा जो प्रोडक्ट है वो हम एक गांव पे नहीं, हमें इस बिजनेस को शहर तक लेके जाना पड़ेगा और हम उसको कैसे लेके जाएं। और जो यहाँ के जो बच्चे हैं वो इतने इंटेलिजेंट हैं, वो भी हमारे से कुछ सीखते हैं और हम भी मतलब जो चीज़ें, देखो हम इतने पढ़े लिखे नहीं है, बच्चे हमें इतनी अच्छी तरीके से हमें बताते हैं कि आप ऐसे काम करो, आप ऐसे वेबसाइट बनाओ, आप ऐसे फेसबुक पेज बनाओ, हर एक मतलब कि और डिजिटल मार्केट के बारे में सभी मतलब कि ये बच्चों ने बहुत अच्छी तरह से हमें बताया। 6 दिन का जो हमारा ये मेरा बिजनेस की जो ट्रेनिंग थी ये बहुत ही अच्छी रही और मैं रमन मुंजाल फाउंडेशन और BMU का और यहाँ के जितने भी स्टूडेंट हैं और देवेंद्र सर का मतलब कि बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ इस ट्रेनिंग के लिए। और हमें मतलब कि आने वाले टाइम में भी इस तरह की ही ट्रेनिंग दी जाए। ये हमारी पहली सीढ़ी थी, दूसरी सीढ़ी के लिए हम इंतज़ार करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
University that can bring the classroom closer to the workplace, that can balance theory with practice, that can seamlessly merge the present with the future. Is there a university that can take you from here to the world? PML Munjal University offers engineering and management programs mentored by Imperial College London, founded by the Hero Group. PML Munjal University.
Interesting to see the energy in the university students and the university faculty also, that they have come forward with numerous those innovations.
The whole process of organizing this demo day was fantastic, where we could spend a lot of time with each of the startups, understanding their solution, their innovation.
Really blown away by the amount of depth and research that's gone. I think they've gone through a very structured program about creating the business model canvases, the proposition, doing the primary research.
मेरा नाम नीलम यादव है। मैं गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट ढाणी चितरसैन की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं रहती थी गांव में, ऐसा कोई काम तो मुझे आता नहीं था क्योंकि मैं शहर की रहने वाली थी। मुझे बहुत मतलब कि दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ता था कि यही सोचती थी कि कुछ ऐसा काम करूं जिससे मैं मतलब कि अपने परिवार की हेल्प कर सकूं और बच्चों की मेरी हेल्प हो जाए, क्योंकि मेरी प्रॉब्लम ये थी कि घर मुझे ही चलाना है और जो मेरे हस्बैंड है वो मतलब कि उनको ना दिखाई नहीं देता, बहुत कम दिखाई देता है, तो घर की एक जिम्मेवारी भी थी। और फिर मैंने मतलब कि यहाँ से रूट सेट सेंटर से बात की, तो वहाँ उन्होंने मतलब कि आगे जैसे बात की और मेरे गांव में ही अचार पापड़ मसाले की ट्रेनिंग की गई। 2021 में मैंने अपने काम की शुरुआत की और प्रोडक्ट मैं घर पे ही बनाने लगी, हम कुछ महिलाएं मिलके। फिर हमारे प्रॉब्लम ये आई कि हम अब इसको बेच के कहाँ पर, क्योंकि बेचने में थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम आ रही थी, क्योंकि प्रोडक्ट तो हमने बना लिया है और जब हम एक अच्छे और नेचुरल प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं तो वो हमारे गांव लेवल में नहीं चलते क्योंकि वो कॉस्टली पड़ते हैं। तो पूनम शर्मा ततारपुर से उसका कॉल आया कि ऐसे ऐसे यहाँ पर ट्रेनिंग चल रही है मेरा बिजनेस की और 6 दिन की ट्रेनिंग है और आपके पास एक कॉल आएगा वहाँ से। सर का फ़ोन आया, कुलदीप सर का, उसने बताया कि भाई मैं रमन मुंजाल फाउंडेशन से बोल रहा हूँ और यहाँ पर 6 दिन की ट्रेनिंग है। मन में ये था कोई नहीं, सर को तो बोल दिया और जाएंगे नहीं 17 तारीख को। मेरा तो ये विचार था कि 17 तारीख को हम नहीं जाएंगे उस ट्रेनिंग में। एक डर ये भी था कि इतना बड़ा फाउंडेशन है, पता नहीं इंग्लिश में बोल लेंगे, क्या सिखाएंगे, जब बिजनेस का ही नाम आ गया तो वो सर मेरे अंदर ये सारी बातें चल रही थी। और जब 17 तारीख आई तो उस दिन रवि का फ़ोन आया, मैं बोली अरे मेरा मन नहीं कर रहा। बोली तू आ जा, चुपचाप आ जा, वहाँ देखते क्या होता है। तो मैं यहाँ पर आ गई और जब सारी बहनें यहाँ पर थी, मुझे नहीं पता था कि भाई इतनी सारी यहाँ लेडीज़ गांव की आ रही है। और वहाँ देखा और सर से जो भी यहाँ ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए सर आ रहे थे, इनसे बात हुई तो वो पहला दिन था वो मुझे अच्छा लगा क्योंकि मेरा बिजनेस में हम मतलब कि ये है कि हमने जो ट्रेनिंग ली थी वो हमने एक प्रोडक्ट बनाने की ली थी। बिजनेस को हम कैसे हमें मतलब कि करना है, कैसे इसको आगे बढ़ाना है। तो हम एक गांव देहात से है जहाँ महिलाएं घूंघट में रहती है और वो जो हमारा जो प्रोडक्ट है वो हम एक गांव पे नहीं, हमें इस बिजनेस को शहर तक लेके जाना पड़ेगा और हम उसको कैसे लेके जाए। और जो यहाँ के जो बच्चे हैं वो इतने इंटेलिजेंट हैं, वो भी हमारे से कुछ सीखते हैं और हम भी मतलब जो चीज़ें, देखो हम इतने पढ़े लिखे नहीं है, बच्चे हमें इतनी अच्छी तरीके से हमें बताते हैं कि आप ऐसे काम करो, आप ऐसे वेबसाइट बनाओ, आप ऐसे फेसबुक पेज बनाओ, हर एक मतलब कि और डिजिटल मार्केट के बारे में सब ये मतलब कि ये बच्चों ने बहुत अच्छी तरह से हमें बताया। 6 दिन का जो हमारा ये मेरा बिजनेस की जो ट्रेनिंग थी ये बहुत ही अच्छी रही और मैं रमन मुंजाल फाउंडेशन और BMU का और यहाँ के जितने भी स्टूडेंट हैं और देवेंद्र सर का मतलब कि बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ इस ट्रेनिंग के लिए। और हमें मतलब कि आने वाले टाइम में भी इस तरह ही की ही ट्रेनिंग दी जाए। ये हमारी पहली सीढ़ी थी, दूसरी सीढ़ी के लिए हम इंतज़ार करेंगे। धन्यवाद। क्योंकि बेचने में थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम आ रही थी, क्योंकि प्रोडक्ट तो हमने बना लिया है और जब हम एक अच्छे और नेचुरल प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं तो वो हमारे गांव लेवल में नहीं चलते, क्योंकि वो कॉस्टली पड़ते हैं। तो पूनम शर्मा ततारपुर से उसका कॉल आया कि ऐसे ऐसे यहाँ पर ट्रेनिंग चल रही है मेरा बिजनेस की और 6 दिन की ट्रेनिंग है और आपके पास एक कॉल आएगा वहाँ से। सर का फ़ोन आया, कुलदीप सर का, उसने बताया कि भाई मैं रमन मुंजाल फाउंडेशन से बोल रहा हूँ और यहाँ पर 6 दिन की ट्रेनिंग है। मन में ये था कोई नहीं, सर को तो बोल दिया और जाएंगे नहीं 17 तारीख को। मेरा तो ये विचार था कि 17 तारीख को हम नहीं जाएंगे उस ट्रेनिंग में। एक डर ये भी था कि इतना बड़ा फाउंडेशन है, पता नहीं इंग्लिश में बोलेंगे, क्या सिखाएंगे, जब बिजनेस का नाम आ गया तो वो सर मेरे अंदर ये सारी बातें चल रही थी। और जब 17 तारीख आई तो उस दिन रवि का फ़ोन आया, मैं बोले अरे मेरा मन नहीं कर रहा। बोली तू आ जा, चुपचाप आ जा, वहाँ देखते क्या होता है। तो मैं यहाँ पर आ गई और जब सारी बहनें यहाँ पर थी, मुझे नहीं पता था कि भाई इतनी सारी यहाँ लेडीज़ गांव की आ रही है। और वहाँ देखा और सर से जो भी यहाँ ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए सर आ रहे थे, इनसे बात हुई तो वो पहला दिन था वो मुझे अच्छा लगा। क्योंकि मेरा बिज़नेस में हम मतलब कि ये है कि हमने जो ट्रेनिंग ली थी वो हमने एक प्रोडक्ट बनाने की ली थी। बिज़नेस को हम कैसे हमें मतलब कि करना है, कैसे इसको आगे बढ़ाना है। तो हम एक गांव देहात से है जहाँ महिलाएं घूंघट में रहती है और वो जो हमारा जो प्रोडक्ट है वो हम एक गांव पे नहीं, हमें इस बिज़नेस को शहर तक लेके जाना पड़ेगा और हम उसको कैसे लेके जाएं। और जो यहाँ के जो बच्चे हैं वो इतने इंटेलिजेंट हैं, वो भी हमारे से कुछ सीखते हैं और हम भी मतलब जो चीज़ें, देखो हम इतने पढ़े लिखे नहीं हैं, बच्चे हमें इतनी अच्छी तरीके से हमें बताते हैं कि आप ऐसे काम करो, आप ऐसे वेबसाइट बनाओ, आप ऐसे फेसबुक पेज बनाओ, हर एक मतलब कि और डिजिटल मार्केट के बारे में सभी मतलब कि ये बच्चों ने बहुत अच्छी तरह से हमें बताया। 6 दिन का जो हमारा ये मेरा बिजनेस की जो ट्रेनिंग थी ये बहुत ही अच्छी रही और मैं रमन मुंजाल फाउंडेशन और BMU का और यहाँ के जितने भी स्टूडेंट हैं और देवेंद्र सर का मतलब कि बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ इस ट्रेनिंग के लिए। और हमें मतलब कि आने वाले टाइम में भी इस तरह ही की ही ट्रेनिंग दी जाए। ये हमारी पहली सीढ़ी थी, दूसरी सीढ़ी के लिए हम इंतज़ार करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
Is there a university that can bring the classroom closer to the workplace? That can balance theory with practice? That can seamlessly merge the present with the future? Is there a university that can take you from here to the world? PML Munjal University offers engineering and management programs mentored by Imperial College London, founded by the Hero Group, PML Munjal University.
Interesting to see the energy in the university students and the university faculty also, that they have come forward with numerous those innovations.
The whole process of organizing this demo day was fantastic, where we could spend a lot of time with each of the startups, understanding their solution, their innovation.
Really blown away by the amount of depth and research that's gone. I think they've gone through a very structured program about creating the business model canvases, the proposition, doing the primary research.
मेरा नाम नीलम यादव है। मैं गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट ढाणी चितरसैन की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं रहती थी गांव में, ऐसा कोई काम तो मुझे आता नहीं था क्योंकि मैं शहर की रहने वाली थी। मुझे बहुत मतलब कि दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ता था कि यही सोचती थी कि कुछ ऐसा काम करूं जिससे मैं मतलब कि अपने परिवार की हेल्प कर सकूं और बच्चों की मेरी हेल्प हो जाए। क्योंकि मेरी प्रॉब्लम ये थी कि घर मुझे ही चलाना है और जो मेरे हस्बैंड है वो मतलब कि उनको ना दिखाई नहीं देता, बहुत कम दिखाई देता है, तो घर की एक जिम्मेवारी भी थी। और फिर मैंने मतलब कि यहाँ से रूट सेंटर से बात की, तो वहाँ उन्होंने मतलब कि आगे जैसे बात की और मेरे गांव में ही अचार पापड़ मसाले की ट्रेनिंग की गई। 2021 में मैंने अपने काम की शुरुआत की और प्रोडक्ट मैं घर पे ही बनाने लगी, हम कुछ महिलाएं मिलके। फिर हमारे प्रॉब्लम ये आई कि हम अब इसको बेच के कहाँ पर, क्योंकि बेचने में थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम आ रही थी, क्योंकि प्रोडक्ट तो हमने बना लिया है और जब हम एक अच्छे और नेचुरल प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं तो वो हमारे गांव लेवल में नहीं चलते, क्योंकि वो कॉस्टली पड़ते हैं। तो पूनम शर्मा ततारपुर से उसका कॉल आया कि ऐसे ऐसे यहाँ पर ट्रेनिंग चल रही है मेरा बिजनेस की और 6 दिन की ट्रेनिंग है और आपके पास एक कॉल आएगा वहाँ से। सर का फ़ोन आया, कुलदीप सर का, उसने बताया कि भाई मैं रमन मुंजाल फाउंडेशन से बोल रहा हूँ और यहाँ पर 6 दिन की ट्रेनिंग है। मन में ये था कोई नहीं, सर को तो बोल दिया और जाएंगे नहीं 17 तारीख को। मेरा तो ये विचार था कि 17 तारीख को हम नहीं जाएंगे उस ट्रेनिंग में। एक डर ये भी था कि इतना बड़ा फाउंडेशन है, पता नहीं इंग्लिश में बोलेंगे, क्या सिखाएंगे, जब बिजनेस का नाम आ गया तो वो सर मेरे अंदर ये सारी बातें चल रही थी। और जब 17 तारीख आई तो उस दिन रवि का फ़ोन आया, मैं बोले अरे मेरा मन नहीं कर रहा। बोली तू आ जा, चुपचाप आ जा, वहाँ देखते क्या होता है। तो मैं यहाँ पर आ गई और जब सारी बहनें यहाँ पर थी, मुझे नहीं पता था कि भाई इतनी सारी यहाँ लेडीज़ गांव की आ रही है।
I request everyone to please settle down.
और जो भी यहाँ ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए सर आ रहे थे,
And
इनसे
please
बात
fill
हुई।
in the
तो वो
first
पहला
rows.
दिन था, वो मुझे अच्छा लगा क्योंकि मेरा बिजनेस में हम मतलब कि ये है कि हमने जो ट्रेनिंग
Guys,
की
please
थी,
come
वो
forward and sit,
प्रोडक्ट
no?
बनाने की ली थी। बिजनेस को हम कैसे हमें मतलब कि करना है, कैसे इसको आगे बढ़ाना है। तो हम एक गांव देहात से है जहाँ महिलाएं घूंघट में रहती है और वो जो हमारा जो प्रोडक्ट है वो हम एक गांव पे नहीं, हमें इस बिजनेस को शहर तक लेके जाना पड़ेगा और हम उसको कैसे लेके जाएं। और जो यहाँ के जो बच्चे हैं वो इतने इंटेलिजेंट हैं, वो भी हमारे से कुछ सीखते हैं और हम भी मतलब जो चीज़ें, देखो हम इतने पढ़े लिखे नहीं हैं, बच्चे हमें इतनी अच्छी तरीके से हमें बताते हैं कि आप ऐसे काम करो, आप ऐसे वेबसाइट बनाओ, आप ऐसे फेसबुक पेज बनाओ, हर एक मतलब कि और डिजिटल मार्केट के बारे में सभी मतलब कि ये बच्चों ने बहुत अच्छी तरह से हमें बताया। 6 दिन का जो हमारा ये मेरा बिजनेस की जो ट्रेनिंग थी ये बहुत ही अच्छी रही और मैं रमन मुंजाल फाउंडेशन और BMU का और यहाँ के जितने भी स्टूडेंट हैं और देवेंद्र सर का मतलब कि बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ इस ट्रेनिंग के लिए। और हमें मतलब कि आने वाले टाइम में भी इस तरह ही की ही ट्रेनिंग दी जाए। ये हमारी पहली CD थी, दूसरी CD के लिए हम इंतज़ार करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
Is there a university that can bring the classroom closer to the workplace? That can balance theory with practice? That can seamlessly merge the present with the future? Is there a university that can take you from here to the world? PML Munjal University offers engineering and management programs mentored by Imperial College London, founded by the Hero Group, PML Munjal University.
Interesting to see the energy in the university students and the university faculty also, that they have come forward with numerous those innovations.
The whole process of organizing this demo day was fantastic, where we could spend a lot of time with each of the startups, understanding their solution, their innovation.
Really blown away by the amount of depth and research that's gone. I think they've gone through a very structured program about creating the business model canvases, the proposition, doing the primary research.
मेरा नाम नीलम यादव है। मैं गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट ढाणी चितरसैन की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं रहती थी गांव में, ऐसा कोई काम तो मुझे आता नहीं था क्योंकि मैं शहर की रहने वाली थी। मुझे बहुत मतलब कि दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ता था कि यही सोचती थी कि कुछ ऐसा काम करूं जिससे मैं मतलब कि अपने परिवार की हेल्प कर सकूं और बच्चों की मेरी हेल्प हो जाए। क्योंकि मेरी प्रॉब्लम ये थी कि घर मुझे ही चलाना है और जो मेरे हस्बैंड है वो मतलब कि उनको ना दिखाई नहीं देता, बहुत कम दिखाई देता है, तो घर की एक जिम्मेवारी भी थी। और फिर मैंने मतलब कि यहाँ से रूट सेंटर से बात की तो वहाँ उन्होंने मतलब कि आगे जैसे बात की और मेरे गांव में ही अचार पापड़ मसाले की ट्रेनिंग की गई। 2021 में मैंने अपने काम की शुरुआत की और प्रोडक्ट मैं घर पे ही बनाने लगी, हम कुछ महिलाएं मिलके। फिर हमारे प्रॉब्लम ये आई कि हम अब इसको बेच के कहाँ पर, क्योंकि बेचने में थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम आ रही थी क्योंकि प्रोडक्ट तो हमने बना लिया है और जब हम एक अच्छे और नेचुरल प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं तो वो हमारे गांव लेवल में नहीं चलते क्योंकि वो कॉस्टली पड़ते हैं। तो पूनम शर्मा ततारपुर से उसका कॉल आया कि ऐसे ऐसे यहाँ पर ट्रेनिंग चल।
Is there a university that can bring the classroom closer to the workplace? That can balance theory with practice? That can seamlessly merge the present with the future? Is there a university that can take you from here to the world? PML Munjal University offers engineering and management programs mentored by Imperial College London, founded by the Hero Group, PML Munjal University.
Interesting to see the energy in the university students and the university faculty also, that they have come forward with numerous those innovations.
The whole process of organizing this demo day was fantastic, where we could spend a lot of time with each of the startups, understanding their solution, their innovation.
Really blown away by the amount of depth and research that's gone. I think they've gone through a very structured program about creating the business model canvases, the proposition, doing the primary research.
मेरा नाम नीलम यादव है। मैं गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट ढाणी चितरसैन की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं रहती थी गांव में, ऐसा कोई काम तो मुझे आता नहीं था क्योंकि मैं शहर की रहने वाली थी। मुझे बहुत मतलब कि दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ता था कि यही सोचती थी कि कुछ ऐसा काम करूं जिससे मैं मतलब कि अपने परिवार की हेल्प कर सकूं और बच्चों की मेरी हेल्प हो जाए। क्योंकि मेरी प्रॉब्लम ये थी कि घर मुझे ही चलाना है और जो मेरे हस्बैंड है वो मतलब कि उनको ना दिखाई नहीं देता, बहुत कम दिखाई देता है, तो घर की एक जिम्मेवारी भी थी। और फिर मैंने मतलब कि यहाँ से रूट सेंटर से बात की तो वहाँ उन्होंने मतलब कि आगे जैसे बात की और मेरे गांव में ही अचार पापड़ मसाले की ट्रेनिंग की गई। 2021 में मैंने अपने काम की शुरुआत की और प्रोडक्ट मैं घर पे ही बनाने लगी, हम कुछ महिलाएं मिलके। फिर हमारे प्रॉब्लम ये आई कि हम अब इसको बेच के कहाँ पर, क्योंकि बेचने में थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम आ रही थी क्योंकि प्रोडक्ट तो हमने बना लिया है और जब हम एक अच्छे और नेचुरल प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं तो वो हमारे गांव लेवल में नहीं चलते क्योंकि वो कॉस्टली पड़ते हैं। तो पूनम शर्मा ततारपुर से उसका कॉल आया कि ऐसे ऐसे यहाँ पर ट्रेनिंग चल रही है मेरा बिजनेस की और 6 दिन की ट्रेनिंग है और आपके पास एक कॉल आएगा वहाँ से। सर का फ़ोन आया, कुलदीप सर का, उसने बताया कि भाई मैं रमन मुंजाल फाउंडेशन से बोल रहा हूँ और यहाँ पर 6 दिन की ट्रेनिंग है। मन में ये था कोई नहीं, सर को तो बोल दिया और जाएंगे नहीं 17 तारीख को। मेरा तो ये विचार था कि 17 तारीख को हम नहीं जाएंगे उस ट्रेनिंग में। एक डर ये भी था कि इतना बड़ा फाउंडेशन है, पता नहीं इंग्लिश में बोलेंगे क्या सिखाएंगे, जब बिजनेस का ही नाम आ गया तो वो सर मेरे अंदर ये सारी बातें चल रही थी। और जब 17 तारीख आई तो उस दिन रवि का फ़ोन आया, मैं बोले अरे मेरा मन नहीं कर रहा। बोली तू आ जा, चुपचाप आ जा, वहाँ देखते क्या होता है। तो मैं यहाँ पर आ गई और जब सारी बहनें यहाँ पर थी, मुझे नहीं पता था कि भाई इतनी सारी यहाँ लेडीज़ गांव की आ रही है। और वहाँ देखा और सर से और जो भी यहाँ ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए सर आ रहे थे, इनसे बात हुई। तो वो पहला दिन था, वो मुझे अच्छा लगा क्योंकि मेरा बिज़नेस में हम मतलब कि ये है कि हमने जो ट्रेनिंग ली थी वो हमने एक प्रोडक्ट बनाने की ली थी। बिज़नेस को हम कैसे हमें मतलब कि करना है, कैसे इसको आगे बढ़ाना है। तो हम एक गांव देहात से है जहाँ महिलाएं घूंघट में रहती है और वो जो हमारा जो प्रोडक्ट है वो हम एक गांव पे नहीं, हमें इस बिज़नेस को शहर तक लेके जाना पड़ेगा। और हम उसको कैसे लेके जाएं। और जो यहाँ के जो बच्चे हैं वो इतने इंटेलिजेंट हैं, वो भी हमारे से कुछ सीखते हैं। और हम भी मतलब जो चीज़ें देखो, हम इतने पढ़े लिखे नहीं हैं, बच्चे हमें इतनी अच्छी तरीके से हमें बताते हैं कि आप ऐसे काम करो, आप ऐसे वेबसाइट बनाओ, आप ऐसे फेसबुक पेज बनाओ, हर एक मतलब कि और डिजिटल मार्केट के बारे में सब ये मतलब कि ये बच्चों ने बहुत अच्छी तरह से हमें बताया। 6 दिन का जो हमारा ये मेरा बिजनेस की जो ट्रेनिंग थी ये बहुत ही अच्छी रही। और मैं रमन मुंजाल फाउंडेशन और BMU का और यहाँ के जितने भी स्टूडेंट हैं और देवेंद्र सर का मतलब कि बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ इस ट्रेनिंग के लिए। और हमें मतलब कि आने वाले टाइम में भी इस तरह ही की ही ट्रेनिंग दी जाए। ये हमारी पहली सीढ़ी थी, दूसरी सीढ़ी के लिए हम इंतजार करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
When we were in college, we realized the biggest contributor to pollution is the automobile industry, and it's a no-brainer. The EV is the future. Over the years, with the development and adoption of lithium technology, electric mobility has become a reality, giving us a chance to reduce our carbon emissions and make this world a better place again.
We have a flexibility to source end-of-life lithium and sell virtually any.
Is there a university that can bring the classroom closer to the workplace? That can balance theory with practice? That can seamlessly merge the present with the future? Is there a university that can take you from here to the world? BML Munjal University offers engineering and management programs mentored by Imperial College London, founded by the Hero Group. BML Munjal University.
Interesting to see the energy in the university students and the university faculty also, that they have come forward with numerous those innovations.
The whole process of organizing this demo day was fantastic, where we could spend a lot of time with each of the startups, understanding their solution, their innovation.
Really blown away by the amount of depth and research that's gone. I think they've gone through a very structured program about creating the business model canvases, the proposition, doing the primary research.
मेरा नाम नीलम यादव है। मैं गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट ढाणी चितरसैन की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं रहती थी गांव में, ऐसा कोई काम तो मुझे आता नहीं था। क्योंकि मैं शहर की रहने वाली थी, मुझे बहुत मतलब कि दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ता था कि यही सोचती थी कि कुछ ऐसा काम करूं जिससे मैं मतलब कि अपने परिवार की हेल्प कर सकूं और बच्चों की मेरी हेल्प हो जाए। क्योंकि मेरी प्रॉब्लम ये थी कि घर मुझे ही चलाना है और जो मेरे हस्बैंड है वो मतलब कि उनको ना दिखाई नहीं देता, बहुत कम दिखाई देता है, तो घर की एक जिम्मेवारी भी थी। और फिर मैंने मतलब कि यहाँ से रूट सेट सेंटर से बात की, तो वहाँ उन्होंने मतलब कि आगे जैसे बात की और मेरे गांव में ही अचार पापड़ मसाले की ट्रेनिंग की गई। 2021 में मैंने अपने काम की शुरुआत की और प्रोडक्ट मैं घर पे ही बनाने लगी, हम कुछ महिलाएं मिलके। फिर हमारे प्रॉब्लम ये आई कि हम अब इसको बेचे कहाँ पर, क्योंकि बेचने में थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम आ रही थी क्योंकि
Greetings to one and all present here. I am Anushka, your host for the day. The day we have all been eagerly waiting for is finally here. The Propel PITCHFEST23. Panel discussion and are full of zeal to continue the Propel PITCHFEST23 with ardor. I welcome you all to the Ask Me Anything session of the ACIC Propel PITCHFEST23. The purpose of this session is to provide clarifications. It will build engagement among the participants, attendees, and organizers to get insights which can foster a sense of connection and involvement in the competition, with the aim of enhancing the overall experience of PITCHFEST23 and supporting the growth and development of the participating startups. For this session, we have Mr. Dhruv Nath and Mr. Veer Sagar sir with us to answer all of your questions and guide you along. Professor Dhruv Nath is an angel investor, a mentor to startups, an author, and a director with Lead Angels Network. As part of this journey, he has invested in 15 startups and has mentored over 100 others. Earlier, he was a professor at MDI Gurgaon and a senior vice president at NIIT Limited. He has been a consultant to the top management of Glaxo, Gillette, Nestle, Indian Oil Corporation, Thermax, Bajaj Auto, Air India, and many more, as well as to the Prime Minister of Namibia and the Chief Minister of Delhi. Professor Nath has a BTech in Electrical Engineering and a PhD in Computer Science, both from IIT Delhi. He has written 2 books on startups, namely The Dream Founder and Funding Your Startup and Other Nightmares, both published by the Penguin Random House. We are pleased to have you with us, sir. We also have with us Mr. Veer Sagar, Chairman Selectronic India, who is a well-known expert in innovation and marketing with specialty in IT. He also has a YouTube channel on management learning, Learn with Veer Sagar. He has a book written titled Failure is Not an Option. In this book, he takes you on his entrepreneurial journey and has illustrated his business and work philosophies with the stories from his life to help you inculcate the traits and develop the mindset of an accomplished leader, to think out of the box, create successful teams, and nurture talent and innovation. In his 58 years career, he has donned many hats, the latest being the founding of the CricOnet, the world's first cricket platform for live telecasting of club matches and interactive online hybrid e-coaching. He has advised various companies providing training and functional expertise in specialized areas such as strategy, mergers, governance, operations, finance, risk management, and information technology. He has also appeared in international magazines like Times, Newsweek, Wall Street Journal, Far Eastern Review, and The Economist. Thomas Friedman, in his best-selling book, Lexus and the Olive Tree, wrote about Mr. Sagar and his role in Selectronic that has played in branding India as world's leader in the back office and transcription. Mr. Sagar has been given several awards, including Lifetime Achievement for Services to BPO, one of the IT Men of the last decade by DataQuest magazine, Persons Responsible for Building IT India, IT trendsetters of the last decade by computer world and declared as the men with the Midas touch by Economic Times. We are pleased to have you with us, sir. Now I'd like to introduce Professor Davinder Singh. Professor Davinder Singh is the CEO at ACIC BMU, in charge of the incubation and associate professor at BMU. Sir has led to new product commercialization as director with Coca-Cola India. Sir is also an experienced consultant and has remarkably contributed to the innovation and commercial of growth in business. He has held senior management roles in global companies like Coca-Cola and Foster's International. Professor Singh has worked in many emerging markets in the Indian subcontinent, Central Asia, and West Africa. Now I would like to hand over to Professor Davinder Singh to proceed with the session.
Thanks for the introductions. And thank you everybody for coming back after the lunch session. It might look like, what are we doing here? What are these two gray-haired, rather three gray-haired? No, only two gray-haired. Two. He's not gray-haired, okay? All right. So it's actually both my pleasure and privilege to be with two very, very fine gentlemen, Dhruv and Veer Sagar, Dhruv Nath and Veer Sagar. I've known them for over a decade now, and I think what I've learned, both of them have is an ability to work with young people. Okay? People just young as you are, and I am. Okay? And I am. Yeah. So and the great storytellers. Okay. What we will do, this is Ask Me Anything session, but I know you all had some nice lunch. Doesn't seem like something which excites you to say what kind of questions do you want to ask. So we will warm up the environment a little bit. I'll ask few questions, and then it probably will just open up and you can start asking the questions. I'll like to begin first with you, Veer. Now Veer has just written a book which has been published called Failure is Not an Option. Okay, so I would like Veer you to tell, how did you come up with this title? Because when I teach entrepreneurship in the class, one thing I tell is that be prepared for failure. Okay, failure will happen, and now here you're saying failure is not an option. So a bit of a paradox. So would you kind of say what really prompted you to write this title?
Failure. We'll make this work. Now, before I actually do that, I want to do a little something. I want to hand a copy of my book to both the panelists, Davinder, who's been a very, very close friend, and as a thank you gift for actually calling me to speak here. Davinder, this is my book. Hope you will read it and enjoy it. And also to a fellow author, nice to be known as an author, I'd like to give him my book. Thank you so much. Okay. First, let me explain this dichotomy about failure will happen and failure is not an option. Failure, my definition as a failure is when you fall down and don't get up. When you give up, that's a failure. When something does not work, it's not a failure. That's a learning process. When something does not work, you stop, you take fresh guard, and you think. Most people say, oh, we'll try harder. Now, trying harder is only being more stupid. Because you try harder, you'll make the same mistake again, maybe faster. So, when you make a mistake, when you fail, you sit down, analyze what did we do wrong, and what should we do differently. That's what most of us don't do. So sit back and think. I tell my people who work with me, make a mistake, don't be scared. Make a mistake, learn from that and make a fresh mistake. Don't make the same mistake twice. If you make the same mistake twice, that means you're not learning, either you're incapable of learning or you're absolute stupid. Right? So don't make the same mistake twice, make fresh mistakes and learn from those mistakes. And sooner or later you'll run out of mistakes. Now why did I call my book Failure is Not an Option? Years back, in prehistoric times, I used to be head of a company called DCM Data Products. Right? It was a sick company when I took over. I worked for it for 10 years, turned it around, made it run, and it sort of running steadily. Then I said, let's do something different. And at that time, this was 1997, before internet. Right? We wanted to do back office. Everybody thought it's a stupid idea, and I got thrown out. But I liked the idea because I'd actually met people. I had customer who wanted this back office service. Only he didn't know how to make it happen, and nobody else knew how to make it happen, and I thought I had a way of making it happen. So I met somebody I knew in the IT business who took me to the chairman of a hospital. This is about doing medical transcription, who liked the idea, who liked my enthusiasm, and he said, okay, let's go ahead and do it. Now, when I said we'll go ahead and do it, I was going to do it for DCM. I lost my job, so I said, okay, I'll do it on my own. Because I liked the idea, I had a customer, mostly, who wanted to pay for the idea. So having got that, we set this up. It ran well for 2 years. It did well. We had almost 300 people. 1997 to 2000, we had 300 people doing back office. Right? And at some stage, if there is time, I'll tell you the problems of setting up back office in those days. So then what happened? The partner from US, whose friend is the hospital chairman, he realized, my God, this works. And the guy who's making the money is Veer. Selectronic is making the money because all the valuation, those days were days of valuation, IPOs, not currently like the valuation now, those IPOs. And IPO valuation was based of service companies on the number of men. So all the men are with him. What have I got? 4 engineers. So let's take that over. The customer was his. At that moment, the technology was very expensive, the point-to-point connections and the IVRs, etc. That was his. Right? All I had was the process of doing it and the people and the training methodology, which over 2.5 years, there were over 200 trained people. So one day, he offered double the salary and took away more than 100 of my staff. Customer was his, and he cut me off. So here I am sitting with little over 140 people out of my 300. No job, no hardware, no communication, but these people. And everybody told me, okay, fine, you've had a good job, innings, it's not worked, let it go. Right? Okay, you were not meant to be an entrepreneur. You took it up, you proved it, it's not working, fine. And I was on the verge of giving up when something happened. This friend of mine, who took away my people, called my people there, who he had employed, and said, Selectronic is going to close down. I'm going to make sure Selectronic closes down. So all of you, tell your friends to join while this going is still good. After some time, I will not take anybody. This reached back to me. And I said, that means I will be classified as a failure. I'm not accepting that. I'm not going to give up. So I called my 140 people And I said, look, at this moment I have nothing except you guys and the fact that I can do medical transcription. I can make it work. I don't have technology. I don't have customers. I don't even have space. The place where we're working is rented. Right? So I have nothing. There's no job. But I will tell you, we are not closing down. We are not going to fail. Failure is not an option. We are going to rise. We're going to make it work. If any one of you want to leave, you're welcome to go to the other company, right? Heartland. But those who want to stay, I assure you, you will get your salaries. For 1 year, I paid salaries on time, paid rent on time. I worked as a consultant in about 4 companies. Luckily, I was very lucky. I got 2 expat consultancy assignments, and that paid a lot. You know, you earn in dollars and spend in rupees. You can't get better than that. So I was able to manage that. In the meantime, we repositioned the company. We said, okay, we can't afford this expensive telecom. We can't afford this thing. Let's try and go to the bottom end. We were dealing with hospitals. Let's now deal with single customers. So we designed a system meant for small not hospitals, for surgeries. That means 2 doctors, 3 doctor clinics. And we gave it to them. And it worked. It cut down their cost. We had no overheads because all this expensive things we removed. We made it work from off-the-shelf thing. We wrote some software of our own, which is still working incidentally after 26 years. Except we had to modify, instead of using recorders, we are using mobiles. But the thing was, at that moment, we said, failure is not an option. And that was a turning point in my life. That's the time when Selectronics took a new round, and then grew. And 26 years later, we are still there making money.
Now he's losing money by writing books.
Yes. And giving, yes.
So I think what you just said is something which we faculty probably need to learn from, more than the students, okay? So what you said is making a mistake is not a failure. In fact, I think making a mistake, what you're saying is right. Only thing is don't repeat the same mistake. Okay, that's a big thing. And you went through your own journey of entrepreneurship. Now let me ask Dhruv, what has your journey in terms of with entrepreneurship? I mean, you work with a lot of startups. You also invest with them. How do you see this whole concept of making mistakes, and how do you see mistake and failure working with these startups?
Okay, good, thanks. So first of all, let me reciprocate. This is nice. Photo. Thank you.
First time I'm getting an author. Signed book. Wow.
And tomorrow's Times of India front page. Sure. I don't have a copy for him. For 5 years I've been chasing him to buy it. He refused. Finally I gave it free. Okay. Before I answer your question, a couple of quick comments. So I was a professor for about 20 years. I was in the industry for about 20 years. And one thing which I've learned is classroom management. And, you know, I've got 2 copies of my books here. 2 people from the audience will get these books, 1 each. Those who don't get books, and we'll decide who, depends on the participation. And there are also some chocolates. Okay, again, 5 people will get chocolates, but there's a condition. It will only be given to people in the first 4 rows. Okay. Your choice. Some people didn't hear me, of course, because they were talking. If you want either the books or the chocolates, come to the first 4 rows. And you can't be on your phone. 2 conditions. I'll give you, how many seconds? 1 minute.
Your call.
1 minute. See, I knew nobody would come. Koi nahi aa raha. हाँ एक आ गया ये तो I think it's almost a buy walkover. He's the only guy who will get it. Okay, so in response to the question which Devinder raised, so I have been with startups for the past I think 12 years, maybe more, and I have seen a huge number of mistakes made, and I fully agree with what Veer mentioned. These are not failures, they are mistakes. Right? What we have tried to do, and maybe I'll share a story. What we tried to do is, based on this past experience, in the book, we have tried to create a framework which you can use to figure out whether a startup is likely to succeed or not. Again, I won't use the term failure. Right? And I call this framework persistent. If you give me 2 minutes, I'll just explain persistent. Even if you don't give it to me, I'll explain it anyway. Professor, once you give me the mic, I don't stop. So it's called persistent, and persistent has 10 letters. Each letter stands for something. So the P stands for problem. Are you solving a problem for somebody? Because if you're not, then obviously you don't have a business. The E is earnings model. Not only should you be solving a problem, somebody has to be willing to pay you for it. Okay? Then there is the S, which is size of the market. Obviously has to be large, otherwise you have a tiny, stagnant kind of startup. Sometimes you have a market which is very large, but it's very crowded, too many people, too many competitors, in which case you identify a niche within that market, which itself is large enough, but which is not crowded. So that's the N in persistent. Then you have the other S, which is scalability. Scalability is the ability to grow rapidly to a large size. Okay? Again, important, because if you don't scale, somebody else will scale and kill you. Then you have R, which is risks, and obviously one of the risks in your business is the risk of competition, for which you need the E, which is entry barrier, something which prevents the other guy from getting in. And if you have an innovative solution, which is the I in persistent, then obviously you have a good entry barrier, because the other guy may take time to copy you. Okay? Last two letters in persistent, T stands for team. And when I say team, I start with the founders. You have a great team, average business model, they'll figure out a way to make it work. You have an average team, a great business model, okay? And finally, the last T is what I call traction, okay? And traction is what? Are you actually getting customers? Are they first 4 rows? Yeah. Are they actually increasing month on month, quarter on quarter? Or are you not getting customers, right? So traction is very important. So I'll share with you a story, and depending on the time, I have a lot more stories. And this is a story from one startup which actually came to us for funding. So we fund startups at the angel level, angel investing. And this is a very interesting startup in the field of wedding gift registries. Okay? Now you guys are not married, most of you. So you probably wouldn't understand what this is. So let me explain. If you look at weddings, can we stop talking, please? Those 5 guys in the 4th row. Yeah. So if you look at weddings, what is the biggest problem in weddings? Anyone, tell me. Biggest problem in weddings? Pause. I'm asking the audience, not the panelist. Sorry? The wedding itself. Wedding itself is a problem. Okay, let me focus a little more. What is the problem with wedding gifts? Yeah. Ab thoda focus karo. Wedding gift. What's the problem? They usually get lost. Most of the time, wedding gifts are utterly, completely, 100% useless. Okay, so I'll give you an example. I'm getting married, Devinder is my friend, and this is true, by the way, Devinder gives me an utterly useless gift. Utterly, completely useless, right? What do I do? Hindi mein bol sakta hu? Sorry? Like, gift it to somebody else on the
So, सबसे पहले इसको गाली दूंगा.
ठीक है, क्या है यार, कितना कमीना है, what the hell is this? Then I'll say, यार अब कौन है कौन, अरे वीर सागर की शादी होने वाली है, okay, pass it on. What will वीर सागर do? ध्रुव को गाली देगा पहले, and then he'll figure out, अच्छा और किसकी शादी हो रही, pass it on. You know, so this has become a cyclical industry where the gifts go in this direction and the galis go in this direction, okay? Now, obviously it's a big problem, but if you look at the Western world, which means USA, Western Europe, UK and so on, they have a very good solution for this. They call it a wedding gift registry. Okay? And what does this mean? It's basically an e-commerce site like Amazon or like Flipkart. The only thing is, you know, Amazon, Flipkart, they will sell anything. They will sell atta, biscuits, dal, chawal, any damn thing. But this will only sell potential wedding gift items. Okay, so it could be crockery, cutlery, coffee mugs, could be, you know, wall hangings, decoration pieces, bed sheets, etc., etc., etc. So they have this entire list of potential wedding gifts, right? Now the couple that is getting married, they go to this wedding gift site, and out of all these items that are available, they select, okay, I want this coffee mug, I want this you know, crockery set, I want this cutlery set, etc., etc. So they create a wish list of maybe 50, 60 items that they want their guests to give them on their wedding. All right? So that is a wedding gift registry. Now, obviously, this is the wish list is created on the internet, so it has a URL, right? And today, you know, nobody sends physical wedding invitation card. It's all e-cards, WhatsApp cards, whatever. And any card that goes to a guest, there is a link there. You click on the link, so the guest clicks. Where does it take you? Wish list. Once it takes you to the wish list, the guest can select which item he or she wants to buy. Okay? And once some item is bought, that is disabled so that the next person cannot buy it again, which means it won't be duplicated, right? He's planning this for his wedding. He's nodding his head repeatedly. Okay. So this is fine. Now these guys came to us and they wanted funding and they wanted to implement this in India. And in India, actually this kind of concept does not exist. So the team was brilliant. It was actually a husband-wife team of founders, and the lady was so passionate, so knowledgeable about her area. You know, we said, boss, isme to paisa dalna hi hai. Okay, very, very passionate and very knowledgeable. But there were 3 issues. And let's see what the issues were. And this is what brings me to, you know, startups which failed. Issue number 1. Let me take a typical conversation between a mother and daughter or a father and son, right? And the daughter is getting married, right? And the daughter has put up a wish list along with her fiancé on the wedding gift registry site. What do you think the mother will say? हिंदी में बोलूं, पंजाबी में बोलूं? हिंदी? तू पागल है? कर क्या रही है? Gift demand कर रही है. Right? How can you demand a bloody gift? See, in the US, it's acceptable to demand gifts. It's a very different culture. In India, you don't demand. You can expect a gift and you can give all the galis you want when you get a useless gift, but you can't demand it. Okay? So what does the mother say? Sari biradari mein hamari? Okay? So, you know, this is the issue. There is a culture problem. So, in India, a wedding is not between 2 people. It's between 2 families, and the elders are very, very heavily involved, as you know, right? Any elder who's involved in a wedding will not allow this to happen. Therefore, the size of the market, remember persistent, S for size of the market, the size of the market that these guys had earlier assumed, actually it was much, much, much smaller, which means even if it succeeded, it would be a very small business. Okay, so that's problem number 1. And please remember, in case you guys plan to create a startup of your own at some stage, culture is something you can't change. You know, you can spend crores and crores on marketing. Sorry, you can't change culture. It's inborn, it's in the blood, right? So that's issue number 1. Problem number 2. So guests would go to the site and say, okay, wonderful, these are great gifts, and I'm going to select this pair of coffee mugs. And then what do you think the guest would do? What's the next step? Anyone? First 4 rows. What's the next step? Devinder, you can also get a chocolate.
Probably I'll go to Amazon.
Arey wah, le yaar, le. Absolutely. So the guest would say, वापस दे दिया. अच्छा, वैसे इस उम्र पे चॉकलेट खानी नहीं थी, बच्चों को दे दो. So the guest would select it here, but buy it on Amazon. Why? Because it was cheaper. Why? Because Amazon has huge volumes which this company does not. Okay, so it became a listing site, which means the guest actually discovers what the couple wants rather than buy the gift, and therefore there was no revenue model, no earnings model. Again, go back to my persistent model. Okay. Third issue. What is to prevent Amazon himself or itself from getting into this business? It's very easy. All they have to do is to create that little wish list, right? And they actually have got into it. Very soon after these guys came to us, Amazon had got into it, which means you're dealing with a huge competitor. You have no entry barrier. You can't prevent the other guy from getting in. End of your business, right? So no entry barrier, no earnings model, small size of market. Ultimately, they didn't get traction, which is the T in persistent, and ultimately they closed down, right? So that was one example. And I think 2 messages I want to take away from here. One is, in fact, one single message. I think what is important is if you fail, if you make a mistake, if the business closes down, can you evaluate what you've done and figure out what you could have done and therefore what you should do in the next startup that you create? Or ideally, even when you're starting up, can you figure out what is likely to make you succeed? I think that's important.
All right. Who all wants to create a registry? No. I don't know. I think this is the generation which would... Yeah, but they still probably would love the idea. Coming back to you, Veer, I mean, Dhruv had this whole story and he talked about a venture which had all the right reasons to succeed, but also had few reasons not to, and that happened. In your experience with some of the startups that you may have come across, have you come across anyone which has started with this one idea and succeeded at completely without having to change anything?
One idea?
They started with an idea and they actually went only with that idea and succeeded. Have you come across any startup, or do they need to change?
No, hello, yeah. Do you start out with one idea and stick? Actually, idea can be one, but you need to reposition it all the time. See, what happens is, not only the idea, the customer changes, the environment changes, the delivery module changes. For example, we started with medical transcription. Right? Basically, what we had doctors and they had some dictation. So that's the technology we had. Voice coming in from US to India, somebody listens, activates and sends it back. Over a period, voice recognition came in. So voice recognition comes in, EMR comes in, then slowly your job starts going. So you have to now start looking at, I have this skill, I have this technology. I don't want to drop this because then I'll be wasting so much of my learning. So how do I build on this and go somewhere else? Where is that customer? So now what you do is you look at your customer and say, okay, what else? You have a customer to whom you are transcribing. So you know he knows you, he trusts you, you're doing work for him. So you ask him, what else can I do for you? And find an area. Then we found that although he needs medical records to be put in a particular order, in a database. So you read them, type them, and put them in a database. Slowly, we did that for a couple of years. Then the database started coming in, AI started putting them automatically into a database. Now you ask the customer, what else? the same set of customers or similar set of customers. That customer says, look, I worked with this firm. We do similar work. What they want is for you to read the records, analyze them, right, and then recommend. So now all we have to do is, then we now take the medical records, read them, analyze them, and recommend. Basically, one similar idea, but every couple of years, we have repositioned. What we have to do, and after every so many years, you have to sit down and take fresh guard. Like they say in cricket, after you score a half century, take fresh guard, right? And start again as if you're on zero. So every couple of years, we sit down, look at what's happening in the environment, what's happening to the customer. Because your competition does not necessarily come from your competitors. It can come from somebody else from a different unknown technology. I never thought that EMR will replace transcription, but it did. So similarly, you keep looking, repositioning, and now we are doing this. After this, right, we don't know what will happen next, so we are now studying, struggling, what to do next. Does that answer your question or confused it more?
You are the one that does work.
It does work. I told you failure is not an option. Incidentally, my book is available for sale behind. Please take a copy. It's worth investing. It's 500 rupees worth investing. You learn a lot from it because they are all from experience. There are no theory in it, no graphs, no charts. Only learning experience, what has worked and what has not worked. And if you really want, I can prepare to sign, autograph the book.
All right. Dhruv, you would have come across some of the startups which are emanating from the colleges. Anyone that you'd like to talk about?
Okay. Actually, Anji, please.
Can we get a mic?
I would like to share my case study. I had a startup way back in 1986. I went to AP Scooters for developing magnetos. Then AP Scooters people said, you need to get a collaboration from Piaggio to develop this. You choose some other product. So I chose, they gave me the choice, can you develop a clutch assembly? I said, yes. The question asked me was, do you know what is clutch assembly? I have not even seen what is clutch assembly. I guessed it could be a sheet metal part, it could be a machining part. I can develop this. I developed it. Within 2 months, I developed the parts. It was accepted by Piaggio, and it went through. The pity is, within 9 months, AP Scooters collapsed. I had industry, I had people, I couldn't do anything. Then I was searching for OEMs other than AP Scooters. Then I went to Gujarat Narmada Auto. They gave me opportunity. But Gujarat Narmada Auto never took off. The maximum they could buy was only 3,000. 3,000 sets. My capacity was minimum 1 lakh. It didn't happen. Then I came to Escorts. Escorts gave me 5,000 only. Again could not take off. I had 2 choices, whether to wind up the plant or look for another customer. I don't want to close my plant because will hurt my ego. Then what else to be done? I came to Auto Expo. I traveled by AC chair car from Hyderabad to Delhi, no sleep, stayed in a dormitory, I wore a suit, of course. When I came to Auto Expo, I came by auto and wore a suit and attended this CA session. When Rahul Bajaj was there in the TAT session, I gave my cards. Then he said, what are you making? I said, I make clutch plates. We are also making clutch plates. Why should I buy from you? I told him, sir, you make scooters, you specialize on scooter. I make clutch plates, I will specialize on clutch plates. It had a good marketing point. Then what is the benefit I will get? At that time, Bajaj Auto was paying 10,000 rupees per employee. I was paying only 2,000 rupees in Hyderabad in 1988. So my cost of input is very low. As a owner, you cannot oversee the production, whereas in my factory, I will see the quality. It went on very well. 2 days after I came to Hyderabad, I got a telegram. Those days, phone call was not there, phone was not there. I didn't own a phone also. Owning a phone was not possible. I got a telegram, and my wife sent a message all the way to my factory. Come with samples. The train which is supposed to go to Pune, I mean, I developed the samples. The train was supposed to go to Pune, left 5 minutes. I was late to the station. I took a lorry, came to Sholapur, take a bus, reached Bajaj Auto next day morning, 11 o'clock. Gave the sample, approved. They gave me open order. I said, how much is open order? Open order means you can give 1 lakh piece. Say only 1 lakh. You can give 2 lakh piece. Only 2 lakh. You can give any much quantity. So it is all opening. My factory from 1 lakh pieces to 1 million pieces, I became the largest manufacturer for two-wheeler clutch plates in the country. When I tell you next thing, you will not clap me. I did the biggest blunder at the time. There was an auto expo. I put a big banner. The largest manufacturer in the country. That invited me problem. My nearest competitor, he was also making 1 million clutch plates per month, but he could not vouch for it because he was making number 2. He cannot officially declare it, but he got hurt. Somebody from the south making 1 million clutch plates, I want to kill him. And he literally killed me. This is the thing what I am sharing with the entrepreneurs. But for 10 years, I was the single source for Bajaj Auto. My product was 100% vendor rating. My product was accepted without inspection in the Bajaj Auto. If you learn anything out of this, it is up to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I think let's open up and you can ask questions to Veer and to Dhruv.
I'll just complete that story which you asked me. So there were, you know, when we were in the year 2014 November, and the date is very important and I'll tell you why. There were 3 bright young engineers. How many of you are engineers in this room? Okay, good. So 3 bright young engineers and a professor of theirs, and I think they were MTech students. They came into the room where, you know, the conference room where we were sitting and evaluating products for investment. And they said, sir, we have a product for a waterless urinal. Okay. Now, today, you know, if you go into any mall or any cinema hall or whatever, any public place, it's very common, right? But I'm talking of 2014, very uncommon, right? So it was a new concept. Now, the date, which is November 2014, when they came to us to talk about this waterless urinal, what is the significance of this date? Can somebody tell me? What's important? Why is November 2014 important? Anyone? Chocolate or maybe book? Demonetization? What does that have to do with, I'll take back a chocolate, give me one. Come on, somebody. 2014 November. Yes, okay. So what did they do? अरे वाह यार तू ले catch. वो बाद में देखेंगे, वो देवेंद्र डिसाइड करेगा. So I'll explain. So on the 15th of August, the Prime Minister announced Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. What did he say? Crores toilet लगाऊंगा. Okay. Huge incentives, CSR incentives, all kinds of incentives to make toilets. Brilliant idea. The country gets cleaned up. However, pani kahan hai? You know, you go into many places, whether it is slums, whether it is lower middle class colonies, or whether it is villages, there is no water, right? So the problem is, you have this huge opportunity where toilets are being created, but water is the problem. Suddenly, waterless urinal becomes a phenomenal potential business, right? So, you know, we guys, we were all angel investors. We were sitting in that conference room and we said, yaar bas, ab to na, hum sab vijay maan le. Well, not other things, at least in terms of money. The other areas, our wives would have objected. But at least in terms of money, we can, I mean, we've really struck it rich. So we had a lot of engineers in our investor panel and we looked at this. We said, look, give us a month. During the month, we'll study your business plan, etc., etc., etc. And we'll study your product. But we are very clear, it's a great product. We will invest. However, there is one extremely important thing. In this product, you do not have an entry barrier. Somebody sitting in Okhla, you know, somebody in a shed in Okhla in Delhi can probably create this and therefore flood the market even before you. So what is extremely important is you need to go to the market immediately. We asked them, how will you sell? They said, we'll appoint distributors, which made sense. So we said, please go and appoint distributors immediately. Don't delay. Yes, sir, we'll appoint distributors. Bahut badhiya. So for 1 month, we studied their business and then we called them back in a month and we said, okay, now, you know, everybody was ready to invest. So these 3 bright young engineers like you guys, they walked in and they were looking very excited, grinning away. We said, kya ho gaya? Arey sir, now we are working on a female version of the same product. We said, hang on. What happened to the male one, the urinal? Haan sir, wo hai. You were to appoint distributors fast. Sir, just give us 6 months. In 6 months, both the products will be ready, the male version, the female version. With a bang, we will go to the market and appoint distributors. Okay. You know what a reaction was? Can somebody guess what a reaction was? Anyone? I mean, what the hell is this here? You have such a wonderful opportunity. You were supposed to appoint distributors and suddenly you have converted your business into an R&D project. And by the way, the professor, ye bhi professor hai, so I can say it openly here, that professor was very happy. He was writing paper after paper, but dhanda nahi aa raha tha. Because these guys refused to learn. So, you know, I will again take it back to, you know, when we talk about mistakes, failure, etc., etc. These were college students, by the way. I think they were MTech students, if I remember right. One of the things I've realized, particularly with engineering students, and that's why it's probably relevant for all of you, you understand engineering, you understand your product, you understand maybe computer science. More than that, you have to understand business. You are not running an R&D project, right? You are running a business. You need to understand that. So in fact, we told these guys, we said, look, as a team, you know, go back to my persistent model. As a team, you are very good technically. It's a great design, but you don't understand business. If you can get in a co-founder who understands business, who understands sales, and therefore who can push the market, we are willing to invest in you, but as of now, we will not invest. So nobody invested. I don't know what happened to them finally, right? But you know, just keep in mind this thing. A lot of tech people fall in love with their own product. Arey boss, kya app banaya hai? Oh bhai sahab, ya bhenji, I mean, sorry, there are ladies here. I mean, धंधा चलाना है. I mean, just developing an app is meaningless, right? So remember, business is what you have to chase.
Yeah, I think we have quite a few engineers here and a professor, yes. I'll now open up to the... yeah.
2 minutes. You know, I just want to summarize my life learnings, give you 5 or 6 very important learning. And the first one is just talked about is don't get emotionally involved with your product. Love your product. Believe your product. If you don't believe your product, it will not, nobody will buy from you. But don't get emotionally involved. If you get emotionally involved, it will not go anywhere. The second learning I learned was, right, make your ignorance irrelevant. What happens when you don't know something, you try and go and learn. Right? Now what happens when you try and learn, it becomes very, very difficult. And move the discussion to your strength. Always move the discussion. And I give you one small example. I was the head of marketing of a computer company. I had come from a tire company to a computer company, met a chief executive of a major customer, and he said, oh, IT, computers. So he got the IT manager who came in and he started asking me technical questions. I had no clue. Now, I had one option is to say I don't know or bluff. In either case, it's not a very smart deal. So I said, this is my ignorance, so I need to move it out of here. So I quickly thought over it and I told the chairman, the MD, I said, why are we discussing bits and pieces? It's very important that the technical manager know about this. I will send my R&D manager to discuss this with you. You and I will talk about value. So move the discussion from bits and pieces, which was my weakness, to value. Next one is make yourself redundant. We try to think that if you become indispensable, we will be there. If you make yourself indispensable, your company goes down the drain. Right? Make yourself redundant. Build a team and empower them. Then third thing is when you have something, don't give a question to a person. Give an answer. If you have a problem and you go and give your problem to a person, he or she is not interested in answering your question because A, he has to apply in mind, B, take the responsibility for the answer. Give the answer, what you want. Then you will find that the person will agree because he's much less. Third one is decision making. You can only optimize one factor, remember that. Most people have problem making decisions because they get fuzzy. They try to optimize more than one thing, cost, expenses, quality, whole lot of things. It doesn't happen. Pick one item that this has to be optimized and have boundaries by the other things. And the third and the last idea is, this is for all you investors, I mean all you startups, should you have a customer first and then create an idea for him, or should you have an idea and go and find a customer for that? Okay, sorry, now I just thought I'll quickly share it. If you want any more details, buy the book.
All right, I think we have time for a few questions. Yeah. Can we get the mic here?
So I have a question, like sometimes when first of all, I already have like beta product launched and we have some users. I validated the idea using our wait list of 13,000 people, and I find a PMF as well. So the reason, the question is basically, sometimes I reach out to investors, they say you're going against the market which already have very established user base. So they find, they probably don't come as bold as possible. So how do I go about it? Like, I have all the things, I give them the traction, I show them there's a gap, proper clear gap. I myself have seen the issues. For example, I'm talking about Naukri.com. Okay, so if I get a job over there, I am a dead user for next 2 years. There's no learning gap, so there's EdTech separate happening, there's HRTech happening separately. But the people, the investors, I've reached out to some of the people in the like as angel investor. They was coming like it's a kind of a bold step. It's a very ambitious goal to disrupt the two side of things, but like they don't feel like they don't want to go in that kind of bold step. How do I persuade them into this?
I have a totally different view on this, right? Unless you are able to have a product which is cheaper or better than what the customer is going, don't even attempt it. Right? Because unless you're offering something better or cheaper, or you have to find a gap. Go to the gap, whether it's Naukri.com or anybody else, and say, this is a gap in your requirement, which I will fill. And once you fill that gap, then you spread. You can say, what else can I do? But don't go to Naukri.com and say, I will give you, and I'll give you 2 more things which you may not need it, but it's good for you. This is my view.
No, but my answers are longer. Professor Una, Professor Una, so my answers are longer. पैसा गंवाया है, बनाया नहीं अभी तक
Like sometimes I feel the investors are not bold enough, or they have not the same like vision that I am trying to, because there's a gap. Could be there's a gap. There's not bold.
So he has angst that the investors don't understand him.
इसको तो चॉकलेट वापस दे दे.
No. They understand there's gap. There's an understand market. They understand I am the right guy with the right team, with the right product. But they think it's a kind of difficult to do. They have some sort of things like Lind effect. They've been in the market for very long. But the thing is, my simple example is like there have been many bigger players. Like Kodak got replaced by smartphone cameras. Moser Bear got replaced by pen drives. So yeah, the change happens. But sometimes they feel.
So what you're saying is that investors are not fully understanding what the vision is, what your vision is, what the opportunity can be.
Right. There's an example like Bill Gates itself. He said Linux is nothing. It's just a hobby project. Now it's running the whole lot of servers.
Thanks.
Okay. बैठ जाओ यार, बैठ जाओ.
Investor है, so he will be able to tell you his investor.
So पहली बात, you have given a very goal roundabout description of what you're doing. I have no clue what you're doing. Absolutely no clue. This is a typical Kejriwal statement. बोलता रहेगा, finally you try and figure out what the hell he said. However, I'll give you a general, since you made a general statement, I will give you a statement in response. See, if you look at an investor, a typical investor, let's be very blunt, he wants to make money. He's not doing it because he likes your face, right? He's not doing it because, yaar, mere paas excess paisa aa gaya. What's your name? Sorry? Thrifty. Okay. यार Thrifty इतना बढ़िया आदमी, चल दे दो यार इसको 2 crore दे दो. कोई investor ऐसा नहीं है boss. सबको अपना पैसा प्यारा है. Let's accept that, right? Secondly, therefore, they only want to invest in startups or in companies where they believe they will make a return in X years. Correct? Which means I invest. Hopefully, there is some investor, maybe 4 years, 5 years down the line, who will buy my shares at a higher valuation, right? It is impossible to predict what's going to happen in 5 years. Absolutely impossible. However, there are certain parameters that they look at today, right? And if you remember my persistent thing which I spoke about, are you solving a problem? If you are solving a problem and it is not a crowded space, which means there aren't too many other people who are solving the same problem, yes, I'm interested. Number 1. Number 2, is the market large enough? Otherwise, I know your company will not grow and therefore my share value will not grow. Okay? Number 3, is it scalable? Because in today's internet world, if you're not scalable, there are many other guys who can copy you and their business potentially can be scalable. They will kill you. So my money is gone, right? Finally, I will look at, are you getting traction? And you know, traction does not mean 1 customer, 2 customers. Traction means paying customers, okay, first of all. Secondly, we look for a certain level of traction before which we do not put in money anyway. So there are these factors that we look at. If there is a startup that comes to us which satisfies these factors, yes, we are open to putting in money. If there is a startup which only has an idea, no, A startup which only has a product which, I mean, no customer has so far paid money for, or not enough customers have paid for, no, not interested. If it's a startup which is not solving a problem, by the way, that's a very common situation with technical people, engineering students. You create a wonderful product, a boss isko use kaun karega? Who's the potential customer for this? No. So, you know, there are these factors which are important. If you satisfy those factors, sure, investors are willing, but please also remember, investors also have enough choice, right? It is not that they don't have a vision. I mean, if they didn't have a vision, they probably wouldn't have reached where they have, right? But they will obviously, out of maybe 200 companies that they evaluate, so for instance, at Lead Angels, we get about 150 to 200 companies every month to evaluate, and not more than 2 or 3 get invested in. And those are the 2 or 3 which satisfy these criteria which I have mentioned. So, sure, I mean, it's possible, but you need to satisfy these basic criteria.
Can we just move on? Because we need to wrap up. There's one more person who wants to ask. Thanks.
Good afternoon, sir. So my question is more HR related. So I have been running my startup since it's been 4 years, 5 years the journey. One of the biggest pain that I have been facing is HR related. So every time I think, okay, I have achieved a team. This is my dream team. And now this team is going to take me to the next level, right? And eventually, when I start getting that feeling and when I start mobilizing them more, I get a mail from them saying, hello, sir, everything is fine. I love this company. I love the working environment. I love everything in this company. But I have to move on. I have been getting opportunities from another company, maybe competitor or something else. And eventually, they move on. And it's been very hard to keep good talents in the system. There are few who have stayed. They are actually doing very good in my company. But any suggestion from your experience, Veer sir, Dhruv sir, that I can use so that I can make a better team and I can get better output?
Lots of answers. I will let my seniors.
What exactly is the question?
How does he get a team and get them to hang on? A good team, a dream team, where the team hangs on and doesn't leave.
Yeah. Because the moment I realize I have achieved a dream team,
no, okay, now let's, for building a team, first misconception is that the person leaves for money. Very rarely person leaves for money. A person leaves for better prospects and self-respect. If my company, right, and I've worked in 3-4 companies, right, each and IT companies and back office companies, we have had attrition level as low as 2%. My current company, nobody has left in the last 5 years, right? Now, it's not because I'm a great boss. I hardly see them. Maybe that's why. Right? What you have to do is you have to give them, empower them. Make them feel wanted. Give them respect. So you have a team. So you start that when you select a team. When I select a team, what do I look for the person? Not knowledge. Had that person got knowledge? The knowledge can be bought. Nowadays you can go on YouTube and get all the knowledge. Knowledge is not a problem. Is that person going to be a team player? Will he or she work as a team? B, is he or she capable of overtaking you? Remember this. Is he or she can take over from you? If yes, employ them. If not, why are you wasting your time on mediocre people? Take people who are better than you. Empower them. Leave them free. They will take you up. They will take the company up. Don't take good people and breathe down their back. I had a boss who said, you have full independence, you can do whatever you like. Just run it by me. And then I learned one lesson, that if you run it by means, nothing happens. So if you want to do something, then do it and ask for forgiveness. Forgiveness is easier than getting permission. Remember that. So this is what I believe, that for retention, you have to give people respect, make them feel that their growth is linked to the company's growth. When the company grows, they will grow. Their technology, they will grow. They will learn, right? And they will get respect. Does that answer your question? It's not very theoretical, it's actual practice.
Thanks. So I would agree 100% with what Veer said. We are from the same industry, by the way, the IT industry, and it's an industry which is notorious for people leaving, right? At a time when people, manpower turnover was 5, 10, 15%, this industry had, in fact, the BPO industry typically, on an average, would have a manpower turnover of nearly 100%, right? So there are two different parts to this, and there is a little overlap with, in fact, a lot of overlap with what Veer had said. There are two parts. Part one is selecting the right people, and part two is nurturing them, ensuring they stay with you. Okay. Again, I would agree with what he mentioned, but I just add one thing. The startups that I have been involved in, by the way, the second book, Dream Founder, talks about people. Large part of it talks about people, recruiting as well as nurturing them. You don't have to buy it. At some stage, I'll give him a free copy and you can borrow it from him. Maybe 5 years down the line, but at some stage. Okay, so, all the startups that I have been involved in, they say one very, very important thing. At the time of selection, there will always be somebody who will give the guy 10%, 15% more. If the guy is joining only for money, don't take him. He should join because he's passionate about what you are doing. He believes in what you're doing. So for instance, we've had, I'll give you an example. There is one company that two of my students started. It's called iDream. iDream, and it's into children's education and not your kind of kids. This is children who are underprivileged, right? Typically government schools, village schools, right? And they create material online, well, not online, but they create material on the equivalent of iPads, and using that kids learn. They only look for people who are passionate about bringing up learning amongst underprivileged kids. So out of 100 people they interview, they may select only 2 or 3, but those 2, 3 don't leave. This company, I think, has hardly got anybody who's left. And I have watched the employees in action. And those employees, so for instance, I've watched a class in action, and there the employee is not training the students. The employee is actually playing with the students and is one of them. That's the kind of passion you're looking for. So the person should have studied your company, which means studied what you do, should be genuinely interested in doing something in that direction. That's the right person. In addition, of course, what Veer mentioned. And subsequently, then you got to nurture them, which means they have to believe that A, they are learning, B, they are contributing, C, he rightly mentioned nobody's breathing down their neck. And, then even if they are offered 10%, 15% more, yes, there are some people who leave. Sure, there are some people who leave. And of course, if somebody offers 100% more, I mean, you can't really prevent that. But many people would stay on because of the environment in that kind of company. And I've seen that happening. You don't really need to offer, see, you can't offer the pits. You can't say, boss, वहाँ आपको 4 लाख मिल रहा है, यार तू 20,000 में आएगा, क्यों आएगा यार, वो पागल है, बेवकूफ है, नहीं होगा, right? But if you offer them a decent amount and there is a decent recognition over the years, you are able to at least some extent solve the problem. Yes, it's not a problem you can completely wish away, it's a problem.
Okay, anyone else? We're running out of time? Okay.
I would once again like to thank both of our guest speakers for taking out time out of their busy schedules and providing us with such an insightful talk. Thank you all for attending the session and presenting all the valuable questions before us. I would like Mr. Rajiv Gulati to present our guest speakers with the mementos.
Three chocolates left to get. I think we will give it to the organizers. One to eight.
Thank you, everyone. We will be beginning with the Startup 20X ACIC BMU Alumni Entrepreneur session in the next 15 minutes. Thank you.
I request everyone to settle down. Everyone, please come to the front seats. It always seems impossible until it's done. Greetings to one and all present here. I'm Garima Khuller, your host for this event, and I welcome you all. Today, we all have assembled here for the much-awaited Startup 20X organized by ACIC BMU, where the galvanizing BMU alumni entrepreneurs will be sharing their insights and accomplishments with the audience to stimulate their brain cells and help building startups to explore innovative solutions to the real-world problems. Startup 20X is the first of its kind official engagement group initiated under the Indian presidency of the G20 2023. India's G20 presidency is an opportunity to demonstrate how the country's unique model of digital public infrastructure and startup ecosystem can be taken to the rest of the world. It is a platform for showcasing and explaining innovations and their impact that are backed by research. So now, I would like to introduce you all to our BMU alumni entrepreneurs. Mr. Nandit Mehra, founder of Lighthouse Storage, is a highly skilled and innovative technologist who is passionate about decentralizing control over the internet. With a proven track record of success in various hackathons and innovation competitions, Mr. Mehra has gained recognition in the tech industry for his exceptional abilities in creating cutting-edge Web3 products. A huge round of applause for Sir. I request Sir, please come. The stage is all yours.
Should we start? Cool, awesome. So hey everyone, I am Nandit and I studied at BMU from 2015 to 19 in computer science batch. And yeah, I'll share my journey on what I'm doing at Lighthouse and how did we reach there. So yeah, just as a brief intro to Lighthouse. At Lighthouse, we're building a file storage protocol, particularly for Web3 and blockchain projects for now. But the key proposition that we do is imagine something like iCloud or Google Drive, where you have to pay every month and you don't pay, they just degrade your storage. But in Web3 and in blockchain technologies, like there's this concept of ownership of your data, and the data is meant to be there forever. So that's why what we are building at Lighthouse is that you can store your data long-term with just one-time fee, no need of recurrent payments. Yeah, so how did I get started? So I think around January 19, when I graduated from college, I took up an internship. And okay, let's move even like an year before that. So I think I was randomly one day in college, went to library, found this issue of like MIT Technology Review, and that was, I think, April to May 2018, if I remember correctly. And I was like, yeah, this is interesting. All of my friends are working in website development, AI, whatnot, but nobody's talking about blockchain. So let me learn about it, and maybe it sets me apart. So it was very interesting that I think I sat the whole evening and then read the whole of the magazine. So one thing, it's good, like sometimes you should go to library and pick up random things to learn. So that's very much important. So at that time I was like, yeah, I need to learn more about this Web3 thing, blockchain thing, what it is about. So when I was in like last year of my college, and I think you all have to do an internship, so I took up one, and I was like, yeah, I have to just work for a blockchain company and nothing else. So I found one in Delhi, and they were also like doing one great project, which turned out to be one of the top insurance protocol built. So I was like very lucky to be there at the right time. So that was my first experience. But again, like learned a lot there. But one thing I decided is that, yeah, I don't want to work for somebody else. Like very easy decision for me. I'm like, yeah, I just don't want to work. But so I took time. I thought, okay, what should I do? Meanwhile, after graduating, I applied for my master's in the US, got into NYU, and then COVID happened. And then they're like, yeah, do you want to start online? But I didn't want to start online because I didn't want to spend so much amount and do a master's in the US online. So I took, I like delayed that for 6 months, and then they said that the session is starting another 6 months later. So that gave me some more time to learn about blockchain technology. And then I thought, okay, let's do what I always do, like take part in hackathons and build something cool out of there and maybe learn something. So I took part in a couple of these hackathons. Maybe if you're in computer science, there's a lot more trend right now in India. Like now we sponsor hackathons at Lighthouse regularly. So if you are a computer science guy, girl, like build on Lighthouse sometimes in one of these hackathons. So and a format for a hackathon, primarily who are not aware of it, is that there's like 2 days, you have to build something cool, you have to present it and like make it live. So that was the key thing, and it was a good learning experience. So I built one of those hackathon. It was a global event, won the first prize, even got a job offer at a company. So I thought, okay, like I'm free, I'm not going for my master's, so let's work with them for next 6 months. So I did that, and then after that as well, like got some good experience in that company to build blockchain technologies. And after that, I was like, yeah, I had to stick with my first premise that I don't want to work in a company. So I left that job, and I was starting to build a product. And particularly in computer science technologies, there's this concept of open source, that you build things in open, you even make your code public, you get public to engage and get feedback from you, give feedback to you. So that was my first experience. And interestingly, I tried starting things up many times during college, like some of other fellows here as well, but did not succeed with my previous ideas. But this time, due to my surprise, when I was building Lighthouse, and initially it was something completely different, that we were building like an open source project. But when we were building this, like there wasn't any intention to start a startup. But what I did in last 2 years in blockchain was build a reputation, build trust among people that I can deliver things, and then, okay, these hackathons, and like build some good profile. And I remember like there was this accelerator based in Singapore, so they reached out to me that, hey man, you're working on this cool technology, why don't you apply it to our accelerator? I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Accelerator sounds fun, so let me apply to it. And they pursued me that, yeah, you should definitely apply. Then I applied and got into that. And then again, this is like one thing that a lot of people are looking to start startups and like raise fundings. But my best advice is maybe take the other route round, like make yourself valuable. Maybe the other persons reach out to you. Like we didn't reach out to these folks, investors who are running this accelerator. I think they also run like $100 million fund, but I didn't reach out to them. They reached out to me that you should talk to us. You seem to be building something cool. But yeah, like since I was in CS technologies, it's easy to spread word on Twitter, LinkedIn that, oh, I built this cool project, check this out. So opportunities come to you if you're valuable. So this was like one of my first lessons that, yeah, the first time I did not wanted to start a startup, like it wasn't the effort from start, but it happened because maybe I was doing something valuable. But yeah, the next thing that I did is like when they were like, yeah, we want you into our accelerator, I was like, I'm just a solo guy and there's gonna be a ton of work, so I need to get somebody on board. So I got my another teammate, Ravish, who also has studied in college as well. So this is something cool that you guys should take away, that college is overrated for a lot of things that do this, do that, but it's underrated for finding the right people to work with, because a lot of people face that, oh, who should be my co-founder, who's my like initial team, and like you should aim to work with a lot of different people, and trust me, like you won't get it right the first time, but then later on, like me with some of the teammates that I work with now, I had a history with them working, and they weren't the first people I did something with. I think I would have done it with like tens of people, like built up a project, built like a small, even like college project, some freelance project, but you have to try doing it with a lot of people so that you can find good teammates. So yeah, and another thing is like when we joined an accelerator, we were like, yeah, as some of the people in previous talks have mentioned that as technologists, we hardly care about market, right? That was me as well, but that now it was time to take the, I think it's the blue pill, the reality pill. So that's how I was like, oh, I need to take a commercial angle on how to make this product valuable. And then we decided to pivot our idea completely. So what we were doing before the accelerator, that wasn't something that we were doing after the accelerator. It was something totally different, although the name still stayed, which is Lighthouse. And yeah, like another thing is build trust. Like again, like investment thing, what my experience has been that that wasn't my focus initially. And after we even graduated the accelerator, like the accelerator folks, they referred us to somebody, and I think they were again a very big firm in Singapore itself, running a big venture capital firm. They have like shed ton of money, like crazy people. So I was talking to them and they liked our product, and they don't invest regularly into Indian startups. So they invested into us. And the key thing was that we have been building trust with the previous folks. So they referred us to this people, this person. And when we were trying to do our fundraise round, it got closed, I would say pretty easily, because one guy is like, yeah, I trust this guy. He has delivered this, this, this. So then that guy referred to somebody else, somebody else, somebody else. So we eventually completed our investment fundraise as well. Although that shouldn't be the focus at start. Focus should be more on being a valuable person, getting to work with a lot of folks, experimenting, trying new things. And yeah, another thing is, since there are like a lot of folks interested in startups, like cold emailing always, like not always work, but you should try that. What does that mean? Like if you think that you need something, be resourceful, try reaching out by yourself to somebody else. So when we were doing this round, I thought like there's this very interesting guy in the space. His name is Balaji Srinivasan, and I think he was CTO of Coinbase, very big company. And before that, he was like Stanford PhD and whatnot. And he was actually a guy who got like a seat in when Trump was in White House. So Trump offered him the highest place in like health committee, but he refused because he didn't want to enter politics. So I'm like, yeah, Balaji is an interesting guy. He's pretty big in the crypto space. He just plays like some crazy bet 1 month back. So I just DM'd him like, yeah, we are building this product. So do you want to join us and maybe like write us an angel check? And he's like, yeah. He immediately replied me, he's like, does your product work if I try on my system? I'm like, yeah, it works. You can try it out, no problem. So I tried, and he like wrote us a check. So again, somebody like him, I don't need any referrals that, okay, find the person, maybe find this guy who knows that guy. But the best thing is just drop him a cold email that this is what I'm doing. Worst case, he doesn't reply. He doesn't care, I don't care. I just shoot my shot, yeah. Yeah, that is one thing. And another important point is building social capital. So what does that mean is that sometimes you should do things, again, not just to build trust, but like capital in the society. So there's like two forms of capital. One is the capital, like the money itself, and then there's a social capital, like how you are valuable as a person as well. And that could translate to, let's say, some of the things that we have done at Lighthouse. Like we have got a lot of publicity around the world, sometimes not spending a single penny, because we built some products which were hardly generating any money, but the core purpose was to do something good for community. Like if developer community needed that, we just built that and it got some recognition. So that's why like now what happens is, I recently got to know that somebody presented Lighthouse at IIT Chennai or some other IIT. I'm like, even our team didn't go, we didn't sponsor the hackathon, but somebody's presenting on our behalf that, oh, if you want to use blockchain technology, use this file storage project. And this thing happened, I think there was an event in Tokyo last month. So somebody presented Lighthouse, that if you want to store your data on blockchain, use Lighthouse. And I think when we were thinking, there were like $15,000 worth of sponsorship fees that we had to do. I'm like, I just came back from the US. I'm like, I'm not in the mood of spending another dollar. But it's like, if you build social capital, if you build sometimes things that's valuable to people, it gives you like free publicity. Like it saved us a lot of money. And just this last weekend again, event happened in Austin in the US. And I wasn't there, my team wasn't there, but our project was there because people liked what we are doing. But yeah, I would close with some thoughts that independent of how many of you are in the room, I think you should always take this as a good opportunity. Like I was talking to one of my friends who is like an IIT Delhi grad, top 50 JE rank, and I think now he works in Amazon in Seattle. And when we are talking, he's always like, oh man, you had like, I have heard like people from your college are building startups. So the crazy thing about whatever money he's getting at Amazon in Seattle, and I know he's doing some crazy shit, and he's been through like IIT Delhi, pretty good school friend of mine, but he's always like, oh, you guys are building things, you guys are building startups, so those people are actually in a FOMO that what we guys are doing. So the fact that there's this incubator that we didn't had in our college time when I was there, maybe it was during the end of it, so I think that should be taken as an opportunity not to be missed. Awesome, thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, moving onwards, Mr. Utkarsh Singh, he is the visionary CEO of PATEX Energies, a pioneering company that is transforming the energy industry through its innovative approach to battery recycling. With a deep passion for sustainability and environmental responsibilities, Utkarsh is committed to creating a circular supply chain of battery materials by recycling every spent lithium-ion battery in the world. A huge round of applause for Sir.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Projected. Okay. Feels good to be back at the home pitch again. This stage for some reason feels homely even yet after 4 years of passing out from here. So first of all, a very warm welcome to everybody who's in this hall. A great round of applause for you all. Great. So I'm Utkarsh Singh. I'm from the very first batch of BML Munjal University. I actually landed up in this university when there was only 2 classrooms and 5-story hostel. That's it. Rest all was kind of a jungle out here, but we somehow managed, and we have seen how great organizations are built. And that is what motivated us to build how the way we are building PATEX. So today because I've got this opportunity, so instead of sharing more about what we, what is that we are doing at PATEX, I want to keep it more precise and crisp about what is my learning for last 34 months from which we have been running PATEX Energies. So can we have the slide, please? Okay, I think, yeah, they're just fixing it. But any of the ways, can I know, just to know the demographics out here, how many of you are engineering students? Okay, and how many of you want to be entrepreneurs? Only 3, 4, 5, rest like little less than 10%, I would say. Can anyone share why you want to be entrepreneur? Just a random thought till the time they are fixing this. That can also happen in a job. You don't want to work under anyone else. Okay, that's good. Great. What do you think is the most important thing that an entrepreneur should have? Okay. I can categorize into 2 skills that somebody taught me 5 years back, and later in the journey I've realized it is actually 2. To be successful as an entrepreneur, there are 2 skills which are very, very important. The first one is the people's skill, and second one is the selling skill. So these are the two skills. No matter wherever, whichever industry you are in, you're going to rock it out. Great. I hope this fixes pretty soon. Great. And what year are you guys in? Anybody from third year? Okay, and second year guys? And first year? Okay, you are the one who have been forced to sit here, right? Okay, no worries. No worries, no worries. Take your time. Great. So, okay, it's here. Great. So let's get started. Let me just tell you about what we do at BATEX. You all know that electric mobility is taking all around the world, right? Yes. But what is actually the base for electric mobility? These are the critical materials, that is cobalt, nickel and lithium, that goes in the manufacturing of lithium ion batteries, because every electric mobility, every car has a lithium ion battery. But the problem is all of these materials are mined, and what we are doing at BATEX is we are making sure that we create a sustainable supply chain of battery materials in India. Unless and until, what will happen, we'll be again dependent on various other countries for the import of battery materials, and hence we won't be able to create a sustainable supply chain. What do you think is the biggest game in the energy sector? Any idea? Okay, let me just put it to you. The best game in the energy sector is of energy generation, storage and distribution. That is what we have as a vision. So to work on the storage, that is what we have taken as the first problem, and for that we are creating sustainable batteries that can only be done by recycling the materials and again making lithium ion cells out of it. But okay, that's little bit about the company. Let's keep it aside. But for now, let's focus on what I have learned in last 34 months of running BATEX. The point is, I have learned that an entrepreneur is no less than a superhero. How many of you are Marvel fan? Okay, DC? Okay, let me take you on a journey of superheroes. The first thing that I have learned is something to do with Captain America. Captain America is known for the trust, it's known for the honesty, and that is what is the foundation of our startup. That is a strong partnership. Whenever anybody is in need, we are standing together, and that what builds a strong partnership. So this is my co-founder Vikrant. Vikrant and I have been together as partners in startup for last somewhere 40 months. But trust me, we have had each and everything that you guys can imagine, going around the world, roaming in the streets of Paris, talking to big investors, getting rejects, getting big checks, everything. But at the end of the day, what we are thankful to each other is that we are driven by morality, we trust each other. Second, we have empathy for our entire team, be it the clients, be it our vendors, or be it anyone. You have to be driven by empathy and morality within. And at the last, we both have similar thoughts that we are building our organization, our startup with emotions, which is driven for excellence, but we are building it with the emotions. So there are some snapshots. Like here you can see this at the bottom top you can see there are clients from Germany. Just below that we had a tie-up, a very big tie-up with one of the Tata's company. Then we have clients from Korea, we have clients from US, and they all have visited our facility. One thing that they have loved about is how we are driven by emotions and morality. We are very honest in our dealings. We always be very transparent, and that is what something has helped us to crack $1 million of deals very easily. Now I'll come back to second. You as an entrepreneur is the powerhouse of your startup. So even some of my colleagues are sitting here. Mr. Sachin, Om is here. So we have been talking about a lot. First of all, may I have a good round of applause for my team members? Great, thank you guys. So as an entrepreneur, when you wake up every day, you wake up with a lot of pressure, because every day it's a hustle, you have to win. What motivates you is your mission and your vision. Every day you should remember the purpose that got you started as an entrepreneur. And therefore, because your team is going to draw energy from you. And unless, if you are, if you are demotivated, trust me, you won't be able to build a successful team. Today, we have one of the strongest team in our industry. In last 34 months, we are top 3 players of India, and we are giving a very tough competitions to the people who have above $100 million, $150 million of funding. We are yet the best in our quality. It is because we all as a team members are driven and are very, very motivated because of the powerhouse that we have created. So as an entrepreneur, your team is going to draw power from you, and within themselves, the people working under them is going to draw power from them. So that is why we believe as an entrepreneur, you have to have a qualities of Thor. Next. Okay. This is my favorite slide. Unleash the power of and the magic of team play. Because we initially first, 15, 16 months, we were struggling that some people were losing motivation, somebody was thinking that nothing is moving. But as an entrepreneur, you will always know that, okay, what is the vision and what's happening with the external world. But you have to make sure that your team is aligned with it. So what we did was, we introduced the concept of Ubuntu. Ubuntu is a very famous concept which got South Africa independent. So what happened, we started caring for each other. The concept of Ubuntu means, I am there for you and you are there for me. So as a team member, everybody started for caring each other, and that's how we built a very strong team which has created magical results for us. So here are some snapshots. That was the first picture, I think, somewhere around 10 to 11 months back. And now from a team of 7 people that started out of BMU Incubation Center, we are right now 58 people in our team. So great going out there. Yeah. This is one of the very important fact, that is, as an entrepreneur, you need to create your own web of resources. That is what differentiates you from anybody else. So you need to have, so here I have listed down some very critical, key resources that I have identified over last 34 months of running, and that has given us nothing but the speed. Because as an entrepreneur, you need to have tremendous speed, then only you are going to win as a startup against the big corporates that you are standing alone. So what some of them are, you need to have good friends. Like you are in college today, you should start networking from today. There must be your friends who are studying in NLU, or you have friends who are studying as CAs. So start networking with them and build relationships from today, because tomorrow when you start, they will be professionals and they're going to help you to start. So that is how you will save time, and that is how you will save energy for running around with different firms who are going to fool you. So you need to have your own web of resources. One of the very important is, you should have friends who are good critics. They should be able to tell you that where you are going wrong, and you should be open to listening to it. So I think this certain points have really, helped us to get speed and become one of the most successful player. This is just a snapshot to show that you have to face the reality what's happening in your startup. So you have to be very, very clear. For which we say in our company, there's a slogan that we use, feet on the ground but eyes always on the sky. So that keeps us grounded, and that makes us to live in the reality. So we are very clear that what's happening in this industry, how lavish the entire sector is looking like, but it's a daily rigorous task that we have to do. So that keeps us motivated. So here are some pictures. In the month 1, we started in July 2020. We started from a table that you can see there. Just 3 months after, we were able to complete our first battery pack. Then in 5 months, we set up our first facility in Bilaspur. Then 7 months back, we started manufacturing battery packs that we were giving to companies like Escorts. And we completed our research in 12th month. And today, after 34 months, we are having our second unit. And we just recently closed a round which is valued at $20 million. So it is just the hustle that gets you started, but you have to always be clear what where you are headed and what is your mission and vision. So that's pretty much my learnings from our startup. We are very strong and we are going to be #1 in India pretty soon. And just a small video for you all. Thank you. Can you play the video?
Geographical location and transport.
The world is limited. Days are limited, resources are limited, our time on earth is limited, but humanity is not limited. With the enormous exploitation and exhaustion of our resources, either we have to start taking responsibility for climate action or we just put a full stop on this planet. A few years ago, when we were in college, we realized the biggest contributor to pollution is the automobile industry, and it's a no-brainer. The EV is the future. Over the years, with the development and adoption of lithium technology, electric mobility has become a reality, giving us a chance to reduce our carbon emissions and make this world a better place again.
We have a flexibility to source end-of-life lithium and cell virtually any geographical location and transport them safely and efficiently, recycling to our manufacturing facility. We utilize all the latest technologies as well as artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain to constantly improve our efficiency levels as well as overall safety, raw material quality and consistency. As per our Net Zero, Waste Zero initiative, we made a conscious decision to completely discharge all the remaining energy from the batteries which is used to power our plant.
We developed our own proprietary technology for extracting rare earth metals like lithium, cobalt, nickel and manganese from used lithium-ion cells and send these precious rare earth metals back into manufacturing lithium-ion batteries.
Our primary product of mechanical process is high-grade black mass with less than 1% of impurities. All the chemicals which we use in the proprietary hydrometallurgical process have been specifically synthesized to repeatedly and infinitely. After they perform the extraction of rare earth metals, they return to their original state.
We are committed to international initiatives related to climate goals, energy and circular economy, including UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals and India's target of net zero by 2070. We are doing our part, but it all starts with you. Our mission is to recycle every used lithium-ion battery in the world. The world, its resources and our life on this planet may all be limited. But we at PITCHFEST believe in solutions that are beyond limitations.
Thank you so much, sir, and all the members from PITCHFEST Energy. It was truly an inspiring video for all of us. Now moving onwards to the next BMU alumni, Mr. Mayank Gupta. He is a dynamic and enthusiastic entrepreneur known for his diverse interests and entrepreneur ventures. With a great passion for music and art, Mayank sir has successfully established himself as a founder of multiple startups, including Brainweave and Quaish. Sir's entrepreneurial journey is marked by his unwavering curiosity and eagerness to try new things. He is known for his adventurous spirit and always willing to explore new opportunities and take on challenges. Big hand of applause for the sir.
Hello, am I audible? First of all, great presentation, Utkarsh. I'm sure this presentation is going to be in the curriculum, entrepreneurship curriculum for the students in coming years. Okay, so myself, Mayank here. I was here with the first batch of BMU University. I joined the university in 2014. I came here as one of the first 100% scholarship student in this university. I graduated as a gold medalist from the university, just to brag a little bit about myself. Okay, so first of all, I believe very less entrepreneurship interested audience over here, but still I will try to convince others to join entrepreneurship if I can. Perfect. So my journey started with Brainweave as my first venture, I was always very clear about me being like starting something of my own. Baniya family से हूँ, तो job was never an option. अपना खुद का कुछ करना है. That was the thought always I was having in my head. But my dad's business never interested me, and obviously technology and engineer oriented student. So yes, entrepreneurship was one thing I was always interested in. My journey started during the college days. Brainweave was a name very near and dear to me. I don't know why, though it's very difficult to pronounce sometimes. But we started with robotics. My thought at that time was, whatever I'm learning in college, let me give the same knowledge to school students. That was my very basic business model. Because what I felt was, the school students are smart enough to learn and understand whatever we are learning in the college. Because I felt whatever is being taught right now, if I would have known before, I would have made a much better and greater impact. So the very first thing, very first interesting topic that I learned in the college was robotics. So we took robotics to the school students. We did a lot of workshops around India. We also did a huge workshop in Nepal. And technically in Nepal, we were able to cater 500 students in a single batch, and we were teaching them robotics in a single whole auditorium. That was our first milestone we achieved. Moving out of robotics, now the next step was what else? So we pivoted our business model and designed a specialized curriculum for overall development of a child, or I would say human design development. Because what I felt was, when everyone was struggling with jobs, everyone was struggling with what next for the future. As Utkarsh mentioned, very important skills were people skills, selling skill, the communication, the personality, your logical abilities and everything. So we designed, and I believed all these things needs to be incorporated in a very, very young age. So we designed a specialized curriculum which was just focused on human design development, and we started approaching a lot of schools, we started approaching a lot of I would say government schools and initiatives. So our very first major milestone was we were able to tie up with Hero Foundation. So Hero Foundation at that time was teaching about 3,000 underprivileged kids. And what better than deploying our human design development curriculum for these underprivileged kids. So we started sending our trainers to these Asha centers where we were teaching underprivileged kids, and we were delivering our curriculum to them. But one thing that I realized soon was scalability. I believe the one major factor that every entrepreneur should keep in mind is scalability. You go it everywhere, any investor everywhere, you need to think how you are going to scale. You can cater 100, 200, 2,000, 20,000, but what about 2 lakh, 20 million and above that crowd? So I was mentored into developing this curriculum into an application which can easily distributed and can easily be used and is definitely more scalable. So we developed an app again by the name of Brainweave. But here I want to give one learning, though a lot of things have been covered by Utkarsh. But one learning what I want to tell you over here is do sprints. Don't wait for a perfect product. There will never be a perfect product. There has to be iterations, there has to be updates, there has to be, better functionalities, XYZ, keep going on the product. Do sprints. If you have a product which is at least usable, go out in the market, try to spread awareness. This was one drawback that I felt. I spent 7 to 8 months on just developing the app, fixing small errors, improving, adding more functionalities and XYZ. And at the end, I realized the kind of functionalities I'm trying to add, they are not going to be used by underprivileged kids anyhow. So we launched, and in 3 years, we were able to teach around 35,000 odd students through our app. And again, our whole focus was underprivileged kids. We were all funded by governments, we were all funded by CSR projects. So recently, I took an exit from Brainweave, 31st March 2023, I took an exit. Now I am again investing in another e-learning platform which I will be circulating amongst you very soon. Till that, last year I got married, so yes, and yes, I knew और किसी पे ताली नहीं आएगी इस पे आएगी. Yeah, last year I got married, so my wife is a fashion designer, and definitely my business was on automation, and she wanted to do something And as I told, I want to convince some of you to move to entrepreneurship. I convinced her to move to entrepreneurship. And we started a platform by the name of Khwaish. Though the spelling of Khwaish is wrong over here. It's SHH. So if anyone wants to Google. So so it's a multi-brand e-commerce platform. What we are trying to do is we are trying to create a platform where all multi-designers, fashion designers are coming in and people can buy from fashion designers. Again, all my learnings from Brainweave I deployed in Khwaish. We were able to make the platform within 7 days. We didn't thought too much about AI, this, that. We just quickly launched it. In 3 months, we were having more than 50 designers on board. And in last 1 month only, we have started doing the marketing and excessive marketing for the platform. And we are doing decent revenues as well. So again, talking about learning, only one I would talk about is do sprints. Don't wait, think, do action, try to get proof of concept. It doesn't work, discard, move ahead. Don't keep thinking, don't keep ideating. It's an endless journey. Take sprints, don't waste time, and keep doing. Rest. Acha, I'm keen to discuss any of your ideas. So you can take my contact number. You can call me anytime. Come to my office. We will have a coffee and I love to chit and chat about your ideas and discuss more about that. Thank you so much. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. Now moving onwards. Mr. Prabodh, sir, he is a visionary entrepreneur and the founder of MD Marching Ants, a pioneering company in Nepal that specializes in modern marketing and edtech support. With a strong foundation in design thinking, marketing, and analytics, Prabodh sir leverages his expertise to create meaningful campaigns that drive results. He is a visionary leader who is dedicated to making a meaningful difference in the field of education through his entrepreneur endeavors. Please put your hands together for Prabodh sir.
Hello. No, I'll do it myself. Yeah. USB. मेरा बैग में प्रेजेंटर है, you can give me. यहीं पे. Else I also have one. So not working. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Okay. So I represent Marching Ants. So we are basically a digital agency as well as a software as a service company. So talking about Marching Ants, we started in 2017. I completed my master's MBA in 2017. I went back to Nepal and we bootstrapped this company. So as of now, we are rated as top 3 digital agency in Nepal. We have a team of more than 50 plus as of now in digital marketing, and we have a team of more than 15 in our software division. As of now, we have executed more than 100 plus campaigns for brands like Tata Motors, Bajaj, Excite Batteries, Dabur Nepal, Nerolac, Dale and Hire. And it all started here. It all started here. It all started brainstorming with friends. It all started in the rooms that we stayed. Like everyone here, I was not here for entrepreneurship. I was not convinced myself as an entrepreneur, and I came here for a corporate job. I wanted to land myself in companies like Amazon, IBM, because I wanted to move. I wanted to get more exposure, because I was not getting the exposure that I wanted in Nepal, and I wanted to grow more. I wanted to work in big companies. I wanted to gain experience. I wanted to make money. So I joined MBA with the hope that I'll get a good placement. But the journey changed everything. During my MBA, I realized it was during the MBA, during the projects, during all the marketing sessions, all the case studies, I realized I was more of a creative person, and I was more into marketing and advertising. So then I started pivoting. So the courses that we learned, digital marketing coupled with design thinking, problem solving, data visualization, it gave me a broader prospects on data-driven advertising. And if you see in 2017, India was highly involved in digital marketing. People were interested, companies were spending in digital marketing, but in Nepal, it was not the case. 90 to 95% of those budgets was being spent on traditional marketing. It was going on prints, it was going on paper, it was going on OOH, it was going on radio. And only 5 to 10% of those budgets were being spent on local digital platforms, right? So with the hopes of starting a new agency and introduce data-driven advertising approach, I went back to Nepal and I started consulting. I started meeting I started meeting small companies. I started consulting them. I started giving ideas on digital marketing for small businesses. And during the process, I also got connected with different advertising agencies in Nepal. And then I started helping them get new clients, plan projects for them. And in that course, I met the founders of Avani Advertising. And they were one of the leading advertising agency, and they still are one of the leading advertising agency in Nepal. So with them, we talked about a lot of things. They already had established their digital marketing wing 2 years back, and they were not getting the resources. They were not being able to manage the projects, and they were actually losing clients in the traditional field too, because those people who were actually trusting them on the traditional marketing, and now they were trusting them on digital platform, and they were not getting those attractions. People were not enjoying the service, and people were actually leaving the company. And they also wanted to do something in digital marketing space. So we talked about how we can change this thing using data-driven marketing approach, how we can educate our clients, and how we can take them to next level. So we actually, on the later stage of 2017, we actually initiated our company, Marching Ants Private Limited, with the goal of doing the data-driven advertising in Nepal. So we started the company. We started building team. It was basically a room inside Avani Advertising. And there were people in Avani Advertising. It was a big team, more than 30 people. But what I had in mind was, if I stay there, my team will also stay with them, and they will have the same kind of synergy. They will not think different. They will be influenced by the seniors. So what I said was, let's start the company, but let's not stay here. Let's go on a co-working space. Let's stay separately. And once we grow, then we can eventually plan a proper setup, and then we do a co-working space, and then we shifted to another office. We pivoted from the team, and then I started building the team from there. The team started building. We started going to the market. But the hardest part was converting the clients, right? People were not ready. They were not ready to invest on digital. They were not seeing traction on digital platform. So it was very hard for us to convince these clients. It was very hard for us to bring these people come into digital marketing space, spend on digital marketing. So it took us 2 years plus, right? It took us 2 years and our team to build the trust, build a brand, and now we are at around as number 3 agency in Nepal. So it was a long process. It was very hard for us. There were a lot of companies. We started small companies, small local FMCG companies, small local liquor companies, and we started promoting them on digital space. And slowly we started getting trust of MNCs. We first onboarded Excite Batteries, then we started with Mac Lubricants, and everything started once we onboarded Tata Motors and started planning for them. And then our efforts were being recognized by the market, and then people were actually
coming with us, asking us to plan the marketing campaigns and move together with us as the brand partners. So we were finally thinking, now apna time aaya hai. Now we are going to make money. Now it was around end of 2019. We are really excited. Nepal was hosting Visit Nepal year 2020, and we were getting a lot of projects from resorts, hospitality sectors, and we were really excited. We were actually advertising, doing marketing in international countries. We were doing ads in US, we were doing ads in UK, we were doing ads in Australia, but everything changed. The COVID happened, and suddenly the whole market dynamics changed. The people who were actually investing with us, actually working with us, now they said, no, we don't have the budget. Because the first thing that gets cut when there's any problem in the country, maybe COVID, maybe economic crisis, they cut on the advertising part, they cut on the marketing part, right? And we had hugely hit. Our sales were down to around from 100% to we were doing on 15% and 20%, because we were actually convincing them, please stay, please do some kind of advertising. This is the right time, the auction rates are very low, and we try to maintain the market during this time, and we try to at least have some traction in the market for our clients. But during this setback, we had a lot of time to think. One was planning for the team of remote workplaces and everything, but we had a lot of time to think as a founders. We had a lot of time to think about what new to do, how can we change the market, what are the market dynamics that we may face in the future. These are the things. And though Marching Hands was doing good, we were not satisfied. We're not. I wanted to do something on data analytics space. I introduced data-driven marketing in Nepal. A lot of company digital agencies now follow the same approach that we started in 2017. But now, in what we call in the maza nahi aa raha tha. We wanted to do something new. We wanted to innovate something, and then we wanted to use this knowledge of data science to create some solutions, to create some products that will actually impact the lives of some people, right? And then, like everyone, we wanted to make profits. But we also wanted to create some impact, and we wanted to create some solutions for our people, right? So this is, when you search in Google Nepal, this is what you see. You see mountain, Mount Everest, you see Pashupatinath, Swayambhunath temples, you see a lot of scenic space for trekking, and you see a lot of places with ponds and cities by it, right? But when you deep dive as a person living in Nepal and seeing the news every day, these are the kinds of things you see in the news. Agriculture in decline, farmers forced to destroy their produce due to lack of market, a looming crisis in farming, more than 2.7 million people living for Gulf country. Nepal accounts for 16% of the total population in Gulf country. And this is the state of the land. Those lands that were being cultivated were now turned into plottings, and there were people were selling small plots. And this is the everyday sight. It's even yesterday when I was in the airport, there were more than 1,000 people wearing caps, somewhere EPS Korea, going to Korea, somewhere wearing black caps that were going to Malaysia, somewhere going green caps that were going to Japan and Middle East. And there I realized each cap was denoting different country. And there's a very huge problem of brain drain, and people were leaving the country, and we are a dependent economy. We depend everything on food, fuel, everything on India. So there was a time when we were self-sufficient in food, but now we are not. We are highly dependent on everything. You may not get anything produced in Nepal, but yeah, if you want something produced in US, packed in US, sold in US, you'll get in the department store there. Though it's 10 times expensive, people come and buy those things. All the expensive things you get in the market, but you don't get local things. Everything is imported. So we wanted to support the lives of farmers. We wanted to change their lives. We wanted this barren lands to be cultivated again, rather than changing into some real estate property. We wanted a system that is always familiar to use by farmers, and there's always free to use for them. And we wanted to play our part in keeping youths in the country. We wanted to keep youths, because everybody we see every day leaving. Some are going to Australia, some are going to Middle East. So we wanted to use the technology to help them increase the yields. We wanted to get them direct access with the market. We wanted to remove the middlemen. We wanted to get them direct access to agri loans, because government is giving agri loans for seeds and fertilizers, pesticides, and farmers were not getting those. Some middlemen were taking it, and they were again cross-selling it to someone in higher prices. And then we wanted to constantly remind these farmers about the health of their crops. So during COVID, we thought of this, and during that time we started this project called AgroEase. It's a part of Marching Hands. unit of marching ants. It's an agri-tech contract farming solution that genuinely helps farmers to increase the yields. We actually predict for them. So if you do this set of activities on this prescribed time, your yield is going to increase by 20%, 30%, or 40%, right? And then we also help them get market and sell the products in good price. Since we are removing middlemen and directly connecting them with the factories, now we are trying to remove them with middlemen and get better price for the product that they are selling. We don't want to get the product going decayed and going in the wastage. We wanted to remind them about weather forecasts. During this project, I realized there are a lot of pesticides that has to be given to the plants just after a rainfall. You can't do it before, you can't do it 2 days after. It's like tomorrow it's going to be rainfall, the weather forecasting is then you have to give it day after tomorrow after the rainfall. So using all these things, analyzing the data of local weather stations and everything, we wanted to remind them about the pesticides, insecticides, and also when to harvest their crops. And during this project, what we realized was, people think when you are harvesting, every day everybody starts harvesting their yield in the same day. So by that time, some vehicles from the company arrives or factory arrives, and by the time they are taken to the factory, already the quality of the crops are decreased. So it's also there's a certain time you have to cut the crop so that you'll get the maximum yield out of the crop. So we genuinely wanted to help them to get on these sites, and we wanted to help companies because the main source of income was coming from those factories. There's FMCG factories, there's sugarcane factories that were actually using our system and deploying it to the farmers. So we wanted help companies doing contract farming. We wanted factories to monitor the contract farms. We wanted to give them the health about the crops. We wanted to predict them the yields, and we wanted a system where they can bulk buy directly from our system. So then, maybe it's been only 6 months, we have rolled out the system. We started the development from late stage of 2020, and we're actually developing this system, checking it in our system, and it was 6 months back. We are going to companies. First we tried with pharma, but we did not go to market, and then we tied up with the sugar mills, the biggest sugar mill in eastern Nepal, the Eastern Sugar Mill, and then we started taking this product to the market. Now in the last 10 months, we have been able to change. These are the farms. These are our farmers who are actually using our system and growing crops. These are some of the pictures of the farm with one of our developer. So as of now, we have 7,000 plus farmers connected to the system, and we have actually cultivated more than 6,000 hectares plus land. Those lands that were actually barren and the farmers were not cultivating. And we think we have been able to change the lives of people like Maniram Yadav, the pictures that we saw, Raju Chaurasia, Ram Bahadur Khatri, and other 6,000 people more. And our goal is to have more than 50,000 plus farmers by the end of 2023. And we want to cultivate 10,000 hectares plus land by the end of 2023. And we are also working with different companies. We have approached different companies in India and abroad to connect satellite imaging technology so that we can get live image of the crops, we can do live data analysis and give live reports to farmers, live reports to the companies or the contract farm that are using our system. And we want to start our farmer to buy portal by the end of 2024. So we are also parallelly building a portal from where you can the farmers can directly sell crops to this factories, this contract farms, and when you can require some kinds of insecticide, pesticides or seeds, you can directly apply for loan from the system. You can directly buy those seeds if somebody is selling it, and even if in the harvesting season, you can rent vehicles for harvesting, tools for harvesting the product. So as of now, we are in bootstrapping stage. We have been directly investing on these projects. We have been using the funds from Marching Ants, Urban Advertising, and Lines VR to fund this project. And we are planning to go for a seed funding in later half of this year. So we have started a journey to change life of these people, one farmer at a time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Coming to the end of such a wonderful and informative session, I would like to express my deepest appreciation and gratitude where leaders from several domains shared their experience and helped in gaining awareness to avoid replicating the same mistakes again, and to inculcate these new habits to transform their startup ventures. Now I would like to invite Devendra sir and Baba sir to acknowledge the esteemed guest with the, yes sir.
All of us. And I'd like to thank the four guys who came in, Prabodh, Mayank, Nandit and Utkarsh. All four of them really were one of the quiet ones, not a very visible one, but they eventually went ahead and did what was so close to their heart. And I think, I don't know about you guys, but clearly even being a faculty, I'm thoroughly impressed with what they have done at such early stage in their life. And for me, they are a source of inspiration, not just for you, but for the entire university and for us at the Incubation Center. And I genuinely thank Utkarsh, Prabodh, Mayank and Nandit to take time out and be here with us. Thank you so much, guys. Now what we'll have is, I'll hand over to you, and we are doing Investomania right now, okay? Dishita, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Warm greetings. So now we'll move onwards to Investomania. It's wonderful to see everyone here. We are eager to learn about your cutting-edge business ideas and are looking forward to what you have in store for all of us. So in case you're not aware about Investomania it's a platform where you present your ideas, your new startup ideas, and it's fantastic chance to obtain feedback, connect with other business owners and potential investors. So we are very excited to hear from you since we have a great roster of participants and alumni today. So let's get started without further ado. So participants will also have the chance to hear from our knowledgeable alumni in addition to his support and several other perks. You may enhance your ideas and pitch with the help of constructive criticism, and you can refine your ideas and improve your pitch, increase your chances of success. So now Garima will be sharing the semi-finalist list of the participants. So where are the team members of Investomania? Can I see them? Okay. So let's begin with the semi-finals. So the first is Shriyansh Tripathi and his team. Second finalist is Siddhant Tiwari and his team. Third is Syantam. Fourth is Rohan Dhingra. And the fifth is Surya. I request everyone to please come on stage and start with their pitching. Starting with Shriyansh. Yes, sir, we'll arrange.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, good evening, everyone. Okay. Have you ever considered what it's likely for visually impaired individuals to navigate their surroundings? It's a daunting task, and it's very difficult for them to know about the obstacles. So what if we say we have a solution for that? So introducing the jacket for the blind. It's an innovative engineering project that we're looking forward for. It is basically, it will detect the obstacles and helps the visually impaired individuals to navigate about the surroundings. We'll use different sensors for that, and also will include GPS tracking system to track, to know about, which will help the users to know about the location of the jacket. And we'll include different sensors which will help to know about the potholes and many obstacles, basically. So here's a little bit prototype of our project. So basically we have now 50 centimeters is the range for that. We are now only use it here only. We'll use it all over the jacket. Radar sensor we'll use for that. And it will also detect the potholes and any obstacles that will lead to. So we are working for that, and it's just a prototype for that. Sir, any questions? So any doubt or questions? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How do you think you're going to roll this out? Yeah, it's fine. How do you think what will be your go-to-market strategy? Any question on that?
So basically, we are just now working on that. We don't have a final plan for that.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so
That's
it's
okay.
just a prototype. We'll look forward for that. We'll use the radar sensors. It's just only an ultrasonic sensor, which will detect from here only. We will overall use for that. So, and anything you have to answer?
No, I think that is good enough. That is not necessary. You need to have it right
For
now.
market purpose.
Yeah, I mean, how are you going to launch it? But okay, the second question is in the last one. Sorry, can you just define your problem statement in 1 line or 2 lines?
Okay. Basically, the jacket to know about the obstacles and around the surroundings for visually impaired individuals. So if they can't see, so it will basically tell them about the obstacles that they are facing by a beeping sound.
Okay, that's good. But I think, so that is a solution you are telling.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
please
sir.
understand. You're telling the solution. What is the problem?
They have to use the blind stick for that. Visually impaired individuals can't see, so they will not able to know about the obstacles. So basically, yeah, it will help for that only.
That's good. But if you think even deeper, you can find out there is no technology intervention for the visually impaired people
Yes, sir.
to help them, identify their surroundings.
Yes,
It is
sir.
just this stick.
Yes.
So you are actually using technology to
Yes.
replace it.
Replace it, yes,
So I
sir.
think
Thank you,
it
sir.
is the problem of technology that it has not even solved. So you can, even if you think deeper, you will find a bigger problem statement. I think that will
Yes,
be
sir, we
much
are
needed
working on
going
that. We
forward.
just started about the project. We'll surely look forward for that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if anybody has other questions, otherwise I can ask.
Yeah, I think only question from my end is, what's the most difficult part of doing this or building this product?
Sir, basically, we are planning it cost effective, mostly from our side, and it is more efficient for the individual, sir, for that.
Good, okay.
Cost effective, in a way of cost effective manner.
So you are saying that your jacket will be having all the elements?
Yes, sir.
The radar sensors and everything?
Yes, sir.
How are you planning to clean it?
Clean it, sir.
इसको धोएंगे कैसे?
Sir, yeah, sir. We can use lily pad for that. It's a waterproof thing, so we'll use for that only.
Okay,
for that.
perfect.
Yeah, I think it's a good cause that you have picked up.
Yes, sir.
My only suggestion is very good that you have started with the product. Good that you have a purpose in place.
Yes, sir.
You need to define your problem statement
In a
much
more
deeper.
better way. Yes, sir.
You will do great then.
For sure.
Just
Thank you,
keep
sir.
doing this. Yeah.
Thank you,
great,
sir.
man.
Thank you.
Great to hear such a startling idea. Now we'll move to Siddhant and his team.
So, good evening, sir. So, our project is basically based on piezo sensors, and we will be generating electricity with that. So, the problem statement we are solving is, as in remote areas, you know that there is power cut or no electricity for short durations or even for longer durations. So this is the problem that we are trying to solve. And also the source of power we are using is renewable. So piezoelectric sensors are basically eco-friendly, and they also have a long duration. They do not require maintenance or anything. So we are using piezo sensors. So our problem statement is basically that. And the solution we will be providing is we will be using piezo sensors with a buffer circuit, and the buffer circuit will contain rectifier, a bridge rectifier with 4 diodes, and some connecting wires with the capacitor, and we will be using then boost converter to step up the voltage, since the voltage produced by the sensors is very low. So we will be using boost converter, and the voltage then produced after the boost converter, we will be using that to charge a battery, and the battery can then be used to power up small electrical appliances, since in village areas, small electrical appliances. So the application we thought of are like on stairs. Like if we install these piezo sensors on stairs, so with the vibrations of the crowd in crowded places, with the vibrations, or in the house. So with the vibration, they will generate electricity and they can power up the devices. So this is our basically idea we are implementing. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think overall cool idea. But a couple of feedback, like just slides, make them maybe more graphical and put less content. Like best thing is don't put more than 3 to 5 words.
Yes.
Because even you, it's good that you didn't look back much during presentation. So even now we are also not reading the text. So keep the slides short, and yeah, like some demo would be great. Like that's missing. Like I have seen on table, so I know what you guys are doing, but some demo would be helpful. So that's some feedback from my end.
So like we have the circuit now, but we can show the graphs, the readings. So like when we built the circuit, the voltage, it was generating a certain amount of voltage. So in the first we can see 4.3 volts, 6.3. And also we measured it on oscilloscope. So these are graphs we were getting. So by this we understood like our project can work. We just need to implement it correctly and in a more greater.
How many members are there in your team, and what is the role of everybody?
So like we have 5 members. So everyone, 5 members. Tasks are divided among everybody. So circuit building, some are into that, and the idea, some found that idea, some are working on that idea, and like some are building, testing this, and clicking pictures and just sending it to us. So
I think
tasks are divided.
I think if you assign the task to everybody in the, just make an Excel sheet, assign everybody's role and responsibility, and bring this up, step this up to a MVP. Make a model, some kind of model, and then demonstrate this. This will give more clarity to everyone. You have to bring it up and think from the perspective whether you can turn it out in this project into a business.
Yes.
So right now it seems more like a college project, but if you give reality to it, and I think where you are missing is that because your team roles are not defined. So please do that. And clicking picture and sending is not a role.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Amazing idea, team. So now I request the next participant, Rohan Dhingra.
Okay, so good evening everyone. My project here, which I am going to present, is called RFID Dog Food Dispenser. Me and my team, we have created this to solve the starvation crisis which the street dogs go through every single day. So whenever you are close to your home or you're walking somewhere, you're definitely going to see stray dogs everywhere, right? Do you ever wonder who feeds them? Or do you ever go through that process ki, oh, we always think about the humans, but who does think about the animals that live on these streets and are not fed and don't get meals like us 3 times a day, right? So we have our dog lovers in all our societies, and they do feed these dogs, but to change the amount of human interaction and effort required, we came up with this street dog food dispenser, which uses RFID technology and an RFID tag, which I will present in a second, to automatically dispense food to the dog.
And basically how this device works is that all the dogs will be given a collar which has inbuilt RFID tag, and when the dog comes near the dispenser, it will read that RFID, and each dog will have a unique set of codes, and the food will be dispensed, and it will be dispensed according to the local settings, or however we'll be partnering with some local NGOs and local people who will be willing to work with us, and we'll be dispensing food for them. And we'll also be gathering some analytics from what time which dog will come and eat the food, and if some dog is not eating food for 2 days, we'll always get to know, because it will not be registered for the particular day, and we can look into it, that is it facing any problems or what is the problem in that. So basically this is the RFID card, and in this place the dog will have its collar, and here we have the RFID reader. So basically the dog food is dispensed, and we'll also be having this data recorded into the database, which will in turn get some analytics for us. Thank you.
I think great idea. That's a great idea. I was just checking on my mobile that what is the competition out there. What if the dog comes from any other side? So this will be covered first of all. You will cover that up. You have thought about it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that all is sorted. Okay, so very basic question. What is the problem that you are solving?
So basically we are trying to solve we have seen many cases of street dogs aggression on children who are playing on streets, and because of this reason many people they harm the street dogs, or even the government is now taking away the street dogs and placing them in some kind of facilities. We heard some news, we had some incidents in the past. So the main reason for this is that they're not getting proper food. The street dogs are showing aggression on humans because they're not getting proper food, and we are trying to solve this problem. So we are trying to provide food for the animals.
Okay, so that is on an open market side, but who is going to buy from this?
And see, and I'm just going to start with the example. We have seen some milk companies where they sell, 1/2 liter of milk for around 150-200 rupees, saying that we allow our animals to roam freely around large acres of land instead of making them to stay in a single place and producing milk continuously, which say that this milk is healthy, etc. And in those kind of cases, we can install these kind of setups where there will be people who will be looking after the animals, make sure that they are eating regularly food and they're eating food regularly, etc. We can use these devices which will reduce the human cost, human labor, human error, etc. And we'll also get the data analytics from the animals.
That's good. I mean, that's very well thought through from the perspective of technology. But have you thought anything on the business side? Should I ask you about that? Okay.
Yes. So
who's going to buy this?
I think that the main place that we want to put these in would be societies or community parks.
Who will pay for that?
The societies, the societies get a monthly budget from the citizens of the society to make changes in that society itself. Obviously, some small amount of that can go towards this, and all the other citizens have to do is just replenish the food that we put in this, and that's all the human interaction that is required. And we can make it bigger, we can have a bigger container, we can feed a couple of dogs.
We think that every house which has a pet has this.
Well, that already exists, so there's no point of creating a similar one. We need one for societies so that we can feed the street dogs. Then that's a separate problem, and this would be a separate problem.
Okay, so you mean to say that an automatic food dispenser for the pets is already available? Is it on the RFID base or is it on the app based?
App based.
App based. So that means every time you need to click a button to dispense the food.
Yes.
It is not on the choice of the pet when they want to eat the food.
Yes.
Okay. So that you agree to that, right?
Yes.
So how about if pet can have food when they want? Is it? Do you suggest that?
Actually, it can also be done, but there'll be cases where the pet will come and eat many times. It will again cause obesity, etc. And in the business prospect also, we can also sell this to, as I mentioned, those farms where they, allow the animals to roam freely, or in some poultry farms, large-scale poultry farms, where we can reduce the human interaction and increase.
See, just my suggestion. I think first of all, the problem identification from my perspective, I see it different. I see it that you are in a way reducing the consumption of the food wastage. Food consumption as well as the wastage, because every time we feed a lot to the pet and they might leave it or they might have it come later. So that is something that you are doing. And second is the market segment that you are targeting is limited, wherein if you target getting this product to every house at a very, very affordable cost, I think that is a much bigger business demand that you can look at. That's what my suggestion is.
Cool. I love the fact that you have a working demo. And yeah, my question is, what's next? What's the next plan with this?
Sir, currently we are using Arduino Uno, and that is not an appropriate solution because that is some kind of overkill thing. We'll be trying to use some smaller microcontrollers for this, which will be enough for this kind of controlling. And we are also trying to add some more features for it.
Cool.
How are you planning to secure this establishment? मतलब हमने गली में कहीं लगा दिया, we put it in somewhere on the road. How to secure it? Because in India, this is the major problem. people take away things. Even flower pot and even this machine, they will think it's better for my dog. How to do that?
Sir, like the actual thing which will be placed in the streets will not be of this small size, so it'll be a bit hard to carry out. We'll be also having GPS in the system itself or some other tracking system, and the locality where we'll be placing it, there'll be some volunteers who will be filling it up and checking it out, and if there is something, we can place some motion sensors where it'll send alert to the local people who are working it on or filling it up that something is wrong or someone is trying to steal this thing.
Have you ever kept a dog?
No sir, we have not yet.
You can't feed dog the same meal for like the whole day and then for months. Dogs also get bored of meals. How to tackle that problem? Okay, so what I believe, instead of putting citizens responsible, you should focus on a subscription model to the society.
Okay.
Where you say we install the machines, our guy comes and refills, we maintain, we do everything.
Right.
Because citizens, not like humans, in terms of responsibilities, are very lazy.
Very true.
अगर तुम मुझे कहो कि रोज इसमें खाना डालना है जिसमें मेरा कोई फायदा नहीं है, it's tough. And let's say we take up a pet lover, even he or she will be like motivated till a certain time. So instead of, from the business perspective, I believe instead of giving citizens the freedom to refill it, you should charge a subscription model. Like you have a number of dogs in your society. We don't charge for the machine. We charge for the replenishment of the food. We come, we maintain that machine, and you make your margins out of the food that you put in that. That is where I see the feasibility in terms of business economics over here.
Okay.
Like depending on citizens, I don't feel like. And then you will be having much more control of the quality of the food, the machines, the maintenance and everything like that. So just see if that works for you. I think then it can really work well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And one last suggestion, just focus on one USP of the entire machine or the thing you are building. Don't try to build in a lot of technologies to diversify. Pinpoint one, be it RFID or be it analytics. I think analytics can come later. Just work on the tech for the RFID, that's it. Just do that pretty well. Rest all will follow.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Great idea, team. So next we have Surya and his team.
Yeah, good evening all. My name is Surya Kartken, and actually my teammate was not present today. Actually my idea was manufacturing unit of banana fiber. I want to make an brand, like clothing brand and apparel brand. Like he is my teammate Gopal Krishna, and I have another teammate, but she was not present. Actually she is studying in NIFT in Bhubaneswar. She will help me in designing and like that. Yeah. What is banana fiber? Banana fiber, banana fiber is not extracted like which we eat banana, it's not extracted from this. Banana fiber is extracted from the stem which was wasted. We have seen farms like banana farms, like the root will be there and the remaining stem will be cut off and it will be wasted. Now my idea was cutting into peels, and we have a threshing machine which can turn into yarn, and I will show you the process. This is the process how it extracted. First we have to separate the stems, and we have to dry them and bunch them, and we have to divide like we have qualities according to stems. Then we will spin and weaving. My idea was, with the raw product of this fiber, from pure banana fiber, I want to make like tote bags, pouches, and curtains like that. And with banana fiber, with cotton, I want to make like sweatshirts, shirts, and t-shirts. And I have an idea that like with like plastic bottles, like with a polyester yarn, I want to make some shirts and t-shirts out of them. Yeah, we can see the average productions. Approximately 10 to 13 stems can provide 2 kgs of banana fiber. We can see the cost. It's about 110 to 200 for a fiber of 1 kg. Advantages of this fiber, because there will be no wastage, because I am creating this product from the wastage only, so there will be no wastage. There will be only some manwork only, like we can see non-toxic. Bananas are the most famous farms. Banana farms needs less water, so the cost, it is also cost effective. We can see that banana fiber is it's 15x stronger than cotton and 10x durable than linen. So I am mixing banana fiber with cotton to make clothing brand on this. That was the design which we have made. It's a pouch. It was made by us, and we are planning to make fiber from banana stem, and with raw fiber we are planning to make hand pouches like tote bags, curtains. By mixing cotton, we are planning to make shirts, t-shirts and hoodies and other apparels. Thank you. Any questions?
Just a second. So today I'm sounding like devil's advocate, but nothing like that. Okay, I think first of all, it's a great concept, but it is already well known. People are already making banana fiber. How are you different than them?
I want to make it cost effective, one thing, and I want to promote this. It is well known, but it is not that much well known in our country.
Do you have a personal experience with banana fiber?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you just share that?
Banana fiber has no big market.
I'm saying, how did you land up to this problem?
My father has a spinning mills. So when in time of Corona, when a time of COVID, we faced a lot of issues, like the cotton crop was not much yielded, and we are facing like if 1 kg of my cotton is like 85 rupees, and in COVID time it has increased to 200, double the price. So no one has bought from us, only less has bought. So I got an idea that we can create from like organic waste. So in the times of that, like COVID or any other virus, we can survive.
Okay, I think that is what I was looking for. So, okay, that is how you identified the problem, which is very good. Why do you want to make the end product? Why not just the yarn part of it? Just make the fabric and sell it. Why do you want to get into end product?
Making end product, so I have an advantage that if I sell
only banana fiber, the 1 kg will be approx 150 to 200. But if I make the end product, I will get more profit because I have an advantage because I know how to spin with cotton and other things, spinning and weaving. So we can make cloth from it. And from tip to bottom, I can make.
So that's what I'm saying. Just make the fabric and sell it. Why do you want to convert it into an end product? Why do you want to upstream the product? Don't you think it will be huge operations making the products, selling them, and then taking the liability of the customers as well, because you will have rejections, you will have return orders. But if you just sell the fabric, that will be much sustainable business in this case.
Yeah, that's we haven't think about it, but well,
yeah. I think what you have identified is great. You should reach out to Ministry of Textiles. They often have a lot of different grants for this. You should join ACIC. You should take up this as a problem statement. Don't tell them that and I think you should not work on the end product. You should work on introducing this as a sustainable fabric. Use the word sustainable fabric. Sustainable fabric, not even the clothing. That will be a winner for you. That's what I believe, because I have personally worked in sustainable fabric on sustainable fabric projects. And apart from that, bring it from the perspective of how much banana stem waste is being dumped. Start from there. Okay, show that figure. Then show the figure if that waste is recycled, or if that waste is, if that entire downstream of waste is upstream, then how much banana fiber and the equivalent fabric can be produced, and how much it is going to substitute the cotton industry, and how much more sustainable it will be. I think that will give you a very easy path towards building the sustainable, building the business model. Always highlight your experience of your family experience, because you understand that. So investors would love to know about you. So you should tell that, you have had an experience in this industry and that's how you identified the problem. I think this can be taken up and you can build a business around it.
Okay, sir.
Study the company Resha Mehendi.
Cool, awesome product, man. Like, thanks for making me aware on like it's stronger and then takes less water. That's good that you know about it. Yeah, I think one thing that you should work on is have a roadmap, and this is for others as well. Like, have a roadmap. Like, what's the next step? Like, when is it getting ready? Like,
it can be getting ready in couple of years. We are working on it, and we are working on like this R said, you have to see the stats of the crop wastage, and like we are working on it. We will soon, in couple of years, we will start it. And
yeah, although I'll recommend that how Mayank mentioned in his speech, right? Do it in sprints. So see if you can take that years to down time, like less amount of time. And if you are into, designing this thing, which I like the fact that if you actually design it, contrary to what Utkarsh said, I think it can be also good business. So why go in the manufacturing, test the market right now, buy from somebody, banana fiber, design it, sell it. If it sells, take that route right away next month. If it doesn't, take the longer route with your dad on the spinning and fabric part. But if you are going to design thing, you can test it just next month itself. So, but yeah, good that you are aware of some key specific things.
Thank you, sir.
So again, all I wanted to know is, your longer vision is to have your own like clothing brand, or are you looking at a B2B business where you are selling the fiber? What's your vision?
I want to set up a long business.
Like you want to have your own clothing brand.
Yes, sir.
Then in the market, the brand doesn't sell just for the fiber. You have to keep that in mind. You can't create a clothing brand like I want to buy from you because you make it out of banana fiber. It's not going to work. I buy it from you because you have good designs. That's what fashion market is about. One of the fiber can be banana fiber, but the whole production can rely on banana fiber, but that cannot be your selling point. Buy from us like we do it banana fiber. According to me. Rest, I think more of research required. Let's see how it goes. Thank you.
Definitely.
I've seen products made from the plant fiber. I've seen a lot of products being made from hemp fiber being sold because they are durable, they are more economic to produce, the prices are on cheaper rate. As far as I know, the banana fiber are generally used for sanitary pads and all those kinds of things. I don't know how much durable is it when you make clothes. So have you done any kinds of research on that?
Yes, sir. It is 15% more durable than cotton and 10x more. Yeah, I will show. Yeah, you can see it is about 15x as strong as cotton and 10x as durable as linen.
So since it's a very niche market, and since it's produced in very small scale, it will be more expensive than cotton, right? So do you think you'll have a very big market where people are switching to sustainable clothing and buying the products? Because I agree with what Utkarsh said. Maybe you can go on a B2B model for more fiber selling than an end product, because I don't see a very big market for an end product.
Yes, sir. I will try. According to sir, we can try that one because we have no market.
Sure.
Sure.
So I think you said years, right? If it is years, then don't do it. Just in next 6 months, if you can do it, do it. It is just time is now, and it's not later. Mr. Sachin has one or two questions. Yeah, you can. So just something to know about how much you know about on weaving.
The only question is, you have some spinning and weaving unit already existing. So fiber does not matter, it's cotton or banana fiber. There will be no capital expenditure on the existing unit which you are already holding. So what kind of weaving you are doing there? It's, I believe, cotton, the thread is finer, the thread is, it becomes more expensive. It's depend upon the count of thread. It's any 2, any 16, 15, 18. So what do you think is the fiber which will be produced from banana fiber? What kind of count you are going to use for your product?
For raw banana fiber, we are going to make. We are not going to make any like clothing like separate. We are going to from raw fiber. We are going only to make. I have an idea to make like hand pouches like that. If I want to enter into the clothing brand like that, I will mix banana fiber with cotton, like 60% banana fiber and 40% cotton. So it can be in better quality.
I think what Mr. Sachin said just pointed an idea in my mind. You should work on the tech to make a finer banana fabric, a premium banana fiber fabric. That will increase your margins. I believe nobody is doing it because everybody is doing it manually, is what Google says. If you have an experience and you want to work on banana fibers, see, you don't want to, your problem statement is not the fashion industry. It is the waste, that is the banana fiber waste. You want to solve that first. Fashion industry can be set up any day. It can, make a finer, the finest banana fiber fabric that Gucci buys from you. They will do the fashion part because they do it best. You do what you do best. I think that is a winner as per me, but you should do as an entrepreneur what you think is right.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Thank you teams for amazing ideas. So now we will be collecting valuable feedbacks from our alumni, and after all the consideration, results will be announced tomorrow. Thank you. Yes, sir, all the participants and the pictures. Okay, so I request all the participants and the pitchers to come here on the stage.